Vertu, official partner of Yorkshire County Cricket Club.
Good morning from Headingley, day 2 of Yorkshire versus Nottinghamshire in this county championship Division 1 match that sees Yorkshire 10 for 2 overnight. James Wharton not out on 6, Jack White not out on 0, having bowled Nottinghamshire out for 228 on winning the toss and putting him into bat yesterday when we didn't have floodlights or major cloud cover. So you'd have said batting conditions were a bit better yesterday than they are this morning. It's been pretty gloomy on arrival here, but the floodlights are on. It feels like it has brightened up naturally as well in the last 10-15 minutes or so. But a tough challenge awaits Yorkshire today, I think you'd have to say, and Nottinghamshire will really fancy the chances of getting on top in the match as the morning unfolds, I'm sure. Dave Bracegirdle of BBC Radio Nottingham is alongside myself, Jonathan Doidge, and we also have Paul Shaw as our third voice throughout the day. Good morning, Girdler.
Yes, good morning, Jonathan. Good morning, everybody. Hot skip to beat there, and I could see 10 Nottinghamshire players, and just wondered where Mohammed Abbas was. And he came bursting out onto the field like a new bud, just blossoming at the first signs of sunlight in spring. He's run out there, he's galloped out there, and he will get the opportunity to bowl the first over of the morning. He'll be absolutely licking his chops in anticipation here, because I'm sure if you said to Mo, sort of conditions do you want, mate, to have a bit of a bowl first thing in the morning, this will be somewhat similar. He's got a surface that, as we know, yesterday had 12 millimetres of grass left on it. He's got the overhead cloud cover. He's got a night watchman out there, and he's already got a couple of wickets to just give him that extra little bit of belief, both in himself and indeed in the grabbers behind the wicket. He's already taken 11 wickets for Nottinghamshire. He's only had 2 full games and 6 overs last night, so looks to be a very, very decent pick-up by Mick Newell and Peter Moores. I know Hampshire absolutely devastated to lose Mohammed Abbas, but could well be the difference for Notts this morning.
Yeah, 4 slips in place. James Wharton on strike. Just sending out a man to deep backward point. So plenty of open spaces around to score some runs if you're good enough. Here's Abbas then for the first ball of the day. Right arm over the wicket. Wharton walks towards it and then leaves. Speaking of which, thanks to Harrison Allen, Yorkshire's analyst, for sending me a few messages. There were a total of 109 plays and misses when Yorkshire were bowling yesterday. 67 of those were on forward defence. And in the closing stages of the day, Notts had 10 play and misses, with 6 of those on forward defence. So it just gives you the idea of the length that's been bowled that is causing the problems. And surprise, surprise, line and length seems to count in English conditions. Here's Abbas again, wide of off stump. James Wharton again with an easy leave. So it just shows you it doesn't feel like it's ideal conditions if you are paid to score runs.
No, we get the general gist of those stats. I always think, it's a very brave or maybe a foolhardy person who will definitely commit themselves 100% to the feeling that a batter has actually played at a shot and he's not played inside the line, as a lot of them are so skillfully adept at doing. Very often they've weighed the ball up and they're not really pushing at it with any great intention of playing the ball. There must be some music on out there, because Notts are playing musical chairs at the moment, just moving everybody around. And then James drops in at mid-wicket.
There's a pass again, nicely played by Wharton. He timed that well.
Whoop.
And Brett Hutton with a diving stop at mid-on. That was boundary bound otherwise, and that they get through 4-1. So night watchman Jack White will take strike for the first time on day 2. Just 3 balls in, 11 for 2. Dave's just popped off to do his brief 11 o'clock update for BBC Radio Nottingham. Tough conditions for batting. As I say, just got a little bit naturally brighter in the last few minutes before play started. The covers were on the field just in case, as White, left-handed of course, pushes down the wrong line to Abbas there and beats him. There is no run. There was some rain last night. I popped out for a glass of lemonade, and on leaving the venue at around about, I don't know, it must have been 11 o'clock, just up the road, it was wet on the pavements. There were a few puddles around, so there has been a bit of rain yesterday evening. Nothing major, I don't think. As Abbas turns, coming round the wicket with 4 slips in place and a short leg to White, who's trying to flick one off his legs and misses it, as does Kyle Verena behind the stumps. It was a bit of a rare wayward delivery from Mo Abbas, and it's 4 bites.
It's a bit of a rarity for the South African keeper to let any go through. Just on Joe Clarke, top scored yesterday with 64. He spilled a couple of catches last weekend at Durham. He's always been, so far this season, Notts' first slip fielder. Again, they've got Liam Patterson-White in at first slip, and Joe Clarke is currently at backward point, nowhere near the slip cordon. So I think there must be a bit of hand damage there.
Abbas to White, who's playing down a slightly different line to the ball again. End of the over, 13 gone, 1 this morning. 15 for 2.
Must check on it. I don't think it's the fact that he did drop 2 last weekend, but the second one of them, I think last Sunday, he went off the field. He was off the field for a good half an hour or so, ran off holding his hand. So Joe Clarke at the moment out of the slip cordon. So Liam Patterson-White has suddenly found himself in there doing the job. Second over to be bowled by Dylan Pennington. Bowled 3 overs last night, none for 3. Quickest of the Nottinghamshire attack by some distance, you'd say. We'll just get it down the other end a little quicker. Just having a little flick up and down the country. We're playing everywhere, which is good news. The 9 county championship games and the test match at Trent Bridge have all started on time, so all those predicting the apocalypse this weekend and saying it's going to rain everywhere, there'll be no cricket, your bank holiday weekend will be ruined. At least at the time being, there's cricket everywhere. Here's Dylan Pennington, second over of the day. Comes in to bowl to Wharton, and that one right on the money, just nipped away. I wonder if your statistician would have that down as a play and a miss or a leave. But
what do you say, Harrison? He'll be listening.
Well, James Wharton's gone down and done a bit of gardening there. He's only faced 1 ball, and he's already taken his spade and his trowel and his rake and his hoe down there. Bit of a wry smile on his face as the live stream zoomed in on him. 15 for 2, Yorkshire. Early stages, day 2. This one's very wide. Extra bounce though. Verena took it. Just alarmed there by the fact that I've just seen something else out there on the field. Verena took it in front of first slip, and it's not Liam Patterson-White. Matthew Montgomery's out there. So Notts have got a sub on already this morning. Now, I have seen Liam Patterson-White. I'm fairly sure he was out there in the first over. So there's already 1 or 2 questions out there for Notts. But Matthew Montgomery, number 14, is at first slip, sub-fielder. This one goes through to Verena. That is a regulation leave. Floodlights are on. There's pretty little shamrock designs, Doige. For Headingley.
Yep.
15 for 2.
They've done their own sort of feathers at Prince of Wales Feathers at Surrey for their new floodlights, by the way. I don't know if you've been down there.
No, I haven't this season. Now we go there in September. Notts only played Surrey once this year, right at the end of the season. It's bonkers. There's Pennington. Bowles and Wharton textbook defensive block out into the covers.
Maybe that could be the title clash.
Don't think anybody in or around Nottingham is getting overly carried away yet. Seen Notts get off to a good start, and Surrey started with 3 draws, but been winning games recently, and they're, well, actually, as we speak, they're neck and neck, aren't they? Because Surrey have already picked up 3 bonus points yesterday in their match against Essex. Pennington in once more, and it's a little loose from James Wharton. Went hard at that one. Goes through to Verena. 15 for 2. So let's go through the Notts players that are out there. We've got Montgomery at first slip, Freddie McCann at second, and Jack Haynes at third. Haynes yesterday bowled, not playing a shot. James was in the covers. He's just been added as a fourth slip option. Joe Clark at backward point. Brett Hutton at mid-off. They're the 6 on the offside. Last ball of the over. In comes Pennington bowls, and this is played on the bounce back to the bowler, so maiden for him. The 3 on the leg side, Ben Slater at short leg. The captain, Hasib Hamid at mid-on, and Mohammed Abbas was down at long leg, but he's already peeling his sweater off. And he'll bowl the 3rd over of the morning. So the spinner, Liam Patterson-White, not on the field, and Joe Clark not in his normal fielding position in the slips. It's a little bit of a problem for Notts, that first slip position at the moment. Guarantee an edge will go there.
Yeah. You'd have thought if Montgomery has been put in there, he's very competent.
Yeah, he's a decent catcher himself, but Clark is the first choice, and Patterson-White is obviously second at the moment with Duckett not in the team. Neither of them on the field. Well, neither of them available to take the position.
There's a Bass then, round the wicket from the Kirkstall lane end, bowling to Jack White, who gets over the top of that and defends it of a fashion into the offside. No run. He not sure what the job is now for Jack. He obviously did what he needed to do last night. None off 11. Sure how many runs are going to come.
Yeah, normally you say they can go out and have a bit of fun now, but I don't imagine anything about it out there right now is particularly funny.
He comes once again, and this time White beaten by another one that nips on him and wraps him amidships, drops out into the offside, probably having a smile at himself and the bowler after that. What are you bowling that at me for?
First wicket of the day in the county championship's gone down in the northeast. Somerset have lost James Rue. He's been dismissed by Ben Rain this morning. Somerset 73 for 4, replying to Durham's 277.
Bass then, making his way in again. Oh, good delivery once more, and White can't get bat on ball, and he's been hit there. That's going to hurt. So there is that as well, that if you're out there with a bat and the ball's nibbling around, you can't lay a bat on it. As a bowler, you don't want to get an injury that's going to hamper your attempt at taking wickets in the Notts second innings. Yeah, I think he's just saying thanks very much for that. Fast bowlers union. We know those days are long gone, but he's been hit on the quad by the look of it, and he's having to flex because that could be dead leg territory. Still 15 for 2. Runs just as hard to come by as we thought they would be. Just one off the bat so far this morning. The Bass in again, and White plays out into the offside, no run. I guess from the night watchman point of view, even if you're not scoring, there's the frustration factor if you can stand there throughout, let's say, Mo Abbas's first spell today, and he's got to take a breather at some point. Maybe that's another little job, another bit of help you've given your team, even if you're not putting many runs on the board. But it's a fairly hopeless situation, I think, for poor old Jack White at the moment, who's just trying to survive, and there he goes, pushing at a ball that's nipped away on him once again. The Bass will just keep on coming in. He's seen it all before, I'm sure, and if you get him too frustrated with it, he knows he'll find a delivery at some point.
Yeah, you'd imagine so. Be plenty more of the same once he's finished. Brett Hutton and Lyndon James, that sort of bowler. Pennington with the out-and-out pace.
So then, with a bit of shadowing cast by the floodlights. In he comes again, and he does get an edge on it, Jack White, but this time, frustratingly for Abbas, it rolls along the deck into the slip cordon. No run. That's 3 overs complete this morning, 15 in total in this Yorkshire first innings, and they're going at the impressive rate of 1 and over, 15 for 2.
There comes Liam Patterson-White, so Notts are fully restored to their starting 11. Sure what the ailment, if it was an ailment, was. Pretty sure he was on there at the start, just that maybe popped off for a couple of overs, a little earlier for a comfort break, but glad to see that he has gone straight back in at first slip, so Notts back to their full complement. It's going to be Dylan Pennington on a gloomy old day in Leeds. Pennington from the far end bowls, and Wharton rocks forward and defends. Umpire at the far end is Paul Baldwin, who didn't play first-class cricket. At square leg, it's Nigel Long who did. He was a fine top-order player for Kent for many seasons. Scorers, John Potter, who always does the notching for Yorkshire. And Phil Clubley's got an outing for Notts in this game as the scorer. The regular, tried and trusted, are at Trent Bridge for the test match as Wharton with soft hands runs this down into the ground. Lyndon James comes from fourth slip to pitch it up. Roger Marshall is on test match duty, Ian White's at Trent Bridge as well. 15 for 2. Due in next, David Milan. Matthew Revis, I think you believe he's going to be hoisted up the order.
Mm-hmm.
Was due to come in at 5. It'll be 6 now, of course, with the night watchman. Here's Pennington into Wharton. That's a good delivery. That one comes back the other way. Goes over the top of off stump, or just outside the line of off stump, and then it causes Verena to drop down low to his left. Not been a run for a while, and still only 1 from the bat in the first quarter of an hour this morning. As Hampshire resuming from 10 for 2. Crikey. Yorkshire resuming for 10 for 2. I was calling you Durham yesterday, wasn't there? Been writing about Hampshire this morning. Next delivery on its way. This is edge 2. Patterson-White, who's on the field and takes the catch low down, and it's not the night watcher. It's Wharton who goes. Notts have got a bowling point. Pennington's got his first wicket since early April, having missed 4 matches, and Yorkshire are 15 for 3. Wharton out for 7. Caught Liam Patterson-White at first slip, having just come back onto the field from the bowling of Dylan Pennington.
Yep, good delivery. And it's clearly very tricky out there. So 7 off 37 for James Wharton. He'll obviously, as well as his team, will be disappointed with that, because back to what I was saying really at the start of the match, they've got to try and find some runs from somewhere. James has had those 460s so far this season. These will probably be about as tricky conditions as they've seen with the bat, and they've had some difficult enough days already. So stacks of work to do. And 3 down already. Night watchman out there as well. This is, at the moment, has an ominous feeling about it. David Milan walks out to the middle, and on his shoulders, a great deal of Yorkshire's hopes currently rest.
Very much so. Vastly experienced David Milan, and former Middlesex player, of course, hugely experienced with England in all formats. First saw him play against Notts way back in 2011 when Notts won the title the previous year. They went to Abu Dhabi to play that pre-season match against an MCC 11, the Champion County game against MCC 11, and a young David Milan lined up for MCC. First time I met him. 14 years on, he's taking guard now from umpire Baldwin, and Dylan Pennington will go round the wicket. Good stuff from Pennington. He's still only gone for 3 runs. A couple of balls left in his 5th over. I did actually say in the previous over, didn't I? It'd be typical if a catch went to first slip, but I was thinking that Notts hadn't got either Clark or Patterson wide on the field at that particular time. Oh, that's as loose as a goose from David Milan. He's chased after that with a sweeping brush. He still couldn't reach it, but he gave it everything, didn't he? Crikey.
Yeah, he's generally prone to the occasional flash, but obviously he generally also plays in within himself, and then you might see that after a little while there's just one, and then he'll rein it back in again. Not straight away, generally.
So wicket at New Road this morning in the Bears versus Pears game. Jake Libby is out. Wicket for Chris Wokes, remember him? There's Pennington. Bowles, lovely shot from Milan. So the first one was just a little bit of a rehearsal, a tryout to see how his swing was going. And he's got hold of that one nicely. Fall through the offside. So Pennington ends the over on a bit of a downer, but he won't mind that. He's got a wicket in Yorkshire, a 19 for 3 after Nottinghamshire yesterday made 228. 2 wickets for Abbas yesterday, 1 this morning for Dylan Pennington.
Yeah, David Milan's first-class average, 38.89 from 215 first-class matches. Breaking that down to his 2 counties, he averaged 38.62 with Middlesex. He's averaged 56 in 21 first-class matches since he's been around with Yorkshire. Obviously not that many first-class matches. During a fair few years here now, here's Abbas bowling to White, who played that quite nicely. Out to point, no run. 21 first-class matches, 35 innings he's had for Yorkshire. Got a 219 here against Sussex and a 199 here against Derbyshire during the Bob Willis Trophy years, as they'll go down in history as. They played those regionalised. Well, not actually regionalised, because against Sussex. That might have been a Division 2 match then. Abbas in and bowling, and White gets a ball that felt a bit quicker on the rise. Has a little fish at it. He's not managed to get off the mark yet, Jack, but he's stoic on 0 from 18 deliveries.
Well, 2020, when we just had 5 games, that was regionalised, wasn't it? There was 3 groups of 6, and I don't know, did the top 2 then play off for the Bob Willis Trophy? And it was the year after that was slightly odd as well. They went down a similar route, didn't they? And then it was sort of an end of season, take your points through and all the rest of it business.
Abbas to White. Yeah, that's right. Pushes it to Haseeb Hamid in the offside. No run.
And then they decided to do something completely different with the Bob Willis Trophy. They decided that the cricketing media should give it away to the England. Was it the England Test Player of the Year? It sort of got used for a different purpose. And if memory serves, I think Johnny Bairstow won it one year, didn't they? So I don't know. The engraving on that will look a little strange. 2020 Essex or whatever it was. 2022 Johnny Bairstow. I mean, it's slightly strange.
Yeah.
Don't know who holds the Bob Willis Trophy at the moment.
Abbas has switched angle to bowl over the wicket, and he's been crashed for 4. Magnificent shot from Jack White through extra cover. What a way to get off the mark with your 20th delivery. Stand and deliver.
So I think Freddie McCann took 20 deliveries yesterday to get off the mark, and then he quickly got into gear and put 2 or 3 more away like that. Steve Crawley, I doubt Ben Slater will have much sympathy for anybody struck by the ball today after his billiard session yesterday.
Abbas. Oh, good delivery. Nips on White, can't get bat on ball. Yeah, I had a word with Ben as well myself on the way out last night. He seemed in good spirits.
Yeah, we saw him, didn't we? Jack Dillaway, no more rain forecast for today. Just a 53-year-old who used to be called just a 52-year-old, and before that he used to be called just a 51-year-old. Says, let's hope for more wickets this morning. Get that first innings lead. It feels crucial.
Just the sight of a red kite hovering right overhead for a moment there while you were talking.
Crikey.
Mo Abbas, he's trying to prey on the Yorkshire batters himself here, and Jack White sort of pulling himself away towards the leg stump as he tried to play that shot. Misses again. 23 for 3 though. I think that's a bonus boundary for Jack off Mo. 17 overs in.
I think Ian Warrington, without saying it, is suggesting the keeper and the slips are too far back. I'm watching and listening on the live stream, Dave, and the ball just isn't carrying very far at all. Patterson White took his catch near his ankles. Varaina's taken the ball low every time, and the one that went for 4 byes, that's why White got away from him. Begs the question, ... So I think you're asking me if I think we're standing too far back.
Well, we remarked, didn't we, yesterday, they were standing, it felt like they were standing a bit closer, and they've got a very steep line to that 4-man cordon. I mean, at 4th slip, it feels like it's the best about 10 yards in front of first. Probably not quite that far.
Well, anyway, here's Pennington in bowls, and this one loops up off the shoulder of the bat. Got 4 slips there. Had they had a 7th slip, it might have been interesting, or a gully. Talked in game against Hampshire at Trent Bridge a couple of weeks ago about the differences between how knots line up in this very structured, very staggered line close to each other. Now Hampshire's were spread apart, and the comparison was that knots just about took everything that week, and Hampshire put 5 down in the slip cordon. It's one of those weeks. This one shapes back and just goes over the top of middle as Milan leaves it alone. Not saying knots aren't capable of dropping, as Joe Clark found out at Durham last week, but got a pretty good set of grabbers in there. The 20-year-old eyes and hands of Freddie McCann have taken 1 or 2 sparkling efforts this year. Same with Jack Haynes and Lyndon James, who are in at 3rd and 4th slip. Next delivery on its way now, and Milan leaves it alone. What am I getting here? What am I getting?
Josh Wilmer has just popped in with a BA do for you, I think.
I'll have a little look at that in a moment.
Which laws have you been contravening this morning, Mr. Bracegirdle?
Three for 3. There's Pennington from the rugby stand end. Bowls now and just slides down the leg. So I noticed a little note about somebody who's got a book who wishes me to pass on to somebody about Forest and Derby.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, whoever brought that in. 23 for 3 is the score this morning. James Wharton out, added 1 to his overnight 6, caught by Liam Patterson White from the bowling of Pennington. Tears in now, and bowls, and Milan would clip it away on the leg side. Just had to wait for a moment to see if it would beat the dive of Brett Hutton, and it did. And it's away for 4 to mid-wicket. And no ball boys. Very rare you get ball boys or ball girls or anybody at county cricket grounds to throw the ball back, and not even any spectators on that side of the ground, on the western stand side of the ground. So Brett Hutton's got to pick himself up. I'd imagine the grass is a little wet and soggy out there as well, and then go and chase after it and fetch it back. So do all that himself. Second boundary that Milan's already hit off Dylan Pennington. He's moved to 8, 27 for 3 on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Leeds, West Yorkshire. And here's another boundary cut away by Milan. Just wonder if he's out there for a good time rather than a long time. I don't know. He's playing his shots, isn't he? He's going after them. And that might be the way to go. Just looking to take the fight to the Nottinghamshire bowlers. This one's cut away on the offside and struck powerfully by Milan. And he's certainly set the tone for the morning with those 3 glorious boundaries, 31 for 3.
Yeah, sometimes players will go out there and try and take the initiative. We've seen Johnny Bairstow, as you'd expect, in some innings this year where other players have found it difficult just going out there and and trying to take the game by the scruff of the neck and be that one player who tries to upset the opposition's apple cart. Maybe it's just the deliveries that he's received when he's been out there. I'm looking at those 3 shots and thinking James Wharton will be sat in the dressing room probably thinking, why did I not get those 3 deliveries when I was out there? It looked more difficult during those moments. Another good delivery from Abbas from round the wicket to Jack White. But to be fair to Jack, and a little giggle at Yorkshire's number 11, who's obviously been night watchman here, one superb shot for 4, 22 other deliveries he's faced, which he's barely managed to lay a bat on, but he's still there at the end of the day. And Abbas is obviously bowling extremely well here, but hasn't taken a wicket this morning. He can't go on forever, so whenever Jack can stick out there, he's doing some sort of job for his team as he shoulders arms to that delivery wide of off stump. 31 for 3, Jack on 4, David Milan on 12, and a partnership for the 4th wicket so far worth 16. That 1 wicket, as Dave was just saying, caught Patterson, White, bowled Pennington for 7, James Wharton 37 deliveries either side of the overnight. His stay at the crease, Abbas from the Kirkstall lane end once again, and 4 more here because Jack White's got under that one with a thickish edge. He's gone over the top of Lyndon James at 4th slip and raced away down to the Howard stand end for the boundary. So 8 to him, 35 for 3. Good morning, Chorley.
Good morning, Doige. Good morning, everyone. From a pretty grey Headingley today, we have quite a lot of cloud cover.
Well, I was going to say the light is, now you mention it, changing quite quickly. So there was a period just a couple of minutes ago where it felt really gloomy, and it's gone a little bit, feels a little bit brighter again now. So it could be one of those days. You wouldn't be surprised if at some point they do walk off for a little bit. If it gets grim, but they're out there, floodlights on. And Abbas in, short ball, and pulled by Jack White through mid-wicket for 4.
Yes, what the Yorkshire batters are trying to do. The night watchman White certainly here picks the length quite quickly and pulls that ball across to the east stand for 4 runs. But both White and Milan are really looking to pounce on anything loose. They know that we've got 2 high quality bowlers in terms of the Nottingham lineup with Abbas and Pennington bowling. Pennington really good pace and a little bit of movement of the pitch. So is Abbas. So what they are looking to do is to score runs. They are looking to score. They know they're going to be beaten outside the outside edge a number of times, but they are focused on picking up as many runs as they possibly can with anything that is in any way loose at all.
Well, he's got a bit of a field change, Jack. Having hit those couple of boundaries. Man's been sent back to 15 in from the boundary, so I think we can guess what's coming here. It might be the 5-card trick. Here's Abbas bowling to White. Yeah, backs off and gets a thick inside edge down to fine leg. 13 to him, 40 for 3, but I think he's already kind of done his job in the true night watchman sense. He's been out there for half an hour this morning, and the bit of time he played out last night, he's come up with 13 runs. You know, you probably can't ask any more from Jack White at this stage. It's the batters that are going to be relied upon here to come up with the real runs, if you like. But any more annoyance factor they can give the opposition while he's out there, from Yorkshire's point of view, all well and good.
Yeah, absolutely. As you say, he's done his job, and what he'll look to do is hang out there a little bit longer, but he's also looking to score a few runs as well.
Here is Abbas bowling to Milan, who plays that ever so neatly, as ever, off his legs, backward of square, and will retain the strike, having taken a single. So 19 overs in. The run rate was at one stage 1. In fact, it was under 1, wasn't it, for a while? Got it up to 2.16. Not that matters, really, because there's so much game time left. runs always help, and they've got 41 of them.
Certainly have, and the partnership is now 26 between the night watchman White and David Milan. So they're beginning to build a partnership, and as you say, Georgie, just recently they've been able to score a few boundaries as well. But obviously there are gaps in the field with the 4 slips that Notts have got with the ball moving around and good accurate bowling. They're very, very much in the game. But the other thing that Yorkshire need to be thinking about here is, if we can put a boundary away whenever we can, but also just keep rotating strike, taking a little bit of time out of the game too, but also rotating strike to keep that scoreboard ticking with the very attacking Notts field.
Pennington in, and that is flicked off his legs by Milan. A beautiful shot for 6, effortless. Dylan Pennington just dropping short, and he'll know it's something you can't afford to do against David Milan with all the quality he's got and the various adaptations he can play. But that was a genuine hook shot, wasn't it, really? He just hooked it around the corner.
He did. He used the pace of Pennington here, didn't he? Just used that pace and just picked the ball up and hit it to the leg side boundary. Timed it really, really well. We know he can play pretty much all shots in the book as such, can Milan. But what he's looking to do, he's looking to score and pounce on anything short. And Milan moves on to 19, and Yorkshire now 47 for 3. But if Pennington gets his line right and his length, this slip cordon that's already taken catches will certainly be in the game in the next half an hour or so. So I'm sure Pennington, with his pace and his accuracy, will look to hit that really good lines and lengths area.
Here he is again.
About
better. Yep, good line and length, just about right. Milan just playing inside the line. Yeah, Yorkshire supporters will be hoping that this is not a cameo from Milan, that he can stay out there, but he's kind of already making it look a different game, isn't he?
Yeah, he's certainly been really positive. He's put the bad ball away, and that's certainly what I look to do as we go through this morning session. Pennington comes in again.
Good delivery. This time passes the inside edge, and that was... Yeah, Milan's just replayed the shot with a straighter blade. It was one of those where it nipped on him. And when you see batters make that adjustment, they often end up with that angled bat beaten past the inside edge on that occasion. But it's going to happen out there in these conditions. As you just said, Shawsey, they'll all be prepared for that. They're just hoping that there's not the one with their name on it too soon. He's left one here on length, which was fine. Cannoned into his thigh pad and out to 4th slip. Lyndon James with the pickup. So a couple of balls away from the end of the 20th here. Ball will still be in pretty good condition because he's not been knocked about too much.
Yeah, good pace there from Pennington, good lines, and just a little bit more bounce than Milan expected there. And Pennington's in the game here. We know Milan's looking to be positive, but also that gives him an opportunity if he can get his lines and length a little bit of nip off the pitch.
Pennington in again, that wide off stump and left by Milan. By the way, I've got a book which dropped through the door, I think, yesterday. 10 Drunks and a Parson, The Life and Times of Ted Peat by Ian Lockwood. Said I'd give this a mention. It's been published by Pitch, obviously well-known sports publishers. 10 Drunks and a Parson uncovers the fascinating life story of Ted Peat, a top Victorian cricketer hailed by W.G. Grace as the world's best spin bowler. Here's Pennington, who's Notts bowling spin, and Milan blocking him. 47 for 3 at the end of the over. It goes on. This is just the back cover blurb. Pete is the cricketer whose name heads the Lord's Honours Board, yet he ended his life broke and is buried in an unmarked grave at the side of the runway at Leeds Bradford Airport, which I never knew. He was the last man out in the famous first Ashes test when Australia beat England at the Oval in 1882. Pete had a weakness for drink, and when the autocratic Lord Hawke took over as captain of Yorkshire with a brief to transform the underperforming team, he famously described them as 10 drunks and a parson. The first man he got rid of was the England Test player Pete, to the amazement of the cricketing world. And from there, it was a downward spiral as Ted drifted around club cricket and his eyesight grew progressively worse. It's the first ever biography of Ted Pete, exploring his working class origins, his season touring local fates with a group of clowns, and the dramatic breakthrough that led to a tour of Australia after just 2 full seasons. There you go. That's 10 Drunks and a Parson, The Life and Times of Ted Pete by Ian Lockwood. I shall look forward to reading that. Thanks, Ian, for sending the review copy.
Change of bowling. Brett Hutton's on.
Kirk's the lane end and bowling here to Jack White, who takes another blow. That one really did kick off the pitch. It's been a rarity in the match so far, but he's wearing a few here, is Jack, this morning. That one probably top of the arm, something like that, was it? Shoulder?
Yeah, it looked that way, didn't it? He looked surprised by the bounce, didn't he, there? First ball from Hutton. In this spell, he's replaced Abbas, and just a little bit of bounce put him in White in a bit more discomfort than he would have liked as Hutton comes in again.
Ooh, a massive swish. That's going somewhere down towards the traffic lights. That's up a North Lane if he connects, but he misses.
We just through the live stream. We've got an excellent live stream here at Headingley with Yorkshire, and we've just seen, for our viewers, the floodlights are on pretty bright, and how dark it is just behind those floodlights. Got a lot of cloud cover at the moment, which might just be having an impact on the bowling at this stage and how difficult it is to bat.
Ooh, Hutton in again. It looked like Jack was pulling out of playing the ball at all there. He's gone a long way across the outside leg stump, and he's got it away through third man for another 4. In a low, what looks like being a low-scoring match. I guess there will be some element of frustration now for Nottinghamshire. We're 40 minutes nearly into the day's play. Look how far away he went. He's playing it somewhere down towards us, really, down towards the old scoreboard, away to our right. That's the way he shaped up playing the shot, but he's got a thickish outside contact on it. And for between sort of third man and backward point, that area. Hutton trying to clean him up here. 51 for 3 now. He's done the same again and had another big mow at that and missed out. Maybe David's just said to him, you know, you've done your job here. Try and have a bit of fun. Doesn't matter if you get a few streaky boundaries, they all help.
Yeah, quite possibly. Certainly, Hutton's just having a chat with the captain now, with potentially some slight field changes being made in just a moment or two. But yeah, I mean, you said earlier, White's done his job so far. He's on 17. He got through last evening. He's got through the first 40 minutes today. But Yorkshire still want to spend a bit more time at the wicket as Hutton approaches.
Yep, and Jack going in the same direction, out towards Paul Baldwin at square leg. Got wrapped on the pad. Hutton following him here. It is frustrating as a bowler, isn't it, when you've got somebody at the other end who's not doing the orthodox thing. It is.
It is. You go past the inside edge, you go past the outside edge. One bounces, hits him in the ribs, and the next one goes over the boundary. It's incredibly frustrating. 3 slips now as Hutton comes in.
Yep, and White gets underneath another one, and that is on its way out towards the Western Terrace boundary. But I think he put a bit of backspin on that. It was like an open club face with a pitching wedge, and he's got a single. So he's going to retain the strike as well. And he's on 18. 52 for 3 at the end of 21.
Yeah, he's certainly given himself as much room as he possibly can to try and strike the ball through mid-off stroke extra cover and beat that infield. And he managed just to pick up one then as he sliced that ball just behind square on the offside. And just got a view of the skyline of Leeds. A lot of work happening in Leeds at the moment. One of the fastest growing cities, certainly in England. And I'm sure over the next few years it will be developed even more so. Benefit of our viewers on the live stream will get a good view of that at the moment. back here to the cricket. White's going to be facing Pennington, who's bowling good pace this morning. 1 for 21 off his 7 as he approaches.
Yep, and White again. Heading off towards the Western Terrace this time with his back to us at this pavilion end. Misses out. Well, he's managed to get rid of one of the slip cordon, and that's because that man, Lyndon James, tall figure is just down beneath our commentary position, 10 yards or so in from the boundary at third man. And here's Pennington again, and White trying the same shot really, stepping away to leg. And he's clearly trying to get under the ball. Maybe not intentionally, I'm not sure really. But he's played a couple of uppercuts. There's another man at deep backward point who's also probably 15 yards in, so they're waiting for the uppercut that doesn't quite have the legs to make the boundary.
Yeah, I think it's good captaincy and probably good discussions with bowlers and captain Hasim Hamid. 1 slip being taken out, just 3 slips at this stage of the game.
Pennington is in, edged and caught. Well caught as well. At second slip there, diving away to his right, and Jack White's stay at the crease has ended on 18. It's Freddie McCann who's taken the catch, and it's a good grab. And Yorkshire have lost a 4th, 2 of them this morning. James Wharton and now Jack White. Caught McCann bowl. Pennington for 18, 36 balls and 4 fours on the scorecard for him, and he did a pretty good job as night watchman.
They did manage the 52 minutes, and Pennington's ball decent areas again here, good pace, and White's just backed away. That's a great catch at second slip as White gets the thick edge on that. That's good reward for Pennington's patience really this morning. Ball beautifully. But I think really good captaincy and tactical play really from Notts. So taking the 4th slip out, you've got a third man that's fairly deep but 15 yards in off the boundary. And backward point in 20 yards means that slash shot that White has been played is covered for. So what it makes him do is then play a little bit straighter and try and hit the ball under his eyes and a bit more defensively, which he's looked to do there, although he's backed away and got a thick outside edge to second slip. But that breaks the partnership. Yorkshire now 52 for 4 as Harry Duke walks to the middle, the wicket-keeper, young wicket-keeper. And he'll be joining Milan in the middle, who's 19, not out at this point. And Pennington's now got 2 for 21 of his 7.3 overs.
Yeah, and still 176 runs behind here, Yorkshire. That feels like a heck of a lot at this stage. Harry Duke, well, he's been scoring runs in the seconds. Got his opportunity here. Right-hander. I've seen him score a senior 100 in white ball cricket in the 50-over competition in the past. Hasn't had lots of red ball opportunities in the last couple of seasons. Tough task at hand. Here's Pennington bowling to him then, and he's off the mark straight away in that typically busy Duke fashion. Throw came in there from Hamid, and David Milan was on a little bit of a stroll. That might have been too close for comfort had it hit direct. Yeah, in fact, looked to me like he was gone for all money if it hit direct. Fielder's taking cover. Not sure what Milan was thinking there, but he didn't sort of charge it, did he?
No, he didn't. No, I think it'd have been
very casual.
Left stranded there, and Duke quite keen to get off the mark. Just drop some runs, but that would have been. I think that would have been out, no doubt about that. As Pennington comes in again, 3 slips to Milan.
Who's leaving one wide of off stump. Harry Duke 20 first-class matches previously, 487 runs, a highest of 54, and averaging 18.73 in first-class cricket. And he's coming in at number 6 here in difficult conditions, so he's going to need to perform to his max, really, if you know what I'm saying, to help his team get out of a bit of a hole. Milan waits. Pennington turns, running towards us from the Howard stand end. And that ball short of length, just nudged really, dropped into the offside by Milan. Calls Duke through for 1 to complete the over and keep the strike. Milan on 20. Sure, does not sound a lot, but he is nonetheless Yorkshire's highest scorer in the match so far. 22 overs in. Yorkshire 54 for 4. And Dylan Pennington, both wickets this morning. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 23.
Yeah, going pretty well, hasn't he? And that certainly has been a good spell this morning. Frustrating at times because the ball has gone past the outside edge and in fact the inside edge, but picking up the 2 wickets, just 23 runs is I think a good return. We just saw the last ball of the last over with the understanding probably improving with Duke and Milan. Nice quick single, and that's going to be really important. You know, with 3 slips in play and Notts are still attacking, and rightly so, you would expect a few more gaps in the field just to be picking up 1s and 2s.
In comes Hutton, and that's turned backward of square leg by Milan for a single. It's something about Brett Hutton's run-up that reminds me of a bit reminds me of Marchant de Lange, you know, that sort of javelin thrower's muscular run-up. Wouldn't be that sort of pace, I don't think. 55 for 4 then here. Harry Duke on 1. BBC Radio Leeds. BBC Sport website and app. Sports Extra 3. Paul Shaw, myself, Jonathan Doidge, and also Dave Bracegirdle, bringing you coverage of this county championship match. Table-topping Nottinghamshire on full throttle with the ball so far in this one. And I've got Yorkshire in trouble after they were bowled out yesterday themselves for 228. Harry Duke just turned one into the onside there for the still shin-padded Ben Slater to field at mid-wicket.
4 slips in play for the new batter Duke. Hutton prepares to come in again. He turns and makes his approach.
And bowls it now. Duke turns that one down to fine leg. We'll pick up another single. They kick away at the turf at the non-striking end. Bit of gardening, very busy sort of player, Harry. You'll have worked with Dukey keeping wise.
Yeah, for a number of years. It was nice to see his growth and development as he came through the age groups at Yorkshire and then the academy and second team, and played a number of first-class games, as you said. So hopefully he'll go well today, tomorrow.
Here's Hutton to Milan, meanwhile, who's pushing at one wide off stump. Missed it. Dukey, Duracell bunny in the bundle of energy. Finger in the plug socket on a morning. He always seems to be buzzing around, full of chat.
Absolutely, full of energy, full of chat. Very committed, dedicated cricketer, good young cricketer. And, you want young men like that to perform and get a number of opportunities to show what they can do and develop the game.
56 for 4. Hutton to Milan, edged, and I think that's probably just touched the grass before McCann could get his hand on it. Very close to being a catching chance, and they would have been in trouble with Milan gone at 56 on the board. And those who can see it, it's just hit terra firma before McCann could get his hand down. Hutton creating the opportunity. Those suggestions about the slip cordon being too deep, well, that'll be a bit more fuel to that argument as Milan turns the next ball off his legs for a single to retain the strike at 57 for 4.
That's what I mean, really, in terms of that strike rotation. The beginning just to pick up a number of singles now, and that's really important. From a Notts perspective, they've done a lot of good work, haven't they? So they're well in the game. Got Yorkshire at 57 for 4. Still 171 runs shy of the target that first innings target, I should say, that Notts got. So they'll be wanting to break through now. They're almost an hour into the morning's play on day 2. If they can pick up another couple of wickets, that's what they'll be looking to do before lunchtime, and really go into the lunch interval in a good place. Obviously, Yorkshire trying to build a partnership here.
Pennington to Milan 4. He's just clonked that one away through mid-wicket, really. Another one of those Milan shots. He's so quick at reading the length of the ball. And even though it was wide of off stump, it's fed him lengthwise, hasn't it? And he's able to hit through it.
Yeah, that is pretty wide of off stump as well, isn't it? But it's his appreciation of length and his decision-making around length gives him the time to get onto the ball and play that shot.
Straight through mid-wicket to the Western Terrace. 26 now for Milan, 61 for 4. Pennington bowling to him again. Better delivery, nips back on him and has the measure of Milan. And there's a big appeal, as you would expect, because Nottinghamshire will know if they can see the back of him anytime soon, they've got a massive opportunity. They've already got one of those anyway, I guess.
That looked really close, didn't it? The ball's just nipped back, probably hit him in front of middle stump there or thereabouts. I think the umpires give him the benefit of doubt with the height. That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, I think that's the only thing you can think of, because that's a beauty.
Yeah, great delivery from Pennington again.
That's 3 of those in the match now. This time it wasn't a leave. He was trying to play at that. Pennington in again and angled across Milan, who just pulls the bat inside the line.
Really important here that the Nottinghamshire bowling unit remains really focused and patient. It's obviously can be frustrating out there, can't it, when things aren't quite going anywhere. They've picked up a couple of wickets, keep really hitting the lines and the length and remaining as patient as they possibly can do. They'll pick up the LBW's balls and caught behind that way. The Yorkshire batters have got to find a way to get through this period and build this partnership.
Pennington to Milan. This time receives the ball he can deal with and drops it into the leg side for the single. So 5 off the over so far, and a very good shout for LBW. 62 for 4 Yorkshire. 166 runs they are behind.
Yeah, they look disappointed and a little bit dejected, the Notts fielding unit with that LBW decision. And they'll feel certainly unfortunate that they've not got the big wicket of Milan there as Pennington comes in again.
To Duke this time, who's accompanied by a short leg to his left, and turns that also the same way to Hasib Hamid. Still got the white floppy hat on, not sure. Maybe it's the floodlights he's trying to keep out of view. Certainly not the sunshine.
Good captaincy from Hamid here. You've got the 4 slips, the right-handed Duke, backward point, short leg, as you say, and a really tight mid-wicket. Opened up the offside to try and get him to drive through the offside and create the nick to the slips.
He's again nicely played by Harry Duke. It's an on drive. It's along the carpet all the way. Hamid's giving chase and will get there just before the Howard stand boundary. And they'll get back for 3. Nice way to properly get yourself going there. 5 now for Harry Duke. 65 for 4 at the end of the 24th.
Yeah, it looked a nice shot that from Duke, didn't it? It looked pretty well balanced as he just leant into that ball, hit the ball under his eyes and down through the vacant mid-on for 3 runs, and he'll be pleased with that. Partnership now moves on to 13. We talk about partnerships a lot, don't we? Bowling partnerships and batting partnerships. And the bowling partnerships, I think, throughout the season, might be something I asked Dave about when he comes on, really, was around how well Notts have bowled this summer and bowled really well in partnership. And it's really important here that the batters of Milan and Duke, from a Yorkshire perspective, are able to see if they can get through till lunch. You know, just an over at a time, 5 runs at a time, see if they can build this partnership.
Hutton then to Duke, plays that top of the bounce out into the offside. There is no run. Harry Duke, well, he was a busy old lad for 2 or 3 years, as well as his cricketing career, doing some studying. I think he graduated last year. Going to shirk the swerve the specifics of his degree. Business studies was involved in it. I don't know if it was just a standalone business studies thing or if it was part and part type of thing. But he is a graduate now, as Hutton is in. And there you go. Duke running it down to third man and picks up a couple. He's obviously not the sort of tallest of figures. And his game wouldn't be built around power, would it, Harry Duke? It's using the pace of the ball a lot when he bats.
He times the ball well, tries to get into good positions, and times the ball down the ground, often through the offside, but he likes to clip the ball away through mid-wicket too. But as you say, all about timing.
Hutton to Duke this time, who opens the face. And runs it out to point. He's on to 7 now. 67 for 4. We're just about to click over the hour mark. I'll over after this one. I think my colleague's got a 12 o'clocker to do, so we'll hang fire until he's finished with that. Hutton yet to pick up a wicket in his 6th over. He's trying his darndest to rectify that wickets column, and that's a straight delivery which is pushed into the offside by Harry Duke, and there's no run. It's pretty gloomy. They have been out there throughout this morning. The light has changed a few times in terms of how it feels naturally, but the floodlights have been needed. That sort of a day, plenty of cloud overhead. Fairly strong breeze as well. As Duke is in, that's turned into the leg side, and there's no run. Wind-wise, probably coming in from the west by the looks of things, southwest. That cloud movement. It's not a cold day, is it? Despite the fact that there's no sun, it feels sort of quite mild. Slightly muggy feel. All those things, with the grass on the pitch, you'd say you'd rather have a ball in your hand than a bat on a day like this. And Hutton's in again, and Duke pushing this time down the original line to a ball that nips away. Good delivery. End of the 25th, 67 for 4. Yorkshire trailing by 161 runs, and they just have to scrap and scrap. Yet what they can here and show plenty of ticker during the day.
What I like about this Notts bowling attack is that there's pace, there's accuracy, there's movement off the pitch and in the air, and there's also variety. Kevin Shine, the former England fast bowling lead, works alongside Peter Moores with the Notts bowlers, and has done I think a fantastic job on developing this bowling unit. But I think Peter Moores and Mick Newell have also made some smart signings over the last year or so, both with bowlers for sure, but also with batters. And I think collectively, I think the coaching staff, along with Mick Newell, are building a really good side here. I've been impressed with Notts this season.
Lyndon James, in a change of bowling, comes on from the Howard stand end, and right arm over the wicket. First ball is slanted across David Milan, and there is no run for the Yorkshire supporters. Maybe haven't seen that much of Lyndon in recent years. 62 first-class matches he's played, 93 wickets at 35. A couple of 5-wicket hauls in and among. Obviously capable with the bat as well, averaging 32 with the highest of 164. And he's in and bowling now to Milan. It was a beautiful shot along the carpet, splits the gap between mid-off and extra cover. And that is David Milan at his best. 31 to him now. With that boundary, 71 for 4. Lyndon James just trying to get loose and into this.
Just slightly overpitched, wasn't it, by James? Just really the delivery that Milan would be looking for as he forces that ball in between extra cover and for 4 runs.
31. Then to Milan as James comes in again. It's wide of off stump, and again he's going to benefit to the tune of 4 more. That's a poor delivery, wide of off stump. I haven't been able to say that many times so far this morning, but gave him way too much width, and he got his hands right through that. Back-to-back boundaries. 75 for 4.
Yeah, just a little bit wide there, wasn't it? And it just enabled Milan just to free up his arms and get through his ball and get that full bat flourish through the ball and powerfully strike that ball away for 4.
Comes James again. What has he got as a riposte? Oh, not a lot, because he's been smashed away over mid-wicket there by David Milan for 6. So he's going round the park in his first over here. This is clearly not going to help him get settled. 4-4-6. And Milan, that was with disdain, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. He's picked that length really, really quickly. And he's just launched into this one. Good, strong base. He's through the line of the ball and picks that up nicely. To the right of us, to the midway through into the stand.
Ball's nibbling around all over the place. Floodlights, clouds, green top. And Milan, at times in this 41 so far, looks like he's having a net for Friday night's T20.
He does, but I think what he is doing is he's picking that length really, really quickly and looking to pounce on the ball he can and keep picking up runs as quickly as he can.
So 81 for 4 all of a sudden. And here he is again this time. That's better. And tighter towards off stump. And Milan treats it with a bit of respect and leaves. One more ball. We'll have a change in the positions because the girdler can come back in and take you through the next half hour or so. We have 3 slips. They've gone with a deep backward point. In comes James again, and Milan just punches that one out into the covers to complete the over with no runs. So 26 overs gone, 81 for 4, Milan on 41 and Duke on 7. And I'll leave you with the girdler and Shawsey.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. More from Doige a little later on. Let's just have a quick flick round the grounds whilst we wait for play to resume here. Zimbabwe haven't lost a wicket this morning in the hour's play that they've had at Trembridge in the Test match. They're 92 for 2 in their second innings, trailing England by 208. Been lots of excitement up and down the country in the county championship. Durham have had a good morning. Mitch Colleen, the young son of Neil Colleen, has taken 4 wickets there as Brett Hutton starts a new over. This one shapes away from Harry Duke, goes through to the keeper. Durham yesterday 277. Somerset in reply 128 for 8. So they've found the going tough this morning. Sussex have ground out a lead in the South Coast derby at Southampton. And it's the old stager John Simpson doing it again as Hutton bowls once more to Duke. Turns this on the leg side. Sprawling stop. Prevents any runs. And there's no addition to the total. 81 for 4. John Simpson, 49 not out for Sussex. 33 not out to Finn Hudson-Prentice. Sussex with a lead over Hampshire of 18. Surrey have had a poor morning at home to Essex. Essex made 217 at the Oval. Surrey 141 for 6. That's Hutton to Duke. Here the familiar grunt as Brett Hutton releases the ball. This is just pushed into the covers, fielded by Asiba Mead. Jason Roy, the latest to go out for naught in that one. Worcestershire 86 for 4 against Warwickshire, who are rolling back the years. Wickets this morning for Chris Wokes and Chris Rushworth for the Bears in that West Country derby. That's Division 1 taken care of. A lot of games are rattling through the second innings of the match as Hutton bowls and Duke pushes it out as far as Hamid, sets off a couple of steps and then is sent back by Milan. Only had 2 wickets go down so far in something like 7 hours of cricket at Derby, where the Australian Caleb Jewell is 182 not out. Wayne Madsen, Italian international. Forza Italia is Madsen 74 not out. Harry Kane yesterday made 89. 426 for 2. Derbyshire, this one takes off, catches the edge, and Brett Hutton gets a wicket. It is the right-handed Duke, caught behind for 7. And Yorkshire 81 for 5. 2 wickets last night for Abbas, 2 this morning for Pennington. And now Brett Hutton joins the party. 81 for 5. Hello, Paul.
Hello, Dave. How are you?
I'm all right. Sorry, I was just. I'll come back to Division 2 in a second. Your boy's got a good one there. It's taken off and just kissed the outside edge. Hutton getting it in a good area. Really was a good delivery, wasn't it?
Great
tough
delivery.
to play.
Yeah, very tough to play. Well, the key here is the line. It's the line that's drawn him into play. Gets that little bit of extra bounce, hits the pitch hard, then deflects the outside edge, and it's a very good delivery. As young Harry Duke is dismissed for 7 of 16 balls. He was at the crease 23 minutes, but he'll be disappointed that he's out at this stage of the game, having done a little bit of work to try and get himself in. But it was a very good delivery from Hutton, as we said. That little bit of extra bounce, and good line, which drew Harry Duke into the shot, and just a little outside edge, and he went through nicely to the keeper. So that momentum is again going a little bit more the not side. But I have to say, Dave, I've been really impressed this season for sure of this the variety, the pace, the accuracy of this Notts bowling unit. I think they've done tremendously well, and certainly this morning with the 3 wickets they've taken, they've generally bowled good lines and lengths and nipped it around and good pace.
Yeah, I made the point yesterday that I can't remember a season that Notts have had in the past where they've had so many different players score centuries and equally so many different bowlers get 5-wicket hauls. They've scored 9 centuries between 7 different players and 9 5-wicket hauls between 6 different bowlers. And it always seems that somebody is willing to play that big role in each game. It started off the season with the Australian Fergus O'Neill, who's sadly not allowed to play anymore. He was only engaged for 4 matches as Hutton comes in to bowl to Matt Revis, the new man out there. This one wide enough to leave alone, end of the over, 81 for 5. Josh Tong has played 2 matches. There's no wonder he's playing for England in one sense, that he has been absolutely sublime when he's played. He was a little rusty his first few deliveries, first match of the season, and no surprise, he hadn't played for something like 18 months in the county championship. But Josh Tong, 2 5-wicket hauls. Fergus O'Neill, 2 5-wicket hauls. Brett Hutton's had 1. Lyndon James, Mohammed Abbas, and Liam Patterson-White. And, you know, you're looking at the Yorkshire side. I think George Hill yesterday got a 5. It's his 3rd of the season, but nobody else has got one for Yorkshire.
And that just shows the experience, the ability that you've got within the ranks, doesn't it?
There's Lyndon James. He went for a few in the last over, and he might go for a few in this as he sends down a half tracker that's cut away with ease by David Milan, who's absolutely gone through the gears here. He's playing his shots, and he's got his timing right now. Did have, I mean, I'm a firm one for, well, let's just bite the bullet with LBW decisions. You get them, you don't get them. But I think he, on the replay, he looked a little fortunate to survive that one from Pennington on 26, and that might be a huge factor in the day.
Yeah, for sure. It was very, very close. The only thing I could suggest really is the height, but the Notts bowling unit would be disappointed with that.
There's Lyndon James again. He's gone for 18. He's only bowled 7 balls. This is steered down to backward point. Jack Haynes out of the slip cordon for the first time this morning does the fielding. I'll just finish those other scores, if I may. 429 for 2 now, Derbyshire in Division 2. Glamorgan still batting in their first innings. They're 375 for 9 against Middlesex at Cardiff. Leicestershire 128 for 2. Unbeaten half-century for Rian Ahmed against Lancashire, who made 206. As James bowls short, and this is pulled away for another 6 by David Milan to go to a really hard-hitting, splendid 50. That's come up in double quick time. 34 balls, 7 fours and 3 sixes. And he's not hung about. That's a terrific blow. Inside an hour as well. 57 minutes, 34 balls.
Yeah, he's really climbed into that one, hasn't he? He's short again. He's picked length very, very quickly on the James delivery, and he's picked that one up and launched it over mid-wicket for 6 runs and moves on to 51. It's a really good innings in the context of the game because it's not easy out there. The Notts bowling unit are bowling very, very well, but he's managed to get to the 51 in quick time, which moves Yorkshire to 91.
Lyndon James in again. He's gone for 24 runs. He's gone for 4 more here. David Milan is just taking it out on Lyndon James at the moment, whether it is a very deliberate ploy to try and take down the 4th seamer of Nottinghamshire, or whether it's just fallen into place here that Lyndon James is just the unlucky man at this stage of the innings to be bowling to the left-hander who's decided to cut loose 4 more.
Absolutely, he's looking to pounce on anything full or short, isn't he? And that's full and wide, and he's able to launch that and get his full bat through the ball.
Runs coming just too quickly for Nottinghamshire, and again he's gone hard at that, and maybe could have just followed the shot by sprinting down to the other end, but he's hit that briskly to Brett Hutton at mid-off. The one other score, Northants 382 for 8. That's at Wantage Road, obviously, against Gloucestershire. And remember, it's the Vitality T20 Women's County Cup continuing today. They're at the quarter-final stage. This is good preparation for the sides ahead of the Blast, which starts next weekend. This is short and pulled away again by Lyndon James into the leg side. And Ben Slater doing the fielding. Might actually be Matthew Montgomery out there in the deep. It is Montgomery again on the field as a sub, so a single for Milan. The Blaze are 107, or they've made 177 for 4 away against Kent in their quarter-final. That match taking place at Canterbury, and Sarah Bryce 94 not out. Yorkshire women are also involved, and they play at Wheatwood this afternoon, a 2:30 start, and they're playing against the Bears women, Warwickshire's women's side, who were in the same hotel as me. There were Warwickshire kit bags all over everywhere last night when I got back to the hotel, and all the girls in there were clamouring to get a good view of the TV screen to watch the England women's match against the West Indies. There's Brett Hutton. 1 wicket this morning. Now he's going to bowl to a rampant David Milan, and Milan will push this into the offside and take a single. Lyndon James, perhaps a little shell-shocked for what's happened the last 2 overs, doesn't pick it up cleanly.
Yeah, his 2 overs have cost 29 runs, so certainly Milan has been the one that's really looked to take advantage and really pounce on anything full or short from James. And unfortunate for James, he's not been able to settle into any rhythm. So Milan, as a reminder, Milan's on 57, and Matthew Revis, is on 0.
It's Hutton bowling to the new man. Not so delighted to keep Revis on strike for a while. He just pushes this out into the offside, and there's no addition to the total. That is Slater doing the fielding. Made splendid half-century yesterday and then got out 2 balls later. Said last night he'd obviously wanted to go on, but felt it was a very, very tough morning out there against the Yorkshire attack. Hutton bowls once more, and Revis nudges it back to the bowler.
Well played by Revis, isn't it? That? So ball's doing a little bit. Hutton's bowling well this morning, and there's a little bit of purpose in that defensive shot from Revis, which is a good sign. But if he looks behind him, he's got a very good keeper. He's got 4 slips, backward point. So he knows that Hutton's just trying to bring him in and draw him into the shot, target the outside edge.
You'll also see Mohamed Abbas warming up, ready for a bowl. Wide of the pegs, it goes through to the keeper. Revis has found himself out there at number 7 in the order. I think the feeling from Doidge was he might be boosted up the order a little bit in this game, but obviously with the use of the night watchman, he's coming in at 7. Still to come, George Hill. Skipper, Dominic Bess, Jordan Thompson and Ben Code. Not necessarily in that order, as Eric Morgan might say. Next ball, wide of the pegs, and again it goes through to Verena. Interesting morning at the Oval, where fully expected Surrey to pile on the runs and get a big lead against Essex. Just lost another wicket. Kasen Rajita, the Sri Lankan. Chris Silverwood enjoyed working with him at international level, brought him across to Chelmsford. He's having a good morning. He's got his 3rd wicket of the session, and Surrey 144 for 7, still about 70 behind Essex. Hutton in once more and a good lead from Revis. It's a good over from Brett Hutton, just put the brakes on a little bit. Yorkshire beginning the day on 10 for 2. They lost the 2 overnight players, James Wharton for 7 and Jack White, the night watchman, for 18, both to Dylan Pennington. And then Harry Duke was last to go, a 3rd catch of the innings for Carl Verena, 1st wicket for Brett Hutton. He was out for 7. David Milan has made 57, romping to his half-century from just 34 deliveries. And Matthew Revis out there yet to score.
I was just going to ask you, Dave, around the job that Mick Newell, Peter Moores and the coaching staff are doing at Notts. They seem to be building a pretty competitive side in all forms of the game.
I think so. It was hugely disappointing last year in all formats. Notts stayed up, I think principally due to just how poor Kent and Lancashire were last year. Notts were 8th out of 10. They didn't have a great year. They only won 2 matches throughout the county championship season. They've already won more than that this year, so they knew it was time to invest in some of the younger players, to rebuild, to have a look and see where they needed to strengthen. For the last couple of years, they've talked about the side being in transition. They've lost a lot of the established players that have been around the club for 10, 15 years or more, the likes of Jake Ball and Stephen Mullaney and Luke Fletcher. Samit had moved on, obviously, a couple of years earlier. Stuart Broad, he was no longer available, just to get the odd game here and there in either side of his international commitments. Abbas is back, and for the first time in the innings is bowling from the football end. Football stand end, rugby league stand end, and first ball just shapes away from Milan and goes through to the keeper. So we've talked about a transition over the last couple of years. I don't necessarily think the overseas last year worked, but they've, apart from right at the end of the season, where they managed to get Carl Verena for 3 games. He got a couple of centuries, looked at $1 million, really did. High-quality wicket-keeper. He's one of the best test wicket-keeper batters in the world right now. They engaged him for the full season this year. This is cut to backward point. They'll scamper through for a single as Jack Haynes does the fielding. They took a punt a little bit on Fergus O'Neill right at the start of the Australian winter, and O'Neill went on to have a terrific domestic campaign, was leading wicket-taker in Australia and was the leading wicket-taker the 4 matches he played for Notts. So they got a bit of a bonus there. They've had the youngsters coming through, principally Freddie McCann and Farhan Ahmed, who they saw at the end of last year. Farhan's not playing in this game, but he's a huge talent. And as I've just said, Peter Moores has sort of emphasised that there's a lot more players that are ready this year, and we can see that, as I've just mentioned, the number of different players that have got centuries. 7 different players have got centuries, and 6 different bowlers have got 5-wicket hauls. There's another one that's got a 5-wicket haul in Calvin Harrison, the leg spinner, who's out on loan with Northants. Here's Abbas in to Revis, and this is eased into the offside. So they've got a lot of players in form at the moment, and it was a real blow, I think, to everybody that they just had perhaps their poorest hour of the season at Durham on Monday after tea, when everybody was saying, how long until the handshake. And they lost 5 wickets in next to no time, and just suddenly Durham were in the game. They needed 91 from 18 overs and got there in the penultimate over. And if it wasn't for that, it's a game of ifs and buts and whats and maybes, but they'd be a lot further ahead at the top of the table. This next one's driven back to the bowler. And the other away game they had at Warwickshire again, play was washed out on the final day with Notts needing 4 wickets. They could really be in a much stronger position than they are, but if they can get through this game and still stay top of the table after 7 matches, I think that, everybody talks about, we'll do this and we'll do that, but I think it would be pleasantly surprising for everybody whether to be top of the table after 7 matches. It's sort of at the halfway point. Abbas in, and this is eased into the offside, and there's no run. Talked about coming here. They've not won here since 2011. It's a ground where they haven't had great success. They've only ever won 4 county championship matches here, astonishingly to believe. 2 in the last century, 2 this century. Not played here that often in recent times. Not been here since 2018, but traditionally Notts never gone very well at Headingley, and just wondered if this week might be a continuation of that when they were put in yesterday morning. But they had a pretty decent day, in truth, yesterday, and everybody just wondered how good 228 was, and I think we're still wondering how good 228 was. They might have a first innings lead here, or they might be behind by 100 as this one gets a little big on Revis and goes through to Verena.
A lot of bounce there, wasn't there? And just having a little look at the pitch, we're having a chance to look at the replay here as the Bass comes in on the replay. And the line's pretty good. Oof. It takes off and deviates quite a bit as well off the seam. So still a fair bit in this pitch. But of course the floodlights have been on all morning. It's good conditions for bowling. A lot of cloud cover, and you can see the shadows of the players on the field, which gives you an insight just how much work the floodlights are doing here at Headingley. And just a reminder on the score: Yorkshire 98 for 5, still 130 runs trailing Notts in the first innings.
It'll be Hutton to continue. He's bowled 8 overs. That's figures of 2 maidens, 1 for 13. Mo Abbas 11 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 21. Hutton to Dawid Milan, and this one comes back into the left-hander. He'll do well to just erase that from the memory bank. Dawid Milan. Just waiting to see if we get another chance to have a little look at that on our monitor. It's gone down and done a bit of gardening. Super delivery. He's still there, Milan. He's looked to take the fight to Hutton Pennington, in particular to Lyndon James. Oh dear. Very, very close to slipping off a bail, but it didn't. Hutton in again, and his way of easing the pressure is just to throw his bat at the next ball and get it away on the leg side. And it's a big blow. It's gone all the way over the ropes on the leg side. The biggest boundary to find for Dawid Milan, and he's found it with ease and hit another 6. It is one way of easing the pressure or dumping the pressure back on the bowlers, and that'll take the Yorkshire total when the board comes back into 3 figures. Yorkshire 100 and something now for 5.
Looks to me that
104.
Milan knows that he's getting good balls from time to time. He's doing a little bit off the pitch. The Notts bowlers are bowling well, so anything at all that he can get on top of, whether it be full or short, or even he has to manufacture shots, he's going to look to do that to ensure that Yorkshire can pick up relatively quick runs as they trail now by 124.
96 runs added this morning. 3 wickets have gone down. Hutton in again to the left-handed Milan. Eases it into the covers. I told you Hutton and Abbas's figures. They're the 2 in operation at the moment. Dylan Pennington, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 31. He was none for 3 from 3 overs overnight. But they've taken it out on Lyndon James, 2 overs for 29, 4 fours and 2 sixes. Lyndon James was hit away for. So he'll need a boost to his confidence when he next comes back into attack as Milan plays and misses outside the off stump. Again, he went hard at that one and didn't get anything on it.
He did. We've got a few sprinkled in the ground today, Dave, suitably wrapped. It's not as warm as it's been. There's a breeze, I think, a westerly. But we've got 1 or 2 watching again here today at Headingley, which is an interesting game with Yorkshire 104 for 5.
Hutton in again, and Milan is hit in front and his LBW. Well, he played that way, and ultimately he perished playing that way. It was a huge swish across the line. He was looking to try and hit his second maximum, I think, of the over, and I think he's been pinned in front. The umpire's finger went up very quickly, and they're sort of taking these numbers, these wickets by sequence at the moment. 2 last night for Abbas, 2 this morning for Pennington. And now we see Brett Hutton running in on our monitor, bowling to Dawid Milan, and that's, well, if you're not giving that, you're not playing the LBW law, are you? That was absolutely smack in front, and he has to go. But he's certainly lit up this second morning. I don't think anybody saw a 64 from 45 from anybody, and Milan goes. Interestingly, he's matched Joe Clark's score, top score in the game for Nottinghamshire yesterday was Clark 64, Milan matching it, although much quicker. Clark was at the crease for 3.5 hours. George Hill, who had a fine day yesterday, getting his third 5-wicket haul of the season, comes into bat, and Yorkshire 104 for 6. Notts have got a second bowling bonus point.
Yeah, Milan in the context of the game. It's a quick score in 64, I think it was, just a 40-odd, 44 deliveries, as Dave says, and just 72 minutes at the crease this morning. And he certainly played the way he wanted to play, knowing that he's going to get good balls from time to time, so he was looking to premeditate a little bit, which I think he was probably doing on that delivery, and looking to put as many balls away as he possibly could. Hill now faces Hutton,
who bowls now to the new arrival, another right-hander. That slip cordon's been reinforced again with Dawid Milan back in the hutch, 104 for 6 at the end of the over, and Notts can sigh a little bit of relief, and maybe Lyndon James is saying, can I have another bowl skip, please? They might actually turn to him, because the other 3 have shed all the overs out between them, and might just be in need of a little bit of a blow.
Just thinking about the next half hour's play, I think in the context of this game, I think it's a really important phase. Yorkshire 104 for 6, still trailing by around about 120. And the other thing I should say is both these batters are on 0. So it's an opportunity for Notts to pick up another couple of wickets before long.
It's Mo Abbas. He'll be eager to his first wicket of the second day, but there's a single. Revis is off the mark, just pushing it into the gap on the offside, and Joe Clark goes and fetches the ball. Sorry, a 157 for 7 now at the Oval. Essex made 217 yesterday. It's a traditional rivalry in that game as well. They don't think they particularly like each other, do they, Surrey and Essex? We've got the South Coast Derby this week. Hampshire playing Sussex. We've got the West Country Derby. Notts and Yorkshire share a border. And then the other games, Somerset have had to go all the way up to Durham. This one pushed through by Abbas, wide of the off stump to George Hill. Just getting to know Mo Abbas a little bit. I'm not used to seeing him go down and give the batter a bit of a stare. He seemed to do that then to George Hill.
Difficult last 25 minutes or so for this young Yorkshire pair of batters, Hill and Revis. Of course, Hill's been in decent form recently, but still relatively young.
It's past umpire Baldwin's left shoulder, and this ball pitched up, angled down to Pennington at long leg. Gets Hill off the mark. Still I was going to say a couple. There's still 3 very capable players to come. Don Best, Jordan Thompson and Ben Code. Code will presumably come in at 11 because Jack White on the card at 11, of course, came in last night as a night watcher and advanced his individual score to 18 this morning before falling to Dylan Pennington. Revis stands tall and then pushes at Mo Abbas, beaten outside the off stump, just not quite tight enough to catch the edge from Abbas, who generally gives very little away. He's in his 12th over, 2 for 23. Saw off both openers last night, Finlay Bean and Adam Lythe, to leave Yorkshire 10 for 2 overnight. This morning they've added 98 runs for 4 wickets this morning. It's certainly been a morning session that's galloped along at a far healthier pace than yesterday did. It's all a little bit attritional at times as next ball's dropped on the leg side, fielded by Slater. And that's unlike Notts. They often dub them the entertainers. They very often go along at 4.5 and 5 and over throughout sessions, score their runs quickly, but it was a case of needs must yesterday on a very tricky surface against good bowling.
Just looking at the field, got 4 slips backward point. You've got a short extra, short mid wicket, mid on and square leg.
106 for 6. This is chopped off the bottom of the bat down into the ground, taken at 4th slip on the bounce by Lyndon James. End of the over, 106 for 6. Just quickly, Somerset 172 all out at the Riverside against Durham. Lost 7 wickets this morning, so Durham with a first innings lead of 105. Durham are having a little bit of a charge, courtesy of that win over Notts on Monday, and Somerset, well, as we always hear at the start of the season, this is going to be our year. Somerset, it's not. It's not. It really isn't. 106 for 6 as we advance past 12. In fact, the board says 1, 2, 3, 4 on the clock. Now turns over to 1, 2, 3, 5. First ball of a new over sent down by Tottenham is dropped on the leg side. There's no run. Seabermead busy, often seeks the advice of Joe Clark and his run across from the offside to the leg side. Just have a little natter. In fact, it's going to stay on that side. Dylan Pennington swapped over. There's Hutton bowling and it's defended. Jonathan Doidge back alongside. Certainly entertained David Milan and played his shots, and for a long time got away with it. Very entertaining innings, but he went in search of another big blow away on the leg side.
Yeah, Mr. Straighten.
Yeah,
But they needed that, didn't they? They certainly needed that.
It's Hutton. There are 4 slips there. Now all of a sudden, and there's a wicket, or is there? Notts are celebrating it. Kyle Verena, the wicket-keeper, threw the ball up in the air, and he was celebrating with the slips. They were all adamant. Again, you look at the replay, the monitor. How we're going to be able to detect anything? Well, I don't think it was his clothing. I'm not necessarily saying it was his bat, but it had to be the bat if it was going to hit anything. Sometimes you see them just clip the thigh pad or his shirt, but I don't think it was any part of his body. In fact, Hutton in again for the next ball, and it's defended. George Hill actually turned and shook his head straight away towards the wicketkeeper, which isn't the man who's going to make the decision, George, but nonetheless couldn't really see anything on the replay to indicate that he definitely hit it. In fact, something seemed to back up the umpire's assertion that he didn't.
Yeah, I think he just missed it.
Yeah.
And just the natural course of the ball took it where it did.
108 for 6, 106 for 6, beg your pardon, pushes this out on the offside. The next ball, fielded by Pennington. Strange, isn't it? You know, you can stand behind there and sometimes you can convince yourself you've heard something on a blustery, gusty day, which this is. It's very difficult to be sure to make out anything. There's another replay of that one. No, didn't hit the bat at all. 106 for 6. Hill has 1 on strike, leaves us alone, and it goes through to the keeper. So Notts looking to end the session on a bit of a high here. I think they'll be disappointed if Yorkshire, in the 20 minutes or so before lunch, get another quick 20 or 30. Might just be a case of battening down the hatches and making sure Yorkshire can get in 6 down. So Notts will be looking to exert a little bit of pressure. Just saying to Paul, it seemed like Milan had something personal against Lyndon James, and now he's gone. It may well be that we'll see Lyndon back into the attack just to reboot his confidence, get him going again.
Yeah, I think it's probably fair to say he didn't bowl particularly well at him. Lengthwise, he picked him up nicely. Yeah. But, 2 overs for 29. Can't say much more than that, can you? As Abbas comes in then from the Howard stand end to bowl to Revis, who's dropped one into the offside and picks up 1. Revis 15 deliveries for his 2 and George Hill 9 deliveries for his 1. So I think that flurry of activity, that was all about David Milan there, over, and you'd be surprised if there is another 20 or 30 in the next 20 minutes. I think the rate will drop again here. Managed to actually get it up to over 3, and of course it was staggering along at sort of 0.75, 0.89 early doors this morning. Just about runs. Rate really doesn't matter. If these two can bat long and put on 100, that would be great, but they can't because George Hill has just been bowled by Mo Abbas. That one has kept a little bit low on him by the looks of things, the way he played it. Couldn't get forward to it. Middle stump knocked back, and George has gone for 1, and they're 107 for 7. 10 balls at the crease for that single, and George walks off disconsolate. The umpire makes his way across Nigel Long to pick up the bail, which had disappeared some 10, 12 yards or so behind the stump. So Yorkshire in major trouble here, 107 for 7.
Good luck playing that one, actually. It gets better every time you see it, that one. Jonathan came back quite a way and kept a whisker low as well, and certainly would have done for many top order players. That was a lovely bit of bowling. Don Bess on his way out to the middle. So Yorkshire 7 down. Nottinghamshire, I think will, after all that's gone on over the last hour, I think they'll be quietly content that they've managed to get Yorkshire 7 down with only 107 on the board, because it did look as if they could well be in for a day or a couple of sessions of Milan mayhem, and anything was possible. The way he was going, the way he was playing, his positive approach towards batting this morning was troubling Notts. One or two of you have taken trouble to get in touch. The Yellow Belly says the Notts bowlers now carving up the Yorkies. Mark the Mod, afternoon chaps from a very muggy Sevenoaks, big wicket to get Milan before he did any more damage. Hope you've not booked into your residence for Sunday night. You never know, Mark the Mod. Ian Warrington, Milan scored 64 of 89 whilst he was at the crease. He did indeed. Thank you, Ian, for reminding us. The new man is Dominic Bess, who's he's more than a capable player, isn't he? He's had several first-class hundreds. Seen him score some big runs in the past in his Somerset days. Comes out at number 9 now, hoping to do the same in Yorkshire colours.
He got his first county championship century on this ground against Worcestershire in the first home game of the season. There's Abbas bowling to him, and he advances down the crease, trying a bit of something different, Joe Clark-esque there.
Did he get, you might not know because it wasn't for Yorkshire, but did he get a century in the champion county game in Barbados, his first-class 100?
I don't know about that. He got his first class 100 was 2018. I can't remember now where it was at. I thought it was, in my mind, I thought it was somewhere like Chelmsford in one of those types of games, though.
Pretty sure he got one in. Was it a hat trick? I think he did. I know there's a whole world of difference between a hat trick and a century. But I did the 1 day series out there and didn't stay on for the champion county game. What are we waiting for? Is it a bass down on the ground? Has he got a
stud missing or something, or loose?
Something like that. He did something remarkable in that game, I'm sure. But no matter what, it's all about today. And first mission for Don Bess will be to make sure he's still there at lunch.
With the night watchman and all of that, unusually low down the order for him at 9. Abbas in and bowling to him now, and he's flicking off the legs this time to mid-on. And there is no run. He does come up with useful runs on occasions, Don Bess. Certainly could do with some now. In the tradition of the call for a captain's knock, with his team 121 runs behind and just the 3 wickets now standing in the first innings. Comes again, Mo Abbas, and Bess playing across that one. Squirts out to point, and there is no run. 16 minutes to survive for this pair before lunch. Factor to take into account here. Yorkshire's seam cohort not had the longest of rests, have they? Because they've only batted for just under 34 overs here so far and lost the 7 wickets. They're going to be doing some work at some point today. I think that's pretty certain now, as the Bass is in and Bess leaves a ball wide of off stump.
I don't know a lot about a lot, but March 2018, end of the over, by the way, successful one for Mo Abbas. March 2018 at Kensington Oval, Bridgetown, Barbados, playing for the MCC against Essex in the champion county game, batting at number 9 for the MCC. DM Bess, bowled by Dan Lawrence for 107, maiden first class 100.
There you go.
That's an unusual place, isn't it, to get your first class 100 as an Englishman playing in a champion county game.
Yeah, the Chelmsford connection obviously being Essex. I knew you had something in the mind.
Yeah. Es Hutton starting a new over. This one just began life far too wide, poorly directed in truth by Brett, and easily left alone by Matt Revis, who's on 2. So Jordan Thompson to come. We've seen him annihilate 1 or 2 attacks in short form cricket, and Ben Code, who's got to be one of the better number 11s going around, although of course he would have been 10 in this game. Here's Hutton. Comes in once more, and there's a little nibble at that one, and Verena must have thought, as it was just going towards the outside portion of the bat, that he would be on for his 4th catch of the innings, but Revis did well not to nick it. 107 for 7. The runs have dried up, and you just wonder, what sort of total Yorkshire can get to from here, how they're going to eke out some runs. That won't help Brett Hutton's course, because a poor throw from Dylan Pennington back to the bowler means that Hutton's got to go running after it, and that's the last thing you want when you're halfway through an over. It's back to his mark sensibly, and then sets off. 4 slips go down. Hutton bowls to Revis down the leg side, and Verena claims it, and 1 or 2 in the slip cordon thought they heard something, but of course couldn't see anything, and it remains 107 for 7. This morning Wharton was first to go for 7, White followed for 18. They were both out to Pennington, and 2 wickets for Hutton, Duke for 7 and Milan for 64, and then Mo Abbas was the wicket taker, the last wicket to go down that of Hill. Next ball is steered down into the slip cordon, no run. It remains 107 for 7. We're about 13 minutes away from the lunch break. Unless, of course, we're 9 down, and then we hate it. Because we have to hang around.
Rumbling Toms syndrome.
I think twice this season. We've had matches where the side has been 9 down and they've managed to bat through the next half an hour. Here's Hutton, his shapes away from the keeper. It's twice, I think it's been knots both times. This heavy cloud cover hasn't lifted at all today. Did think at the start that might just get going for 10 or 15 minutes and maybe light meters, torture by light meter, and then off they'd go. But thankfully, we've carried on throughout. Hutton in once more to Revis, and this has dropped on the leg side. I think more thigh pad than bat, but either way, it doesn't trickle away very far, and there's no run. It's another Brett Hutton maiden. He's now through 11 overs and has kept it relatively tidy, 2 for 19.
Yeah, Abbas. 3 for 24 from 13, 3 of which have been maidens. He has been making it talk, as they say.
Wayne Madsen's got his... the good news and the bad news for Wayne Madsen fans, he's got his 100 for Derbyshire and then been dismissed straight after. They're 471 for 3.
Here's Abbas then to Bess, who strokes that one out along the deck to Hasib Hamid. Shortish extra cover, no run.
Whilst at the other end, Caleb Jewell has reached 200 for Derbyshire. Australian, enjoying I think it's his first season in county cricket for Derbyshire. Seems a decent pickup. Going really well. In fact, all 3 East Midlands sides unusually have had a good start of the season.
Here's Abbas. Bess advancing down the pitch again. Turns that one into the leg side and there is no run. It's not easy at all out there, clearly with bat in hand, but you've got to try and find, haven't you? You've got to try and find a method away of playing what has been sent down. Try and rise to that challenge.
Yeah, that's pretty much the point that Ben Slater was making last night. It's all well and good saying there's 12 millimetres of grass on it there and there's this and this and you've lost the toss and whatever, but at the end of the day, you've got to get out there and find a way.
There's Abbas again, short ball. Bess misses a pull. Just looking down to the left, there's just one player now set back, about 45 degrees down at fine leg, in from the boundary as well for a mistimed one.
Just make the point. It's your job. You've just got to get on with it. You've got to find a way. It will be tough. It's expected to be tough. Steve Battlemuch, this Notts first innings score now, not looking so bad. I think we always thought that, didn't we, that pretty much got as many out of yesterday as they possibly could.
Abbas in again. Bess flicking off the legs to mid-wicket, no run.
The challenge was, would Yorkshire be able to reply in kind and with the same sort of discipline and ability and technique and perhaps a little bit of fortune, would they be able to match it or even go ahead of Notts? But up to this point, it looks like there might be a little bit of a first innings deficit.
Field just changes slightly as another man has been dropped out square on the leg side, just in from the east side boundary. Abbas in, and that one just fading away down the leg side and well taken by Verena. So 107 for 7. I think that, I don't know what the team as a collective thought that they were short of yesterday. I read Jordan Thompson's piece with Graham Hardcastle on the website this morning, and he admitted that they could have bowled Nottinghamshire out more cheaply, but I'd have thought 50 or 60 runs, something like that. Still has a different feel about it now. If they could get to 50 short of Nottinghamshire from this moment in time, then that would look like, I think they'd probably take that now as Abbas nips one away from Bess. Final ball of the over. 107 for 7. To get to that stage, they're going to need another 70 from here. And that is looking very, very difficult.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how they would have bowled knots out for 60 or 70 cheaper yesterday. There weren't any glaring drops, really. There were perhaps one or two half chances that you'd be taken once in 6 or 7 or 8 or 10 attempts. Don't think they did an awful lot wrong. It was just Slater in the morning session and Clark in the second and early part of the afternoon session, evening sessions. This next ball is work to leg. There's no run. It just managed to hang around and defy the bowlers and put the runs on the board. 107 for 7.
John Story says, good to see the umpires giving LBW benefit of the doubt to the batsman. He was here yesterday. There must have been 20 LBW appeals turned down. He said umpires need to be 100% sure, and on this pitch it's difficult.
Hutton looking to try and get one. This one nips away and goes through to Verena. Getting Milan. It certainly didn't appear as if there was much doubt about that one.
So BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com if you've got any comments to make on email.
7 minutes to 1 o'clock. Hutton balls again. There'll be runs here, and 4 of them for Matt Revis. Went hard at Hutton. Didn't necessarily go where he intended it to, but scuttled away off the bottom of the bat between the catching cordon and point, and raced away down to third for Revis's first boundary, and that takes Yorkshire up to Nelson. If you're of the superstitious type, lift your feet up now. I always think back to dear old Shep. Now he'll be hopping around like a good one. In again, and there'll be an opportunity to put your feet back down now, because Revis has squirted this down to the, I was going to say to the long leg. It's more deep backward square on that short side. Abbas doing the fielding. 1 more to the total. 112 for 7.
Yeah, not so many in today, unless there are quite a lot inside the east stand, the members' long bar there. It looks like there's quite a lot behind the glass.
You don't get the hospitality at the weekends, do you? You know, the corporate clients, the companies coming along for a corporate day out, and that can bring a lot of much needed revenue into the county cricket clubs. It's it's the old fine balance, isn't it? A lot of the people who work Monday to Friday want weekend cricket to watch. As Sutton bowls to Don Best, the Yorkshire skipper, still on naught, pushes this back to the bowler. It's been various different starts over the years, with the Sunday starts for a long time. We've had Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Never really was a big fan of that myself. Never could, say for certain that you'd be going to get so much cricket at the weekend. Sutton, nice looking shot from Bessie's off the mark, pushing it into the gap left of Hamid into the offside. And there's a single, and Bess will keep strike. 113 for 7. And then, of course, you get into September, and it's always either a Monday to Thursday or a Tuesday to Friday start for the county championship. So those that do work, or those that are fully committed and unable to get to the cricket Monday to Friday, just don't get the chance to see any cricket in September.
Yeah, Mo Abbas going to continue from the Howard stand end. 14 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 24. His analysis so far. 4 slips still in place. Hungry for opportunities, and Don Bess is just going to hold him up a little bit by doing a bit of extra gardening. Maybe hope the clock ticks over another minute. As Abbas is in, it's wide of off stump, and Bess leaves 3 minutes before 1 o'clock on day 2.
9 wickets go down in the morning session at Durham, where Somerset were bowled out, and already Durham 9 for 2. Kinney and Emilio Gate out very early on, both to Matt Henry, the New Zealander.
Like the Riverside Savannah. In comes Abbas, relatively wide on the crease. Nicely played by Bess, back past the bowler. Brett Hutton is giving chase. Will the ball win? Will he get there first? Ooh, no,
Ooh.
He's giving it up. He disappeared over the rope. I think the ball must have rolled onto it after he tried to flick it back. So boundary to Bess. He's on 517 for 7.
Actually, I was looking at the advertising boards at the far end and presuming the rope was there, but it's actually quite away from quite away in from the boards, isn't it? Had to put a despairing dive in and almost aquaplaned along with the ball over the rope.
A nice couple of green stains on the knees now. I'll be just below them. His pains as Abbas is in again, and Bess shouldering arms to this one. Expect a little bit of extra gardening during the next couple of minutes because it's 2 minutes to 1.
Yeah.
Matthew Revis is walking down and up at the surface and getting away some loose debris that he's just managed to spot.
You can see what Notts want to do because Liam Patterson-White is whirling his arms around and Verena's called for a helmet, so Notts want to have the old spinners over before lunch if they can.
Here's Abbas. Short of length this time. Bess walks forward and then sways out of the way. 1 minute to 1 o'clock. There's still 2 balls to bowl, so I reckon this will be the last over now before lunch.
Looks like it. Liam Patterson-White continues to loosen up. I think it might be in vain.
Sky is not quite as leaden as they were earlier in the day, but still grey enough. Floodlights on. 2 balls in the session remain, and Abbas bowls the first of those, and Bess just pushing the ball along the deck back to him.
Had 107 runs for 5 wickets this morning. It's rattled along at a much more attractive rate all round than yesterday. It was good cricket yesterday. It was good to watch. And long periods where the bat couldn't get on top of the ball. So there's a lot of leaving.
Abbas to Bess, who's going to get at least 1 off the final ball of the session. They're going to try and turn that into 2. And they get back and do so. So Don Bess will finish the session on 7. In fact, both the Yorkshire batters will. Partnership worth 12 so far. 38 overs bowled then in this Yorkshire first innings. 119 for 7. They trail by 109 runs at lunch on day 2. And the Girdler and Shawsey and I will be back with you in around about 40 minutes or so's time.
Vertu, official partner of Yorkshire County Cricket Club.
Well, welcome back from Headingley for session 2 on day 2 of Yorkshire versus Nottinghamshire. Yorkshire 119 for 7 and in some peril here. 109 behind still. Revis and Bess both on 7 not out. And it's the former who will take strike to the first ball of this afternoon session, to be bowled by Lyndon James, who was the unfortunate recipient of some Milan-led brutality when he bowled his first 2 overs. 2 overs for 29 against his name. Looks really lopsided in a match like this, but that's a good start with a ball that nips away from Matthew Revis through to the gloves of Kyle Verena, and there is no run. Still leaden skies, still the floodlights on. It's going to be the way of things throughout, and still a stiffish breeze blowing across the ground. Does feel quite mild actually when it's not, even though it's, we've not seen any sunshine all day. Down at pitch level, just been down for a chat with the ground staff, and it is fairly mild down there by the difference of what the look might be. A couple of days like this earlier in the season, it was a bit chillier. Revis just plays one there to mid-on, and there is no run. Over 8 has just slipped at the end of that session to -1. James making his way in then, right arm over, Revis with a straight blade. Paul Shaw is alongside myself, Jonathan Doidge, for this first post-lunch spell. Dave Bracegirdle, of course, with us throughout as well from BBC Radio Nottingham. Shawsey.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Doidge. It's you're right. It's not cold, is it? It's still fairly mild. Breeze running across the ground. The lights are on. Got a fair bit of cloud cover as James turns in his approach.
Wide off stump, and Revis shoulders arms. So it was barring that Milan onslaught pre-lunch. It was fairly slow and deliberate going. James Stanfield has messaged in on BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com and says, why play county cricket on a Saturday? Who is it aimed at? As Lyndon James comes in and bowls and Revis withdraws the bat. He said, good crowd on a Friday. I tell you, there's a market for this form of the game. Where does that crowd disappear to on a Saturday? But it's something we scratch our heads about. Certainly I do on commentaries regularly when we get to Saturdays, and there's a dearth of people here. Perhaps the explanation is obvious, says James. On Saturday, Sunday, there's much cricket played at club level. Consequently, young men are playing, retired stroke older fans are helping, umpiring, scoring, etc. Youngsters are playing junior cricket for their club or school. Much of the former is also true on a Sunday. Weekdays rule okay for county cricket, he says, as James is in, and that's pushed into the offside by Revis to complete a quiet over then. Lyndon James will be thankful for that because it's the first maiden for him. 3 overs for 29, 119 for 7.
Yeah, and it's a good comeback, isn't it? Straight after lunch from Lyndon James. This morning, his first 2 overs going for 29. We had the in-form Milan who took to the liking. The bowling of James, but he's over this afternoon. First over back in his second spell. He'll be pleased with that. He's now in the game. Dylan Pennington comes back on. Bowled beautifully this morning. Bowled good pace, generally good areas. And of course had the big LBW shout of Milan, which was judged perhaps to be going just over.
Yeah, as we welcome listeners, 5 Sports Extra listeners to our coverage at Headingley. Yorkshire 119 for 7. Dylan Pennington then from the Howard stand end under floodlights and gloomy Headingley skies to bowl to the current Yorkshire captain, as he is for this standalone mid-season match, Dom Bess. First ball for him to face in this afternoon session. We've just had a maiden bowled by Lyndon James from the Kirkstall Lane end since lunch. Here's Pennington, good delivery, which beats Best past the inside edge through to the gloves of Kyle Verreyn. That had good carry about it. And for those who've not been with us throughout today, the story of it, well, Yorkshire resumed this morning on 10 for 2, having bowled Nottinghamshire out yesterday for 228. It was tough going early doors. James Wharton added 1 run to his overnight 6 before he was caught by Liam Patterson-White. Gordon off Dylan Pennington. It was about a quarter of an hour into the day's play as Bess opens the face and runs this Pennington delivery out square on the offside, picks up 1. Jack White had been in as the night watchman. He managed to survive 44 minutes and rode his luck a little bit, but Yorkshire will be very grateful that he hit 4 fours in a 36-ball stay at the crease, which yielded 18 runs before he was well caught by Freddie McCann at second slip off Pennington. First 2 wickets of the day to Dylan. Revis is just taking his guard and waiting for the next Dylan Pennington delivery. I can tell you Harry Duke was next man to go in the 27th over. Caught behind by Kyle Verreyn off Brett Hutton for 7. 16 balls out there in the middle. As Revis plays one that balloons up on maybe shoulder of the bat, something like that, glove. He's picked up a run for it. And then amid all of that, we had a crazy, bizarre, but sort of brilliant innings from David Milan. 64 runs he made, 8 fours and 4 sixes, completely against anything really that we've seen in this match on either day before he had 1 swipe across the line too many and missed a straight one from Brett Hutton. Pennington bowling to Bess, who's played one through mid-wicket, and he's going to pick up a couple here. Hutton giving chase. Pennington just a little bit of frustration shown in his body language as that ball disappeared into the leg side. David Milan, I'll just give you those figures. 45 deliveries for his 64. When people are struggling to get a run. So he showed all his class, if you like, out there. Was picking up balls that nobody else has been able to do and dispatching them. Best turns one into the leg side and picks up a single. George Hill, well, he came and went fairly quickly today. 1 off 10 deliveries and was bowled by one from Mo Abbas, who was on at the Howard stand end at that point, which kept just a little bit on the low side and also nipped on him. And it was one of those typical attempted defensive shots you get from those deliveries, anchored at the crease, slightly bent over as the ball goes through and hit middle stump. So they made it to 119 for 7 by lunch. They've added 5 since then. Matthew Revis on strike. Good delivery by Pennington again. Revis playing the original line to a ball that nips away, and I think it goes without saying really, even if you just join in the match and look at the scores, it is difficult out there. You could certainly argue it's a bit more difficult today than it was yesterday because of the floodlights and the cloud cover. There was a bit more sunshine yesterday and no floodlights all day. But that's not to take anything away from some quality bowling as well from the Nottinghamshire cohort, Shawsey. Yeah,
I think although there is pretty constant cloud cover and the floodlights have been on all day so far, the Notts bowling unit have certainly done all they can to actually take advantage of the conditions. I think from the majority of this morning, certainly they've picked up the wickets in consistent points during the morning session, and they've got that by bowling really good areas, and they've got any little bit of movement off the pitch or in the air from the areas that they've bowled. So I think they've bowled superbly well. I think the game's set up for a really interesting afternoon session with Yorkshire. 104 runs still trailing. The Yorkshire's current score 124 for 7.
Mohamed Abbas on at the Kirkstall Lane end. Bowls one wide of Dawn Bess's off stump. And there is no run, so Lyndon James, well, he slipped a maiden in, maybe to facilitate the change of ends here for Mo, who's back on where he was originally. He's just accurate, isn't he? He's not the quickest of bowlers. He's got that slightly chest-on action, but as we know with bowling, it's just what works for you, and it's the end product that counts. He's got a nice, even-paced, smooth run-up. High front arm, and he's got another wicket because Don Bess has just edged one to fourth slip, and I think it's Lyndon James there who's taken the catch. It is indeed confirmed by my colleague as Lyndon James. Good low catch, Don Bess, thick outside edge, and he's gone for 11, the Yorkshire skipper, and their troubles continue. 124 for 8 now. They're showing George Hill's card up on the board, but I can assure you it is Don Bess who has gone. He's been using this tactic, Shawsey, of walking down the pitch, maybe to try and negate some movement. Those who can see it again, he's pretty much given Abbas the charge in that respect. And when you see the catch again, it's even better, to be honest. Low to his right. The ball has been dying on the slip cordon on occasions, and there has been some talk about they should be a bit closer. But when you think about how far down the pitch he was when he made the snick, I guess that's almost like equivalent carry. You know, had he stood still and the cordon been a little bit deeper as Jordan Thompson walks out. Shawsey?
Yeah, we saw there that Abbas is bowling good areas, consistent lines, consistent lengths, getting a little bit of movement. And I think the thinking there from Bess is to come down the pitch and, as you rightly say, Doji, negate any movement, perhaps negate any swing that might be out there. But what we saw then with him pushing quite hard at the ball as he's come down the pitch, his blade's got well ahead of his hands, so therefore he hasn't got control of the blade. The thick outside edge, and because he's pushed out that ball, it's then carried. And to be fair, what a wonderful slip catch that actually was. So, yep, so Notts get the breakthrough just after lunch. And again, that brings in a new batter, the Thompson. We know on his day he's a very dangerous player, but today the ball's moving around. It's bowler-friendly conditions. It's 4 slips and a point. It'll be interesting how he copes in this session.
Abbas then into the left-handed Thompson, who's gone first ball. Driving at a ball wide of off stump, and he has been caught at second slip on this occasion, and it's Freddie McCann who again takes the catch. And Yorkshire are almost done here, 124 for 9. And Mo Abbas, I make that 5 for. And well bowled to him, 5 for 30 in his 16th over. What a tremendous effort from Mo Abbas. And he's used the conditions extremely well.
Yes, what he's done here is used the angle around the wicket to the left-hander. He's come around, angled it in, it just pitches, just holds its line, starts going. And Thompson goes hard at that. Gets the nick, and he goes through again to the slip cordon, who've been pretty busy throughout this game so far. It's a good delivery, good length. It just holds and just nips away slightly, and it's a very good catch. A second slip, so that's a blow, a big blow again for the Notts bowling unit. Again, bowling very, very well and putting huge pressure on the lower order of this batting unit as Ben Code comes out to the middle to join Matthew Revis, who's on 7. He scores 124 for 9. And just a reminder that Yorkshire are still trailing Notts by a substantial margin. And if my maths is correct, Doji, I think that's Abbas on a hat-trick ball now, isn't it?
Does our colleague want to step in?
So 4 slips, backward point, and the right-handed Code is just getting ready to face up and take his guard. Abbas is moving mid-wicket into what perhaps is going to be a gully position or even 5th slip. And let's see what happens as he is about to start his approach for the hat-trick ball.
Yeah,
Staggering
leg slip, 5 slips, fly gully, and Abbas from the Kirkstall lane, and then on a hat-trick. And Ben Code gets a full-length delivery and pushes it into the wide-open spaces of LS6. And will pick up 2 to get off the mark first ball. So 126 for 9. That particular ignominy avoided, as is the ignominy of Yorkshire's lowest score of the campaign, because that remains the first innings of the lot down at Hampshire when they were bowled out for, he says, checking back, 1-2-1, yeah. The field disperses to some extent, just the 4 slips in place. A bit more of a ring, and a bass in again, and Code is unable to move his feet to that delivery, understandably so. And he's got it on a string as the international Mohammed Abbas. 1 ball shy of 16 overs, 5 for 32. And he'd love to take these conditions around with him every single day of his playing career. He's used them well. All that experience, 35 years of age. And he's in and bowling, and Codes has got something on that. Wide of the cordon, they're going to turn down a single and leave it with Matthew Revis. So end of the 41st over, 126 for 9. That 5 for is a 49th in first-class cricket for Mo Abbas. 49 fifers. You're kidding.
Terrific bowling here today. And builds on that wonderful record that he's got with another 5-4. Just picked up 2 quick wickets just after lunch. And got Notts into a very, very strong position here at Headingley on day 2 with Yorkshire 126 for 9.
Yeah, and as you'd expect, they've got some attack. They have 3 slips to try and pick up the nicks, and then everybody else has been sent out on the periphery of Headingley because they want Matthew Revis to take a 1 so they can concentrate, if possible, on Ben Code. Revis has just stroked one all the way down to long off and not taken the run. Certainly an opportunity to drop and go for a 2 if you can get it in there. It's somewhere in a gap.
It is.
I know your little legs might struggle to get back for a second there, Shawsey.
I might, yeah. Don't forget I've got to put double the stride in the viewer.
Here comes Pennington. Revis stepping away to leg and trying to whack that one away through the offside. Misses out, no run.
Yeah, he's trying to hit that extra cover boundary, isn't he? There's a big gap there between cover and deep cover and long off, and he's looking to hit that just in that gap there really hard. But I've got a feeling that the slips are in the game dodgy at this stage.
Comes Pennington in towards us once again. Revis steps away once more. He's got some contact on that away through backward point. Opened the face, and he's picked up 4. 130 for 9. They've got the deficit down to below 100, but it still feels like 200 at this stage in these conditions.
Yeah, he's just stayed leg side of the ball there. The ball's probably going to run straight into round about leg stump. Revis has managed to stay leg side and free his hands and carve that ball backward of point. Pennington, dangerous performer, bowled beautifully this morning. Bowls good pace. He has got 3 slips, and I have no doubt he'll be the hunt for his 3rd wicket of this innings.
So Pennington in again, and this one down the leg side of Revis. Now doing the tumbling take, talking of little legs, down at Chelmsford the other week when Harry Duke was not playing, came at the combox for a bit, but when they do the fitness bit at lunchtime, he ran round with, I think I'm right in saying it was Jordan Buckingham. He was about a foot and more taller, and they were doing whatever they were told to do by the S&C, but Dukey's legs were going at twice the rate of Jordan Buckingham's. And it reminded me of, do you remember the old Superstars programme?
Yeah.
Great programme that it was, Friday night viewing and all that. Here's Pennington to Revis, who steps away again with the field having come in and tries to scythe that one over the top of the infield now, but misses out. There was a sprint somewhere, it might have been European Superstars or something like that. René Arnoux, the motor racing driver, was in this race. I'm not sure if it won as a handicap start. And I think he might have got a start or something like that. And Andy Ripley, the rugby union player, was in it. Much bigger, long, loping stride. And, the gun went and off they went. And Arnoux sort of in front. And then boom, 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 came Ripley's stride and sort of got clear towards the end of the race. You could see his little legs going with René Arnoux, but not really getting anywhere. Last ball of the over was a dot down the leg side. A clock strikes with Yorkshire on 130 for 9 and trailing by 98 runs here. And he's looking at a fairly hopeless position at this stage because they've got a lot of deficit here, and Nottinghamshire are going to have plenty in hand, you'd think, after they bat for a second time.
Yeah, you would expect so, and that's the importance of this last wicket partnership. We know Code can strike the ball, so he's not going to hang around and try and get quick runs, and Revis is going to do probably the same thing, but the closer they can get to the knots total, the better for Yorkshire, obviously. Nottinghamshire will be looking to wrap this up as soon as they possibly can.
And Abbas sniffing a 6-foot. He's bowling here to Code, who's playing that one back to the bowler into the offside. There's no run, that over 8 -1, and Abbas, maybe with that in mind, was quick to pick the ball up, flicking onto Haseeb Hameed, make his way back to his mark. And apart from the obvious good batting that you need to get out of a hole like this, you want a bit of weather on your side maybe to help you out as well. So you'd hope that second time around conditions are a bit better. Not saying that'll make it doable to get out of this, but it'd help as Code gets a wide delivery, a rare one. Put that one in the diary from Abbas, and he's smashed it away through point for 4.
Yeah, uncharacteristically slightly wide this from Abbas, wasn't it? Fair bit wide, which allows Code just to free his hands and strike that ball towards the backward point. Boundary as Code moves on to 6. Revis on 11, score on 134 for 9.
94 the deficit. Abbas turns again, leaving our commentary position behind. And Code's going to pick up possibly, probably, definitely another 4 through the covers here. Hameed was giving chase and thought for a moment he might have had a chance, but with it skipping across the close cut square, that one didn't slow up as some might have done.
Yeah, it just stays leg side of this ball. Code, doesn't he? Just manages to free his hands, hit that on top of the bounce, off the back foot through the covers for 4 runs. And there's no doubt at this stage of the game that this last wicket partnership and runs at this stage is really important from a Yorkshire perspective. And Abbas and the Nottinghamshire bowling unit will be wanting to just nick Code off or Revis off as soon as they possibly can. Still 3 slips in play as Abbas is just at the top of his mark, giving the ball a good shine, looking to create one friction on one side of the ball and a smoothness on the other to enable the ball to swing.
Here he is then, straight. Code hits it over his head this time for 4 more. Well, he's on one of his going days here, Ben. Give him a bit of room outside off stump, and it doesn't matter who you are with the ball. He will play that one. He likes to get leg side of the ball. He's done it again there, but to be fair, he's just thrown that one up in the slot, hasn't he?
He has. I think he's attempted in-swinger, but it's actually a little bit too full, and it's floated up. And Cole's just picked that one up, hit it down the ground over his head for 4 runs.
So 14 to him. Handy, of course it is, but you're not going to turn it down. But they need a lot more than this at the moment. 86 they are behind now. 18 the partnership worth so far for this final wicket, and Abbas, with 2 left in the over, decides to go short this time, and Code ducks, although the ball probably went just past his helmet actually. More passing air traffic. Other possible eventualities are more heavy rollers on this, so that might kill it to some extent, but there seems to be plenty of life in it still at this stage. So draw things out a little bit longer. As the Bass is in again, and Code this time pushing one into the offside. Gets some applause from maybe his teammates, maybe Yorkshire supporters. He's not only survived the over, but it Mo Abbas of all people for 3 fours. 17 overs, 4 maidens, 5 for 44 now for Mo. 142 for 9, 86 behind.
His partnership already 18 runs, so the Revis and Code batting partnership is beginning to grow. And I think, as you said, Doige, there's a long way to go in terms of clawing back those 80-odd runs, but any quick runs here and any runs at all are pretty valuable to this Yorkshire batting unit.
Pennington to Revis, who steps away to leg and has scythed that one through the offside. Not taking the run. So a couple of cries of get on with it, as you may have heard from the periphery. Lyndon James is the man out there sweeping. So I think Matthew Revis is basically saying, I either hit a boundary or I'm staying here. Whatever the potential runs are, apart from maybe penultimate or final ball of the over. James in again. This time he's gone across the line and gets 4. Just dropping it a bit too short, Dylan Pennington. He's going to have to be maybe just a little bit careful with that.
Yeah, just dropped a little bit short, and Revis just rocked back, cleared his left leg, and managed to get on top of the bounce. He's not caught it exactly as he wanted, just probably towards the lower end of the bat. But it's 4 runs, and that's certainly what he'll be looking for. He's looking for the full ball and the short ball that he can put away. Anything in between brings the slip into play, doesn't it? So just a reminder, at this stage of the game, we've pretty much got everybody out on the boundary at this stage, and just one slip in the cordon as such.
And Pennington into Revis. Straight delivery. He's pushed it back past the bowler. Oh, now then. There was a yes, no, and nearly a wait, sorry. Ben Code set off. Matthew Revis set off, and then I think he thought originally it was going to go for 4, so he was just jogging down the pitch, then realised that Long On had come round to field it and decided he was going to go back. That's 3 runs they've turned down, but they have put 22 on. 146 for 9, halfway through the 44th. Pennington in again. Revis again opens up the body. That's a good shot. That is a good shot. Gets his front leg out of the way, and he's struck that along the deck all the way through the covers for 4 out to the western terrace.
It is a good shot. Pennington's bowling a decent pace here, but what he does do, just enough width, so he opens up his left leg, keeps relatively still and hits the ball hard through the extra cover area. And he's a big guy, isn't he, Revis, and gets on top of the bounce and can be a dangerous player. So Corden Revis today will be looking for quick runs.
Pennington in again. Revis goes exactly the same way with the same result. Another cracking shot. He's on to 23. First class tons to his name, of course, Matthew Revis. In spite of where he's batting in this lineup, and he, as I remind people on a regular basis, started his career at the top of the order. And his debut, opening here, way back when. So they brought the field in now, and Revis decides, well, OK, I'll go over the top then. And he's banged one away through mid-wicket for 4 more. That's a productive over for the Yorkies. There's no doubt about that. They've now put on 34 in quick time for this final wicket. And, OK, they're still 70 behind. But if they're trying to pick out any positives to the day, well, obviously, the David Milan carve up earlier. And then this final wicket just gives you a little bit of a fillip.
Oh, absolutely it does, doesn't it? And if you can just grab a little bit more of the momentum this way, it just gives you a bit of a nudge, a positive nudge, and a bit of bounce, spring in your step when you go off the field. So this partnership could last another 40 minutes. I think it would be in a pretty interesting position.
A quick swap-a-rama after the first half hour of the afternoon session. Ben Code is going to face Mo Abbas, who is coming on, or he's continuing, I should say, from the Kirkstall lane end. He's looking for a 6th wicket here. Code on 14, and the Girdler is back.
So frustrating times for Nottinghamshire. Yorkshire mounting a late rally. 158 for 9, so they're within 70 of not score yesterday as Abbas runs away from us and bowls now, and nicely fiddled away by Code, square of the wicket on the offside. Slater will field, but not before a single is taken. So Revis has galloped on to 27, not out. He's on strike, and that will mean the field will spread to all parts. Just one slip staying in there, but out they go. 4 out on the fence on the offside. And out on the leg side. It means I'm missing somebody. No, I've got the slip in there, of course. So a 5-4 offside field. 4 on the fence on each side of the wicket. And it will be Mo Abbas looking to improve on his 1-5 wicket haul for Notts by getting a 6th wicket. This is cut out into the offside. Good tumbling stop on the rope by Slater. Fine shot for no run.
Yeah, very fine shot. He's a good all-rounder, is Matthew Revis. He's developing nicely. Batting perhaps a little lower than he would like, but I do think he'll develop into a genuine all-rounder. And certainly got 27 quick runs today. Revis on 27, Code on 15, and the partnership already 35.
Came in at 7 in this innings, of course, after the night watchman being used last night. This one is out, chopped on, and that is the end of the innings. So 158 all out, and Mo Abbas does get his 6th wicket. Revis bowled by Mo Abbas for 27, and that is the end of the innings. Ben Code remains undefeated on 15, and Nottinghamshire out there on the field, all taking it in turns to rush up and congratulate Mohamed Abbas. One way or another, there's a handshake there from Brett Hutton and Lyndon James. Ben Slater will have to go and get his pads on. And also just hanging about to wait for Dylan Pennington, who bowled nicely as well, got a couple of wickets today. Matt Revis, the last out, goes down as bowled, although it was a big chop on from outside the off stump. Playing a big shot, was at the crease for round about an hour and 20 minutes there. Faced 47 balls, hit 6 fours, fine attacking innings, and he went down just trying to add to the total. Mo Abbas's figures on the board now: 17.3 overs, 4 maidens, 6 for 45, and as the guys were saying just a little while ago, 49th time in first-class cricket he's taken a 5-wicket haul. It's his 2nd time in just 3 matches for Notts.
Yeah, terrific bowling display. 6 for 45. What a fantastic effort, and has made best use of the conditions. And I think that's the key, and supported brilliantly by Hutton, 2 for 25 off his 12. Pennington, 2 for 55 off his 12. And I think probably slightly unfortunate at times. Pennington, he bowled good pace, got good movement, and then James, no wickets for 29 off his 3 overs. So that leaves Yorkshire 69 adrift at the end of the first innings. I think a very good bowling display and fielding display by the Nottinghamshire unit, and certainly took a lot of catches behind the wicket. Very strong slip cordon, and they'll be really looking forward to be pushing on and try and get through up until tea with no wickets down, and then keep building on the lead that they've actually got.
I'm sure there's people joining us all the time, or you've not really been closely following this morning's action. Yorkshire began the morning on 10 for 2. Overnight were James Wharton, who was on 6, and Jack White, the night watchman, was not out at the start of the day. Wharton was first to go, caught that first slip by Liam Patterson-White from the bowling of Dylan Pennington for 7. That was 15 for 3 in the 16th over, the 4th of the morning session. Then Jack White went another wicket for Pennington, another slip catch. This time it was at second slip by Freddie McCann. White had played some nice shots, 4 boundaries in his 18. 52 for 4. That was in the 22nd over, the 10th over of the morning. Next to fall, Harry Duke, the wicket-keeper, caught behind by the Notts glove man, Carl Verena, bowled by Brett Hutton for 7. Hutton's first wicket in the innings, 81 for 5 in the 27th over. And then it was a long time, or it seemed to be a long time, before David Milan fell. He fell for 64. It was 104 for 6. Made his 64 from 45 balls. Milan, he was only at the crease for 71 minutes. Hit 8 fours and 4 sixes. Really attacking innings. No real surprise that he eventually was dismissed. Going for a big shot, played all round one, and was LBW to Brett Hutton. That was 104 for 6 in the 31st over. 107 for 7 just before lunch when Lewis Hill was bowled by Mo Abbas. That was Abbas's 3rd wicket of the innings and first of the day. Hill out for 1. 107 for 7 became 124 for 8 after lunch when Dominic Best, the Yorkshire skipper, caught a good catch low down at 4th slip by Lyndon James from the bowling of Abbas for 11. 124 for 8. Next ball, 124 for 9. Jordan Thompson out. First ball, another slip catch, this time by Freddie McCann. The last pair had some fun and frolics, taking the score from 125 for 9 to 159 all out. Abbas had already completed his 5-wicket haul, got his 6th, his best figures now for Nottinghamshire of 6 for 45 when he had the last man, Matt Revis, bowled chopping on outside his off stump. That left Ben Coate 15 not out. So 159 all out. There are only 5 extras in the innings, so they didn't really help Yorkshire. Either way, Notts used 4 bowlers. Abbas 17.3 overs, 4 maidens, 6 for 45. Brett Hutton 12 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 25. Dylan Pennington 12 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 55. And Lyndon James, he was harshly treated by David Milan. Didn't quite get his length right, and Milan took full toll, greeting him with 4-6-4 as soon as he came on. His first 2 overs went for 29. He bowled an end change maiden right at the start of the post-lunch session. And then went down the other end actually and took a fine catch. Lyndon James still have a big role to play in this game, you'd imagine, in the 4th innings of the match with the ball. But in this innings, 3 overs, none for 29. So Notts with the first innings lead of 69. How many realistically do you think Yorkshire might be able to get? I know that's needle in a haystack sort of territory. As many as or as few as possible they'll want to be chasing, but it's looked very tricky out there. And you'd think if Notts just go about their work, they should be able to get to 250, and that would leave Yorkshire in excess of 300 to get in the last innings of the match.
Yeah, and I think it very much depends on the conditions. A lot of cloud cover today, depending whether it clears or not today. Tomorrow will have a big impact on that total, but I think you're absolutely right. If Nottinghamshire can build on their healthy lead so far of 69, I think it is. If they can build on that, get in excess of 250, then the lead goes around about 320. Then I think that'll be a tall order. And Yorkshire will have to bat incredibly well. But for Notts, it's not letting Yorkshire back into the game in this next hour or so. It's trying to build a strong foundation to build on that lead, and then take the score on as they progress after tea, and not allow Yorkshire back into the game. Of course, from Yorkshire's perspective, they'll be very focused on taking early wickets in this third innings of the game, and Nottinghamshire's second innings from a batting perspective. So I think it's going to be an interesting first half hour's play as they come back out and start this third innings.
Just have a little look at what's going on elsewhere. The test match continues at Trent Bridge, day 3 of that 4-day test. Zimbabwe in their second innings, 185 for 4 now, still trailing England by 115. Sean Williams made 88 this morning. There was a wicket for Nottinghamshire's Josh Tong, 185 for 4 in the test match in Nottingham. In Division 1 of the County Championship, Durham in their second innings, 32 for 3. Already they've had 10 wickets go down at Riverside and a 20-minute rain interruption, where Somerset earlier, 172 all out. Durham 32 for 3, leading by 137. Sussex 256 for 6 in their local derby against Hampshire. That's a lead of 102. Stars for Sussex today. John Simpson, the skipper, 84 not out. Finn Hudson-Prentice has just fallen for 74. More overhead activity. Surrey have got a batting point. They're 250 for 8 at the Oval, leading Essex by 33. Worcestershire 136 for 6, replying to Warwickshire's 227. That takes us into Division 2, where Caleb Jewell with a double century for Derbyshire, but now out for 232. Wayne Madsen out for 100. Derbyshire 549 for 5 against Kent. Glamorgan and Middlesex. Middlesex 20 for 1, replying to Glamorgan's 383, but it's raining down in Cardiff. A couple of other scores in Division 2. Leicestershire 232 for 2. They've taken the lead over Lancashire, lead by 26 in the runs for Leicestershire. Rian Ahmed, elder brother of Nottinghamshire's Farhan, he's 104 not out. And Lewis Hill, also on the brink of a century, he's 98 not out. The one other score in the Championship, Northants have just been dismissed for 469 against Gloucestershire. And in the Women's T20 County Cup, the Blaze are through to the semi-finals. They've beaten Kent by 106 runs down at Canterbury. The Blaze 177 for 4 in their 20 overs. Kent women 71. And of course, Yorkshire women play Bears women at Wheatwood this afternoon. That's a 2:30 start. The Bears women have won the toss and will field.
Well, we're joined on the field by the umpires. Both umpires have just walked out and led the Yorkshire fielding unit to the middle, and both the Nottinghamshire openers are in the middle too, and floodlights are still on. We do have still fairly consistent cloud cover, although it's a little lighter than it was earlier in the day.
Yeah, umpires have to change ends now, of course, after both sides have completed their first innings. So Paul Baldwin is at our end of the ground with his back to us. Ben Code about to bowl the first ball to Asiba Mead, who fell for 6 yesterday. Here is Code then. First delivery right on the money, targeting the stumps, pitched up, and Hamid blocks and then plays the shot again, then goes off on his little walk towards the square leg umpire, Nigel Long. Well away to our right. He's a long, long way away there, actually, Nigel Long, isn't he? He's not going to get knocked over in the rush. Long way from the action. Of course, he's not going to be adjudicating on a stumping because Harry Duke is a long way back. And just there, just to see the line, just in case there's any short runs, or obviously to adjudicate on a run out. Code in again, and this one shapes away from Hamid, but the bat brought well inside the line, and then again a little bit of shadow batting from Hamid. And again that 3-4 paces towards the square leg umpire, resets and comes back again.
Good delivery that from Code. First 2 deliveries, good delivery. First ball pretty full and straight. That ball just slightly back of the length and just deviates off the pitch. If he gets about another 6-8 inch fuller, he might well be in the game looking for the edge.
Code in, trying to get that one a little fuller, and he does, but Mead gets forward. Enough bat on that for it to run out onto the offside. Bear with us a second, folks, as we duck underneath the latest holiday aeroplane going over the ground.
3 slips in play for the Yorkshire fielding unit.
Just read the scores. Lewis Hill of Leicestershire did get those 2 runs. He has reached his 100 in the match against Lancashire. Code in onto the pads of Hamid, just works it to mid-wicket, and there's no run. So Notts lead by 69. Top scorer in the match is neck and neck. 64 for Joe Clark, 64 for Dawid Milan. They were 2 contrasting innings. Clark was at the crease yesterday, very watchful, very selective in which balls he played at. Was at the crease for 3.5 hours for his 64. Dawid Milan had been at the crease for 3.5 hours. The mood he was in, he'd have got 250. This one wide of the off stump and just shapes away again through into the gloves of the keeper. It was a swashbuckling knock from Dawid Milan this morning. 64 from 45 balls, 8 fours and 4 sixes.
Good delivery again there from Code. He's really working his lines and his lengths and getting that little bit of movement. Anything that's in the pitch, he's looking to get that, but he's getting a little bit of movement in the air as well as he starts his approach.
Comes in again, final ball of the over, bowls to Hamid and gets that huge stride in and blocks the ball before it can do too much damage, pushes it out onto the offside. Do a little bit of prodding and poking and inspecting of the surface. Ben Slater, who made a half century yesterday, doing the same from this end. The left-hander will be about to face Jack White in just a moment.
Jack White, as we recall, took a couple of blows this morning as he went in yesterday evening as night watchman and battered for a period of time this morning, but took a couple of blows, one on the thigh, I think one in the ribs as well. And in recent times has bowled pretty well. I'm sure he'll be looking to hit good areas today at decent pace and get as much as he possibly can out of this wicket. The batter Slater, which has taken his guard for Notts.
Slater, 5 50s this season, 3 in his last 3 innings. White in, bowls, and he's turned this on the leg side. The fielder out there slipped. And Stephen Thompson, who's not had a great afternoon so far. I hope he had a good lunch, because since lunch he's got a first ball duck, and the first time he's had to do any fielding is, his body wanted to go one way and his legs went another, and he did a little bit of a whoopsie, ended up down on the turf, and they take 2 runs.
He'll certainly be wanting to do something with the ball the longer this game goes on, and often he's quite an impact bowler, is Thompson, so at times does pick up wickets.
There's Jack White in bowls. Slater drives elegantly. Will it beat the fielder? It won't. Decent stop at mid-on. Just wonder. I mean, at lunchtime I spoke to the cameraman over at the far side of the ground, came round for his lunch and had a little bit of a natter, and he did mention there'd been frequent occasions this morning when there'd been spits and spots in the rain. Well, just thinking back, we had a little bit of a hold-up whilst Mohammed Abbas, when he was bowling, went down on the ground and was getting all the grass out of his studs and whatever. We've just seen Jordan Thompson slip over. Just wonder if it's just getting a little greasy out there.
Could well be.
There's White round the wicket. Bowls again to Slater, drives through the offside. Shot says Paul, and he's absolutely bang on. Slater away with his first boundary after the fortuitous 2 in the start of the over. I say fortuitous because it wouldn't have been a run if Jordan Thompson hadn't slipped over. He's still attending to the soles of his cricket shoes or boots. 6 without loss.
Yeah, just over pitch there from White, and just a little bit of width which allows Slater just to lean into that one and play the ball nicely through the covers towards the east stand here at Headingley for a well-timed 4 runs, and certainly gets him up and running nicely.
Only one of the top 8 in the Nottinghamshire side in this game not to get a century this season. He's had a 92. pushes a square of the wicket on the offside. And there's no run. So not 69 in front, had 6 to it at the moment. That's just about within my capacity, but we do have the line on the scoreboard in fairly diminutive lettering. Nottinghamshire lead by 75 runs. Every scoreboard is different, isn't it? Wherever you go up and down the country, you'd think it would be one thing that they would standardise in cricket, although I do like the different boards once you've sorted them all out. White balls, and this has eased into the offside. Of course, we're spoiled at Trent Bridge, one of the best around. There's most things on there if you can find it. Eight wickets going down here today. We had 12 yesterday. So this game well advanced already. Still got a huge chunk of overs left today, 58 after this. Next ball is pushed into the offside by Slater. So 6 runs from that over. He's up and running. Asiba Mead yet to score. Jack White none for 6 from that over.
Yeah, and the Nottinghamshire team have a lead now, 75 runs, so they'll be doing all they can just to be steadily building the foundations and gradually extending this lead, building on this lead, and we'll see where they're at once they come to tea time today, and then be looking to build on that. What they won't want to do is lose any quick wickets in this session.
Reluctant to say this from the Nottinghamshire angle, but Code, incredibly, still looking for his first wicket in the match. There, I've said it. 0 for 49 in the first innings, and now he's picked off down the leg side by Hamid for a single. So he's up and running. Bowled very well yesterday without any reward. Wicket takers in the first innings, as a reminder. George Hill got 5, Jordan Thompson 3, and Jack White sort of topped and tailed the innings, if I remember rightly. He got one right at the start. He got Hamid in the first innings and then got Dylan Pennington at the end.
I noticed to the left-hander Ben Slater, Code's going to come around the wicket. I think that's a good decision from his perspective. He'll look just to use the angle in, probably mid-crease, and angle into middle and off, and hopefully just take it way off the pitch, bring in the slips.
Code round the wicket, and Slater just goes deep into his crease just to defensively block it out onto the offside. Yesterday, I didn't think it asked too many questions of Don Best, the Yorkshire skipper, doing the job in first-class cricket for the first time. Wickets went down with, if not exactly regular frequency, there weren't that many occasions where it was getting to the point of where on earth are we going to get another wicket from as Slater turns this on the leg side. He was just able to rotate his bowlers as pretty much as he wished. He wasn't put under the similar sort of decision making that Asiba Mead was, for example, when he saw Lyndon James whacked out of the attack after 2 overs. Clearly that was not part of the Nottinghamshire plan. They wanted to give Lyndon 6, 7 or 8 overs in that spell, but Hamid had to make a decision. I think yesterday Don Best was able just to put his bowlers on as he wished, and by and large he got the rewards. 7 without loss is the score in the second innings. Notts leading by 76.
It's interesting, as he's come round the wicket, Code, the last 2 deliveries he's bowled to Ben Slater. One's kept going with the angle towards leg stump and just hurried Slater a bit. The last delivery we've just seen, just held its line as such. Got a feeling that this one is just going to try and angle it in and then just nip it away.
There is Code.
No, kept going.
Yeah,
kept
turned
going.
away nicely, just past the square leg umpire, and has been stopped right on the boundary rope. Don't think there's anything to get too excited about. Good bit of work by Matthew Revis there on the rope, and it was dragged back, and it will be 3 to Slater. We did have one yesterday that don't think, in all honesty, Mohammed Abbas really knew where ball and rope were. The spectators down below us were going potty at the umpires, convinced that he'd touched the rope. They may have had a point, but it wasn't any, I don't think, skullduggery on Abbas's part. He just put the dive in and he didn't know. This next delivery from Code is defended by Hamid, but the umpires let it go yesterday. If Notts win by 1, everybody might want to revisit that. But Nottinghamshire 10 without loss after 3 overs. Code is through a couple of overs for 4.
Yeah, and the skipper, Hamid, just played that. It's very strong, purposeful, defensive shot. Full bat face, into the ball. Defended under his eyes and has defended Code very, very well there with real good purpose. And the ball before that, Slater, as you mentioned, Dave, just tucked away nicely. The 3 runs. As Code angled in on middle and leg stump. And, scores 10 for none. White turns round, runs into ball to Slater.
Here he comes. A lot of overhead activity today with the aeroplanes, as wide are the pegs. Surrey are 9 down, 265 for 9. They're playing Essex at the Oval. It's just, there you go. Very rude, that aeroplane, when I was trying to tell you what's happening at the Oval. 265 for 9. We'll put the microphone back on. Jordan Clark just out for 54. So, sorry, at the moment, just 1 batting point to go with the 3 bowling points. They were 3 points behind Notts at the start of the week. There's White into Slater, beats him and goes through to the keeper from where we are. If Harry Duke had thrown the ball up in the air and everybody had celebrated and the umpire's fingers gone up, it wouldn't have looked any different. Obviously, it was just so close from this distance to tell whether he'd kissed the outside edge or not. It was a really good delivery from Jack White, that. Slater did well to avoid nibbling at it any more than necessary. Hill at first slip, Lithe at second. Third is Finley Bean. And this one's a little wider, so Slater can leave it alone and just have a little look at the bowling.
Both the opening bowlers, White and Code, are coming around the wicket and using the angle best way they can, and then just looking to hold the line of the ball and take the ball away from the left-handed Slater.
Slater at the crease for a long time yesterday. Hamid was dismissed in the 6th over of the match. Oh, again a good delivery, and he just dropped his hands there, Ben Slater. Spoke to him last night at close of play, and he said it's tough, but you expect it to be tough. There was grass on it. You knew it's a good attack. They aren't going to give you anything. Your job is to go out there and find a way, and that's what you have to do. Just got to find your own way to negotiate the accuracy, the late movement, difficult conditions. It's your job. 10 without loss. This ball comes in from White, and again it's wide enough to leave. Freddie McCann's taken a couple of good catches in that Yorkshire innings. He's due in next, and then Joe Clark. I think he must be still troubled with a hand injury, Joe Clark. We didn't see him in the slip corner at all in this match. Played nicely yesterday, a long time at the wicket yesterday for his 64. Jack Haynes not so. He shouldered arms and was bowled for 1. Don't think we'll see him doing that again. And the same with Carl Verena. He was beaten by one that nipped back and was bowled for 1. Slater turns his on the leg side. That's the end of the over. Accurate stuff from Jack White. 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 6. 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 4 from Code at this end. And after 4 overs, not have 10 on the board, and the lead is 79.
Yes, an accurate and consistent start from the Yorkshire bowling unit, bowling in partnership, Code and White, but dealt well by the Nottinghamshire opening batters. Slater, Ben Slater, that I think looks very organised today, and of course the captain Hamid is playing very solidly as well and dealing with the little bit of movement that there is at the moment.
code to Hamid. Just got the one Hamid. This one eludes his forward lunge and strikes him above the knee roll, runs out on the offside. There's no addition to the total. Have dried up over the last over or so. Well, the last over was a maiden, because before that Slater getting the ball away for 3 that was stopped by Revis on the fence. The fence away to our left. Here comes Code again, past umpire Baldwin, down the leg side, tickled away by Hamid. Whether it was bat or pad, we'll have to see. It was off the pad, but down the leg side it kept low, scuttled along. It just needed to clip something or other. It was always likely to just get out of the reach of Harry Duke and away for 4 somethings, and it was 4 leg buys, so Notts up to 14.
Just a little straight there, wasn't it, by Code? Just pushed it towards leg stump. But the leg buys will all count. The lead goes up to 83.
There was only 5 extras, wasn't there, in the Yorkshire innings in total? So this is pushed into the offside. You can give, soft as anything, you can give 20 runs away, can't you? And that would have obviously boosted Yorkshire to within less than 50 or so.
And especially in a low-scoring game, they almost count as double, don't they?
Yeah. Surrey are all out at the Oval for 279, so they've got 4 bonus points here. Notts have got 3 bonus points. This one wide of the pegs and goes through to the keeper. So to stay ahead of Surrey, Notts have got to obviously match or better what they do. First and second in the table. 14 without loss. They've put a little bit of a price on getting to the halfway stage of the county championship, having kept their lead at the top of the table. They've been pretty much there since the first round of matches, which they won. Code bowling, and there's going to be a single here to the Notts captain, doubling his tally from 1 to 2 as he runs it down to third.
Plays that nicely down to third, doesn't he? Just uses the pace and the angle. Just opens up the back face on top of the bounce and just runs it nicely down to third. Both these batters look pretty well organised and dealing with the movement that both Code and White have offered so far. And the left-handed Slater, of course, and Hamid right hand.
Code round the wicket again to the Chesterfield-born 33-year-old who blocks it up to Don Bess at mid-on end of the over. 15 without loss, Nottinghamshire. This morning Yorkshire began the day on 10 for 2. With Wharton and White at the crease, both fell to Dylan Pennington in that first hour of play. Yorkshire were 119 for 7 at lunch, putting on more than 100 runs in that first session of the day, largely, well, not solely, but largely due to David Milan's savage 64 from 45. Nottinghamshire sharing the wicket amongst their 3 principal seamers, and certainly afterwards it was Mo Abbas getting the last 3 wickets to finish with 6 in the innings. It's going to be Jack White. It's 15 without loss as JD comes back into the comms. Oh, he's not got his he's not got his doodahs on yet, as this is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. Remains 15 without loss. Hamid 2. Slater has 9. Those 4 leg buys in the last over, making up the 15. Another aeroplane on its way over us in a second. Stand by for the blast. In fact, looking up at the aeroplane there's a lot of filthy, horrible-looking clouds, and on most days you'd say, well, it's going to chuck it down with rain. There's White, former Northants man, of course, bowls, and a good delivery shapes away from Hamid. Isn't it murky? Hamid on 2. Really seen the sun force its way through the clouds at any time today, and certainly at the moment it looks as dark as at any time in the day. Comes in again. I mean, a long way down the track to defend. He fell to Jack White yesterday, caught by James Warden at slip, fell for just 6 in the 6th over. And that's where we are now, actually. The next ball will be the 4th ball of the 6th over. And what price a Jack White repeat?
Well, they'll take it.
Big scalp for opposition bowlers. We've seen that time after time. Drives this down the ground, and there we are from Hamid, just slightly over pitched. At least he's matched his first innings tally of 6. Nice straight drive, just through the onside. Takes him on to 6, 19 without lost knots. Add that to the 69 and knots are 88 in front. Last wicket pairing of Code and Revis. Really nicely for Yorkshire, getting the deficit down to only 69 before Revis fell. Here's White in again to Hamid, and back on blocking duties, pushes us out on the offside. A little bit of rain around the country, but I think they're playing in most places at the moment. They were off for a while in the northeast. They were off for a while. In fact, now they're still off in Cardiff, where Glamorgan are playing Middlesex, but they're playing in all the other matches. Here comes White. Now bowls, and that's a good stop at third slip by the sprawling Finley Bean. Otherwise, Hamid was looking to guide that down to third for runs. End of the over, 19 without loss. Yorkshire women playing Bears women at Wheatwood, and Yorkshire are 28 for 2 after 4 overs. That's in the Women's T20 County Cup. So that's not too far away from here, is it? I mentioned it earlier, the Bears women in the same hotel that I'm in this week, and there was Warwickshire kit bags everywhere when I walked in last night.
So Ben Code from the Kirkstall Lane end. 3 slips, third man, long leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off and cover. Bowling here to Ben Slater. Round the wicket, Slater goes back foot. Easy's one out square on the offside for Wharton to field. They get through for 1. Just been in the press room, and there was the usual, how many do you think Yorkshire can score and all that? Well, on current shape of batting, you'd have to say that of a realistic any sort of chance, you'd be looking at 150 max for Notts, really, and they'd still have to score 200 odd to win that. And in a normal sort of match, you'd still say 220. You've got to work pretty hard to get that 4th innings. That's the sort of figures you're kind of thinking about. As Code comes in over the wicket, one that just spits a little bit, bounces on Hamid, takes one hand off the bat as it drops into the leg side, no run. So, yeah, it's always difficult, isn't it? Because cricket, being cricket, things do happen. If there's a change in conditions, that can make batting a little bit easier. So you never say never, but I think those are the sort of figures as a regular county watcher, and knowing the conditions there that you'd have in your head as Hamid plays a shot through the leg side here, wide of David Milan at mid-on, just over pitching slightly Ben Code, and he was straight onto that Hasib, and he's flicked that one very nicely out of the middle of the bat.
Yeah, Yorkshire obviously wanted to hoop round corners during this particular innings, and Nottinghamshire find it a real problem to get the ball away and to dominate. But then they'd want it to flatten out for the 4th innings of the match, and it's unlikely that they'd get both of those things. Probably the the harder they have to work for wickets in this innings. Might be ultimately easier they find it over the latter part of day 3 and day 4 to chase down a target.
Going in again, this one leg stumpish and turned square. Wharton chases it down. Hamid gets back for a comfortable enough 2 and takes his score to 12. Nottinghamshire to 26. And the lead ominously already to 95. 95 without loss effectively.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what sort of run rate that Notts have today. They were clearly determined just to try and occupy the crease for as long as possible, put a high price on their wickets yesterday in very tricky conditions. They might be score a little quicker today.
Going in again, open face. Hamid meets that and runs it down to third man for 1.
There's 54 overs left in the day. If Notts could go along at 4 and over, then, yeah, like you say, from the Yorkshire perspective, it might have gone. That would have the lead at 280.
Yeah, I mean, again, just playing with those figures, I was sort of saying to the lads, well, probably need to bowl Nottinghamshire out inside 40 overs, something like that. Yeah. Keep that score down, wouldn't it? And be batting again tonight. As Code's in, and that one is left by Slater, and there's no run unless they could bowl them out in longer than that if they were really, really putting the squeeze on the run rate. But at the moment, 3.86 already.
End of the over, 27 without loss. 10 to 3, so we're an hour into the afternoon session. We've got another 22 overs to go before tea, so that's looking like it'll be substantially delayed. Usually happens when there's a change of innings, a combination of the rate that Notts were going at, and then the change of innings, the 10-minute delay, and Yorkshire getting sorted out here as Hamid just guides this down to third. There's some protection down there with James Wharton, single taken by the Notts skipper, and moves on to 14. Scored 13 of the last 14 runs to be added from the bat. Slater got off to a fast start. He's only added 1 since then. Back on strike now on 10. It's White bowling to the left-hander, nudges it 3 or 4 strips away on the offside. In comes Matthew Revis to field. Hands the ball to his captain. See a little bit more of his captaincy skills today. Don Bess was saying to Paul yesterday, didn't really have to do anything out of the norm. He used his bowlers, I think, as he would have wished to. They weren't substantially put under pressure, or he had nobody sort of hobble out the game or anything. As he's eased into the offside, he was able to put Ben Code on for a lengthy spell here from this end, and then rotate from the other end, and then use George Hill as he wanted. In terms of deploying his field and his bowlers yesterday, it wasn't the most arduous of days for a captain, but if Notts can get away and a substantial partnership, and you can perhaps see victory hopes fading with every passing quarter of an hour or so, it might be a real challenge to Don Best to see what he does to try and alter the course of the match. 28 without loss as this is played out to Jordan Thompson on the leg side. And there's no run. Correspondents earlier wondering why we play cricket on a Saturday. Nobody will come. Well, everybody goes to football on a Saturday, don't they? Always find time to go to football, even though you'd say then a lot of amateur footballers play in Saturday afternoon football competitions and leagues up and down the country as this is worked away behind square. Not agreeing or disagreeing with anybody. It's one of those that you can't please everybody all the time. The people that work in the week would like some free time at a weekend to go and watch cricket. Those that do things at the weekend and maybe have a little bit of free time in the week, want to do those leisure activities or other cricket-related activities a weekend, and then come and watch some county cricket in the week. You just cannot find a happy medium, I'm afraid. 29 without loss. Next ball is run away behind square on the offside by Hamid. And he gets a single. So 30 without loss at the end of that over. Hamid up to 15. Slater has 11. Notts batting for a second time in the match. First innings lead of 69. So that's now 99. 10 wickets go down without another run being scored. Yorkshire require 100 for victory.
And Jonathan says, we obviously don't want to see any more of last year's bore draws at Headingley, but has the pendulum not swung a bit too far? On a pitch on which 220 is a good score, precludes 5 batting bonus points from the start, putting Yorkshire, and on a one-off basis, the visitors as a disadvantage across the season. If you'd listened to that interview with Anthony McGrath that I did on BBC Sounds, Jonathan, that was posted last Monday after the defeat by Surrey, I asked him that question. Maybe go and seek it out. George Hill at Kirkstall, or the Kirkstall Lane end, in a change, the first change of bowling, and that's flicked off the legs by Hamid, first up in a literal sense because it's 4 leg byes. Another 4 on the total, 103 in front, Nottinghamshire.
So there's already been more extras in this innings than the entire Yorkshire innings.
Ken Lashley, good afternoon to you. Football, he says. Good afternoon, JD. We're not doing very well, are we? In a little while, I'll be switching most of my attention to football. I've probably said it before, but my youth was misspent at Bramall Lane, winter and summer. As Hamid drops one out square on the offside, and there is no run. Well, as a Yorkshireman, Ken, good luck to the Blades this afternoon. Also, got to be careful what I say because my son's other half is a big Sunderland fan. The last I heard, actually, I think she was going to go down for that playoff final today. So, good luck to both sides. May the best team win. Premier League football awaits. And George Hill bowls to Hamid, who punches nicely off the back foot. That's going to be 4 through the covers. Good timing. Just a little bit too short this time from George. Flailing dive. I think Matt Milnes, who's out there as a sub-fielder, couldn't reel it in. Our colleague,
it is, yeah.
Our colleague at BBC Newcastle spent an entire afternoon when Leeds were about to get promoted to the Premier League, saying it was a waste of time because whoever went up would come straight back down, and he didn't want to get promoted, so he'll be hoping that Sunderland lose today, no doubt. As in comes Hill, and Hamid blocks that one back to him.
But they won't, apparently, because I was up in the northeast last week, and his view is very much that Sunderland disregard the league positions or how many points. Was it 14 points? Sunderland were behind Sheffield United. None of that counted because the game up at the Stadium of Light, Sunderland outplayed Sheffield United, even though they only got a draw.
In comes Hill, and that is dropped out towards gully by Hamid. No run. Well, you know how it goes.
I had all this last weekend. I couldn't follow any of it, but the logic was that he wasn't going, but he thought they'd win today. And they might. 38 without loss, but that's enough football chat. Before people start switching off in their droves, the complaints letters will come in.
Hill turns and makes his way in again, and Hamid gets this one away backward of square on the leg side. James Wharton will chase it down, and they pick up 1 run. Hamid on 19, Slater on 8, 38 for none, and 107 in front.
Sorry, John. It's never easy just to pick up, is it, from one day to the next, because he was excellent yesterday. That was not the most accurate of overs from George Hill. Is he? No, he's just passing sweaters on. He'll sort it out. He'll get back on it, but I think there were 3 or 4 down the leg side, and the other couple were wide outside the offside, and he just didn't quite get it right that over. Looking to pick up where he left off yesterday. I just have to go and speak to listeners in the Robin Hood County.
Okie dokie, Jack White in for the first ball of this 10th over of the Nottinghamshire second innings, and Hamid runs it down to third man, picks up another run. So 40 without loss. Don't forget that the roller has been on out there, so that will help in the short term. It often does, as we've seen. I think all the grounds that Yorkshire have played on this year, there's that period where it's a little bit more dead and then might spring back into life. But they wouldn't want Nottinghamshire to get very far on here, and they've got a fair way on already. Ben Slater. Strike. And gets a outside contact on this one. Probably opened the face. Runs it past Finlay Bean at third slip. Matt Milne's round to field, and they get a single. Just a quick look around to see who is not out there for Yorkshire. Can't work it out at this moment in time as White comes in. Ooh, Hamid gets one that doesn't bounce that much on him. Harry Duke having to get low to take it. So Milnes is down at long leg. Revis at mid-wicket. Bess at mid-on. Milan at mid-off. Duke, Hill, Lythe and Bean, the keeper, and Corden. Jordan Thompson's doing some stretching at point. And James Wharton is down at long leg. Or Ben Code, the man that's off the field at the moment, as White bowls again. He watches this one go past off stump and zip further away. Steve Hamid, 21 against his name in this innings. Did his first innings score, the first man out yesterday, of course. Nigel Long, who's now moved to stand at the Howard stand end. Just asking for somebody to move or move something up in the general direction of the screen. I think it's somebody on the concourse at the top of the bottom tier of the Howard stand where people can move around freely, who might be just disturbing Hasib Hamid's concentration. There's a gent in what looks to be a light-coloured, maybe even fluorescent sort of coloured T-shirt. Maybe it's him. Okay, now, and White comes in and bowls, and Hamid again gets another one that grubs after it goes by. Another dot ball. So a couple of singles. And 3 successive dots to accompany that. Final ball of the 10th here. In comes White once again. And Hamid will leave. So 10 overs complete. 41 without loss. Hamid on 21. Slater on 12. George Hill to continue at the Kirkstall Lane end of the ground. Nottinghamshire dominating this contest then, the 228 yesterday. There have been a few thoughts that that was not the biggest of scores, but conditions favouring the ball throughout, and it felt like with the way that Nottinghamshire had been bowling that would take some eclipsing by Yorkshire. Jack White's just leaving the field for the moment. Ben Code coming back on. And George Hill Making his way in for the first ball of this 11th over then to the left-handed Slater, who's played that nicely off his legs. Not quite going to pick up 4 because Jordan Thompson is going to flick that one back in. Matthew Revis will return it. They'll get through for 3. Slater on to 15, 44 without loss, and George just going to switch and bowl over the wicket here. 3 slips in place. They've got to attack because they need some wickets. At the moment, it's one of those spells in the match where they suddenly look more difficult to come by. Here's Hill then making his way in now. Oh, bowled in, but he's walked away there, Asib Hamid. Good to see an accurate delivery, of course. Round about middle and leg stump. Quite sure what that was, but that's twice now in successive overs.
Yeah.
Asib Hamid was disturbed by something somewhere near the ball. It can't have been behind the bowler's arm because of the sight screens, but just to the right of them as he was lining up to face Jack White, and then something else just down to our right is the Truman enclosure, which will be in line with where they're playing. There will, of course, be a sheet up there as a screen.
What do you think it was at the far end, the fella in the lime green?
I think it probably was, yeah. Either that or the steward in the orange, one or the other, or maybe both. Here's Hill again, and Hamid this time pushes forward. The ball's in the air for a moment on its way to Milan. Timed that one nicely. It flew to the fielder. David Milan, interestingly, must be expecting a break in the cloud because he's got his shades clipped on top of his cap. George Hill, 5 for 40 in the first innings. He's in again. And he just removes the bottom hand there as he pushes forward quite firmly for Jordan Thompson to come in and do the fielding. You can get in touch, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. I'm on X as at JDZ Events, or jonathandoige.bsky.social. Blue Sky. 44 without loss, halfway through the 11th. Hill is in again. Hamid watched that well. There was a little bit of a feeling of nip about it. He's turned it away square on the leg side. James Wharton round and fielding. They get another single. So ticking along very nicely indeed at this stage, Nottinghamshire. In the context of this match, 45 is a very healthy partnership, particularly when you've got 9 other wickets following this one.
We've got X going again. It's not been working for about the last hour and a half.
Oh, good delivery, George Hill. Angled in towards Slater, holds its line. He plays the original one through to the gloves of Harry Duke. Is the inspiration going to come from for the White Rose? Well, we've seen plenty of that from George with the ball in this entire season, and in particular those 3 recent matches where he's picked up hatfuls of wickets, including in the first innings here. He's in and bowling, well watched by Ben Slater to defend that. That was much more George Hill-like in the second over of this spell from the Kirkstall Lane end. 2 overs for 9. 45 without loss, Hamid on 22 and Slater on 15. The Nottinghamshire lead 1-1-4.
Through 11 overs without any casualties here. There's not been that many partnerships throughout the match that have lasted for more than 11 overs. Not so hoping that this one is stretched a little further. Bowling change. Jordan Thompson, who's not had a great time, I think, since lunch. Got a first baller, and then the first time he went to field after lunch, his feet gave way underneath him, gifting a couple of runs to Ben Slater. See what he can do with the ball. Got 3 wickets and a really good catch yesterday as well. Decent day in the field for him. He's in. First ball is short and pulled away for 4. So Jordan Thompson's post-lunch involvement in this game isn't getting any better at the moment. That is the way County Championship cricket can fluctuate from session to session. Nicely pulled away by Hamid. Wasn't too disturbed by any movement behind the bowler's arm then. Just wondering in terms of gloominess, how gloomy we are at the moment with the light. Just had a moment or two at the back of the box doing an update for Radio Nottingham, come back to the front, and just a reminder of how dark it is. The floodlights look really bright now, and the names and the numbers on the board away to our left as Hamid plays this to point, no run. The shadows out there are getting stronger, and they're all from the floodlights. So when the umpires get it's that little bit uppity, isn't it, when it's the artificial light that's taking over. What do you think? You've been sat at the front for a while now. Do you feel it's got any darker? Or I know your eyes get attuned to it, don't they? But
yeah,
it's pretty gloomy to me.
I'd say so.
Hamid on strike. Thompson bowls to him and past the outside edge. It just scuttled along the ground the last few yards before it reached Harry Duke, and he did well to stop that. Down to his right. Ball makes his way to Adam Lythe, who bowls a ball. He's first of the match. He bowls a ball from slip to send it on its way round the circle and back to bowler Jordan Thompson. 49 without loss. Opening pairing, Hamid and Slater. Just putting a bit of calm to the Notts dressing room as Hamid drops this on the leg side.
Jordan Thompson, honest in his assessment of yesterday's play and the Yorkshire bowling. And he said it's Hilly and I's job to come on and obviously take wickets, but make sure we don't leak. And he said, I felt, me specifically, I kind of leaked at times. I took wickets at important times as well, so it's a bit of a trade-off.
The ball of this, the 12th over he bowls now. Hamid will cut this away and it'll go for 4. There is a man down at third, but it's just too fine for him. Nicely played by the Notts captain. Yorkshire got him cheaply yesterday. The signs of doing so again are starting to look ominous as Notts bring the 50 up 53 without loss, and Hamid has very quickly galloped along to 30. Slater scored 9 of the first 10 runs, and he's had a watching brief since then. Hamid 30 from 44 balls. That's his 5th boundary. Dangerous player when he's in his stride. As Thompson bowls to him again and goes through to the keeper. It's often, I think, typecast as just an old-fashioned traditional county championship opener who doesn't really score his runs at a healthy lick, but he can gallop along, and last week was a fine example of that. It was 206 not out. Before the end of the first day, mate carried his bat, he would have gone on, but he ran out of partners. Everybody else bowled out. So 206 well before the close on that first day down at Durham, or up at Durham, a week ago. 53 for non-Notts. Add 69 to that, and you've got a 122-run lead.
Jordan Thompson also, in his interview yesterday, said we've spoken about it already this season, just losing it a little bit in moments. It's George Hill bowls, a good delivery. Angled in and straightening on Ben Slater. He played inside the line. Yeah, what I would say to that is that I think they've probably lost another moment here, haven't they? Because they had to go out and bowl well and really needed to pick up some early wickets here with already a 69-run deficit. And if we're packaging up the first dozen overs as a moment, then this one has gone as well, 50-odd without loss, 122-run lead. Good delivery from George, who's finding the range now. That was nipping away. But it's, we talked about the favourable conditions of ball today when Nottinghamshire were bowling, and they're just the same with Yorkshire with ball in hand, and they have to make the most of them because that lead, if these conditions are to remain for the match, it's going to be very difficult for them to manage and chase down. Slater, back foot, punches with good timing. James Wharton Gets to that one just before it crosses the Western Terrace boundary rope. They get back for 2. Was he back in the chair?
Good afternoon, Dorji. It certainly does look a little bit more murky. A little earlier on, I don't know whether there's any drizzle or not in the air, but certainly much murkier than it previously was.
Here comes Hill. Nicely played by Slater. Opens the face, drives that along the carpet and will get 4 backward of point. Didn't time it perfectly. It was in danger of holding up, but just a little bit too much on it for James Wharton to get that. 4 more, 59 without loss. Superb partnership as far as this, in the context of the match, for this Nottinghamshire pair.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been really impressed with both Haseeb Hameed, the Notts captain, clearly the right-handed batter, and also Ben Slater, left-handed batter. They've formed a very good partnership. Have performed very, very well so far.
Hill in again. Oh, now then edged by Slater. It was a full delivery. Don Bess has definitely got something on it at first slip. Was it a drop chance? Did it carry? Did it hit the deck first? Very difficult to tell in the moment.
I'm not sure that that carried.
They've got a run from it.
I was just going to say we might get another look at that soon, but the way these two have defended, rotated strike, put the bad ball away, has been really impressive.
Hill to Hameed, who's working it square on the leg side. Just holds up in the footmarks at the wicket ends. Didn't skip on like it might have done. They've got a couple of runs. At the end of George's 3rd over, he's gone at 1 a ball here, unusually. 3 overs for 18, 62 without loss.
And that Notts lead now has creeped up to 131 runs. Interestingly enough, the run rate in this 3rd innings of the game, of course, Notts' second batting innings is 4.77. So they're accumulating runs at a reasonable rate. But what I like about the way these two have played, you've got the left and right hand partnership which plays the lines and the lengths of the opposition bowlers, the Yorkshire bowlers for sure. But you've also got a mindset and how they've both approached this. Very strong in defence, clip the ball when needed.
Thompson in round the wicket. Slater plays that out through point. And they get back for 2.
And they've, of course, played low-risk, high-reward cricket, play percentage cricket. They've got the feet apart, they've got forward, they've got back in defence, but look to rotate strike. When the ball's been slightly loose, they've looked to pounce on that ball. I think they've played beautifully. Given the context of the game and a low-scoring game, we've got the floodlights on, it's cloudy conditions. I'm sure Peter Moores and the coaching staff will be delighted with the approach of both Slater and Hameed in this 3rd innings of the game.
Thompson to Slater. Pushes into the offside, wants to go, but he's actually timed it too well, really, to Matthew Revis. No run. Yorkshire down to 2 in the slip cordon at this stage with a ring field. You've got to try and plug the runs, but take wickets. Proving difficult to do.
And that's the dilemma, isn't it? You know, the dilemma when a team is now 133 runs ahead. It's a challenge, isn't it, to get the balance right.
Here comes Thompson again, and that's dropped into the offside this time. Short ball, Ben Slater on strike.
We saw for the majority of the, certainly the second half of the Yorkshire innings, Nottinghamshire having 4 slips in play, sometimes a gully, often a backward point, sometimes a short leg, whereas already in this 3rd inning game, Yorkshire are quite rightly down to 2 slips.
Flashed away this time. It's a poor delivery by Jordan Thompson and got the treatment by Ben Slater square on the offside. And Jordan said himself on the website yesterday about being a bit too loose at times. Well, that's 14 now off 10 balls. And when you're already well behind in the game, not what the doctor ordered there.
Well, he's allowed Ben Slater just to create a decent base and then release his hands through the ball and create real bat speed and slightly open the bat face just by the width of that delivery and the length of that delivery.
Here's Thompson again, this time tighter lines, and dropped out to Finley Bean running round to field at point.
What's really pleasing, I think, from a Notts perspective, and it'd be interesting to speak to their coaching staff around this, is both batters are looking to score. So when you're looking to score, you still get into very positive positions when defending, and the ball often just runs off the face and you're in through for a quick single. Whereas if you're looking to defend, as opposed to look to score, you sometimes sit a little deeper on the ball. So they're playing really well.
Yep, Slater again defending comfortably into the offside off the final ball of the over. 68 without loss. After 14, Yorkshire lad's been in touch. Says he's 5 minutes into a rain-dancing Great Ousburn, which is the only likely way Yorkshire will come out of this game with any points, unless George has a blinder. Well, I've already got some points, Yorkshire lad, of course. 3. And that, at the moment, is looking like that will be that, unless there's a major turnaround in what we're seeing out there. It is about as gloomy as it's been. You can really see some pretty strong cross shadows from the floodlights cast around the players. I think the umpires did have a little coming together there, but they're saying that play can continue.
Still 47 overs remain today. So it might be that if the rain does hold off, we may just have a relatively late finish, Dodgy.
Here's Hill. Ooh, now then, again, that one doesn't bounce that much, does it? Bounces before it gets to Harry Duke. Drew Hamid forward into having a little push at it. But yeah, you're right. I mean, we could be in for a curtailed end to the day, possibly. We're only just past the halfway point in the allotted 96 for the day at 20 past 3. A couple of overs disappeared, of course, in between innings. Hill in and Hamid drives ever so slightly uppishly. It carried for a while towards Ben Code at mid-off, but bounced comfortably short of him. 68 without loss, 137 runs. Nottinghamshire in almost complete control of this match now. Counting the number of times I said that down at the Oval last week as Hill is in, and that's turned to mid-wicket where Don Best does the fielding.
People are listening in on this or watching on the live stream and thinking, well, what can Yorkshire do to turn this game at this stage? Quickly beginning to run away from them. Well, there's not a great deal they can do, but the focus where they have control is they start the game with, from a bowling perspective, so dialing really tightly into lines and lengths is key.
Yeah, Hill in, and that's turned off his legs by Hamid down to Jack White running round from long leg. 1 run.
And making it really difficult to score if they possibly can. We know that these two are in now and batting well, 1 on 33, 1 on 28. But actually, real 3/4 of the way up the stumps, running the ball into middle stump or off stump is pretty important because, one, it brings in all dismissals into play, but also it gives you the better chance of limiting the run rate, which is already at 4.70, and then be backed up in the field with really good attitude.
Hill in again, this time to Slater. Ball short and wide of off stump, and he's just run it down to third man. Another single. So the board really is ticking, and bizarrely in these conditions, it's got the feeling that the batting side's in control of what's going on out there rather than those in the field. Well, we're still 14 overs and 1 ball away from that, so you're talking about 4:15 4, probably something like that. As George Hill's final ball of the over is defended by Hamid. He's on 33, Slater on 29. So an unbroken opening partnership in this Nottinghamshire second innings of 70. 4 overs for 20 for George Hill. 2 overs for 14 for Jordan Thompson. And a lead of 139 now.
Yes, the Notts team will be very happy with this opening partnership. The left-handed Slater and right-handed captain, of course, Hamid. Both played beautiful cricket. Low risk, high reward. Positive in attack, positive in defence. And I think played some really good cricket, actually, from very switched-on tactical cricket as Thompson comes in to try and make the breakthrough.
To Slater, he's not going to make the breakthrough with that because he's been smashed away through the leg side. And, actually, he's not timed that brilliantly, has he? Ben Slater, maybe up somewhere near the splice. Because he hasn't gone for 4. The feeling of the shot before I picked it up with the naked eye was that it was going to disappear. David Milan has managed to chase it down a few yards inside the boundary. So they get through for 3.
Yeah, he didn't quite get hold of that one, did he? Fully anyway. The lead moves on to 142.
Here comes Jordan Thompson over the wicket to the right-handed Hamid. That's better from JT. Hamid has to defend it. About 3 off the first ball of the over is it's a pattern that's been developing. Runs off the first ball, then you're always kind of chasing it. And 42 on now. Nottinghamshire. And Hamid waits. Ooh. Good delivery. Has he got him here? He has. So a little bit of extra bounce from Jordan Thompson. Good delivery. And Hamid, despite having got himself in there, as in as you can get in these conditions, he's managed to nick one through to the gloves of Harry Duke. And he goes for 33.
Terrific delivery. Just back of the length, just nips away, gets a little bit of extra bounce, draws Hamid into the shot because of the line, and then just gets a nick through to keeper Duke. Nicely taken. But a good delivery there. Good delivery from Thompson. I'll be delighted with that. And that's the end of a good innings from Hamid. The Notts captain. He scored 33, 53 deliveries in just 64 minutes. 5 fours. At a strike rate of 62.26. But he's done his job to a large degree by setting the foundations with the left-handed Slater and giving Notts a good opportunity to extend their first in lead of 69, which they had, and that lead is up in the 140s now. Joining Slater in the middle is Freddie McCann as he walks out to the middle. Just to recap, the Notts lead is now 142 runs, and the score is 73 for 1, but the foundation's been set by Slater and the departing Notts captain Hamid. And on a very grey day here at Headingley, the floodlights have been on all day, and the picture is Nottinghamshire are 73 for 1.
Yeah, the picture for Yorkshire is about as gloomy as the conditions. They've got given themselves an almighty task. It's going to be 44 to 44 here. Freddie McCann sports the same number on his back as Jordan Thompson. Not sure what Freddie McCann's reasons for 44 are. We know what Jordan Thompson's are. And he's in now and bowling around the wicket to the left-hander first up. Drops that into the pitch. There's no run for those who don't know on the Jordan Thompson front. His favourite Leeds United footballer, Robbie McCormack, sported 44 when he was growing up. And that's the reason he chose that for his number on the back of his cricket shirt. 73 for 1. And he comes again, past umpire Nigel Long. McCann, top of the bounce, opens the face and runs it wide of the cordon. Off the mark with a single.
It's important here from a Yorkshire perspective. They've made a good breakthrough, got rid of the captain, Hamid, who's played beautifully, I think, for his 33 runs this afternoon. But now it's about making another indentation in this batting lineup and doing all they can so they can pick another couple of wickets up before tea, just to try and balance out this game and just wrestle back a little bit of momentum.
Here comes Thompson again, back foot. Slater gets it away down to third man, skips his way down to the non-striking end and picks up one to retain the strike. 16 overs in, 75 for one, that run rate. Well, clearly much higher than Yorkshire would like. 4.69 is much higher than you'd like in any match, let alone one where you desperately need to keep it down. Desperately need to take wickets, and you've got conditions in your favour with ball in hand. We're going to see a change at the Kirkstall Lane end. Don Bess is going back to his number one fast bowler in Ben Code. George Hill. Well, it's a rare occasion this season that it kind of hasn't worked for George, but it didn't in that little spell. 44 in front. Two slips, long leg, third man, point, mid-wicket, cover, mid-on, mid-off is the setup. And Slater turns that one in front of square on the left side for Jordan Thompson to do the fielding. So two lefties here for the Yorkies to work on. Ben Cody's favoured end here. Kirkstall Lane. Can he pick up some of those wickets that I think he felt frustrated that he hadn't yesterday when he finished with a duck egg against his name in the wickets column? You would not have predicted that in any innings really, but certainly in innings where there was cloud cover and a green top for quite a bit of the day. Second delivery flicked to leg by Slater. There's no run.
Well fielded that by Don Bess, wasn't he? Got covered the ground pretty quickly at mid-on. To his knees, picked the ball up and threw the ball in. So it just shows that little bit of intent is there and important, just letting them know that he's on the game.
In comes Code, and Slater drops that one down into the pitch by his feet. No run. Bean and David Milan just exchanging a few words. Maybe they've got some advice for the bowlers here. Something like, keep this score down, will you, lads? We've got to try and get them. In comes Code round the wicket. Slater, slightly awkward for a moment, but the key thing there was he watched the ball. When it's wobbling about like this, obviously you've got to watch the ball anyway, Shawsey, but even more important, doesn't sort of matter too much, I guess, where your body ends up if the ball's nipping around, as long as you maintain that concentration, that hand-eye coordination. And that's what the man from Chesterfield did. His Code. Slater working it to leg. Don Bess, who, of course, we just saw with a little bit of first innings twirl. 2 overs for 7. Can't think we're going to see much of him. Get to the stage where he thinks, well, seamers are not doing what I'm wanting them to do here. I might as well have a go myself.
Yeah, the seamers so far have done the work for both teams, haven't they? And might be worth just having a look.
Coding again, shot. Half volley length, fourth stump, and Ben Slater all over that one. Timed it superbly out to the Western Terrace boundary along the carpet all the way. That 4 takes him to 37. Nottinghamshire now to 79 for 1. And a very ominous looking lead of 148 with 9 second innings wickets in hand.
Cole's just looking for a little bit of movement there, and he's gone fairly full to try and get that movement either in the air or just a little bit off the pitch. That movement seems to have left them at the moment, so therefore Slater is able to put his hands through that ball, stay on the line of the ball without the lateral deviation as such. So, yeah, very well played and well timed 4 runs.
Thompson is in.
Ooh.
McCann plays it into his body. For a moment, it looks like it might roll back onto the stumps, but he got his foot there. 79 for 1. Lateral deviation.
Lateral deviation.
Like
Sideways
that.
movement.
That sounds like a band.
Yeah.
Sort of band you'd probably go and watch live in your local pub, something like that.
Can't beat it with a lateral deviation.
Down Barnsley, lateral deviation.
Yeah.
Right.
The sideways movement.
Where's that
Jonathan.
going?
Sideways movement.
Where's that going to eat? Oh, I'm off down pub to see lateral deviation. Great band. Thompson is in. Ooh, push at that one from McCann.
There we go. Lateral deviation.
12-inch single. He's in all good record shops. Buy it now.
Good spell this by Thompson. He's made the breakthrough, and he's bowling pretty well at the moment. Bowling pretty well.
Making his way in again, past umpire Nigel Long. Round the wicket to McCann, who's found a gap through the covers here. Matthew Revis is going to catch this one just before it makes it to the boundary. McCann gets through for 3. Takes his score to 4, 82 for 1. The lead above 150 now. Well, the plan was from the Yorkies when they got into that huddle just before Nottinghamshire's second innings began. What was the inspirational speech? If there was one. Jordan Thompson in. Ben Slater right behind this, pushing it into the offside for Revis to come in and pick up. More passing air traffic. No shadowing on the pitch. We've had quite a lot this year, haven't we? Under sunny skies as we've had for the first part of the season, where we've got the big plain shadow cast as it goes right over the top, but not today. Shadows out there, courtesy of the floodlights, as Thompson is in and bowling, and Slater drives quite pleasantly. Can't get it past Jack White at mid-off. Big socials planned tonight, Shawsey? Going out around Barnsley to see... is it the classic
tonight.
Lateral deviation line-up tonight, or is it the original one that didn't do quite as well in the charts?
Sideways movement.
Yes, Thompson.
Oh, here we
Good
go.
delivery. Has he got him? No. There's an appeal for a catch behind by Harry Duke, who's asking what did he hit there. Not sure how we're convinced he got anything on it. And importantly, Nigel Long is the man who makes those decisions at that end at the moment. And he said it didn't.
Oof.
Yeah, it missed by
Bounce
some
and
margin. It was a good delivery.
Found some movement though there, wasn't it? Nice delivery of this.
So 4 overs, 1 for 22, Jordan Thompson.
Oh.
Ben Code, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 17. Hasn't taken a wicket in the match, unbelievably. But he's got the opportunity still to do so. 82 for 1, lead of 151 after 18 overs.
All of a sudden looks slightly brighter. Tad brighter.
Yep, Code come in. Good delivery here. There's an appeal for something as it drops into the offside.
Can't look stuck, look trapped on his crease then. Let's just have a look at the replay.
Fairly wide on the crease. Not out again. LBWs have not been a favoured mode of dismissal in the match. Milan conspicuous today, as McCann this time gets bat on ball. 82 for 1.
Looks a bit uncomfortable, McCann, whether he's picking the length or not. I'm not sure. He looks a bit late on the ball. And might be an opportunity here for Code and the Yorkshire fielding unit. Code comes in again.
Still 3 slips. Bowling to McCann, who this time strokes it to the onside of straight. Don Bess even does the fielding. Got a few messages from Russell Bess, who was out in the Aegean, the Adriatic, something like that the other week. He was at sea anyway, listening.
Very good.
When Yorkshire were down at Chelmsford. He's been lost at sea. He's not messaged in since then. Here's Code round the wicket. Oh, that's not bounced, but it was too wide to trouble Freddie McCann. We'll have a change in the com box after the next 2 deliveries. I'll let the lad on for the next little bit. McCann's face at 9, not, as Shawsey says, not necessarily most comfortable just yet. Ben Slater, 50 balls into his innings, 77 minutes. A fine job in the match for Nottinghamshire. 37 he is. As McCann, again, tentative with that defensive turn into the leg side for Thompson to field. No run. Tries to bring back the girdle from the Nottinghamshire listeners. And so, you know, we like to satisfy all requests. Code comes in again for the final ball of the over, and McCann plays it just beyond the diving Finley Bean down to third man. Will pick up 1. So 83 for 1 at the end of that over. Nottinghamshire lead by 152. I'll leave you with the Girdler and Shawsey.
We have a result. That's at Trent Bridge, where England have defeated Zimbabwe by an innings and 45 runs. Zimbabwe 2 fairly even innings, 265 all out yesterday. Second time round, 255. 6 wickets for Shoaib Bashir, Somerset spinner in that second innings, 6 for 81. Did see at one of my very brief pop-ins to the media centre, Harry Brook took a catch a little early, an absolute stunner off Ben Stokes bowling at slip, leaping high at second or third slip. So England beating Zimbabwe. We continue here at Headingley with Freddie McCann turning this delivery from Jordan Thompson onto the leg side. Sole Pigeon minding its own business, has to take flight, otherwise it'd have been trampled over. McCann gets a couple of runs to move on to 7. We've not had the old social media working this afternoon, X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it. It's been down, and then lo and behold, it springs back into life. I just put on literally the ball before, because that's when the run happened. 73 Slater and Hamid had reached the highest partnership of the match. Press send, and then he's out next ball. So we're getting the old commentator's curse messages. This one's driven through the offside by Freddie McCann. Very elegant shot to the furthest boundary on the field at extra cover over into that far corner. One of the many old pavilions that used to be in this ground. There's only 20, 25 people sat in those white seats over there watching, but they'll have had a good view of the ball coming towards them. Nice shot, Freddie McCann onto 11, and Notts continue on their way. 89 for 1. Add 69 to that, and you've got the lead. What's that? 158, something of that order. Thompson. The only wicket to fall so far, bowls, and McCann turns this away square on the offside, and there's no run fielded by Finley Bean.
Great opening partnership, wasn't it, in the context of the game, David, with Hasib Hamid and Ben Slater. I thought both of them played beautifully in the context of the game. Rotated strike well, defended well, looked to score, put the bad ball away. Good cricket, I thought. Good all-risk high reward cricket from a coaching perspective.
Slater's still there on 37 at the non-striker's end. 3 consecutive 50s going into this innings for Slater. Freddie McCann chops this out onto the offside. He was gone tumbling over. It's like he was trying to run on ice. That's Bean again. He came rushing in, and his feet went completely from underneath him. It was like me just walking on concrete every single day of my life, or any normal person trying to run on ice. His legs went from underneath him. Sign of getting older. A number of times you trip over. You hit those blooming curbstones as they stick up. Nice, elegant flow of the bat from Freddie McCann. Drives this down the ground. I didn't leap in or anything because I'm not like that. Because I'm not knowing for certain. But you mentioned number 44. I think it was Ross McCormack, wasn't it? The old footballer. He had a little spell at Nottingham Forest. But I have a funny feeling with Freddie McCann. It's Lewis Hamilton. Lewis Hamilton's number 44. 89 for 1. Next ball beats McCann, goes through to the keeper. They're celebrating. Freddie McCann's just staying there scratching away, and it's the end of the over. There was a little bit of animation, a premature celebration from Jordan Thompson, but not out clearly. 89 for 1, and we're getting a whole raft of protective helmets and pads and other paraphernalia being brought on the wicket out onto the outfield. So we might be getting some twirly-whirly stuff.
Well, I'm just having a look in the groundsman shed. We're just looking. There's been a little bit of movement in the ground staff shed. Whether people are putting waterproofs on, or I'm not sure. I'm hoping the rain stays away. Because, as you say, I think there's a wonderful opportunity for a little bit of spin. And let's see if there's anything in the pitch for Don Best. But yeah, we're saying the opening partnership was a very good foundation setter, wasn't it, for Notts in this second innings, their batting innings?
Largest partnership of the match, I guess. From the Yorkshire perspective, one way to look at that is, well, maybe it's just getting a little easier to bat. Just down the road, Yorkshire women 133 for 8, with 1 over left in their innings in the quarter-final of the women's T20s County Cup. They're playing Bears women. So, want to get a few more runs in the last over, I would imagine. Here's Don Bess round the wicket. He bowls to Slater. A little bit of bounce and turn, but it was far too wide. Slater has nothing to do with it.
Good pace as well, then, like you said. Bit of bounce, turn. Ball's a bit straighter. So spin the ball a bit.
Slip and a leg slip. In again, and bowls cut away to backward point this time, and there's no run. 89 for 1. Slater 37. This is his 151st first-class match. Chops this one to backward point. He'll get a couple of runs there, and just wonder how much he's put on it, actually. It might go all the way to the fence. It has indeed. Just seemed like just guided that into a gap and was sure of getting 1, hopeful of getting 2, and in the end he got 4, and that might just go back to what you were just saying there, Paul, that Don Bess is firing it in a little bit. Might be just the pace that he'd put on the ball just started all that up, because it was nothing more than a case of just guiding it into a vacant space on the offside by Slater.
Yeah, I'm playing it very, very late to go behind point play that night.
Slater on to 41. Next ball he pushes into the offside. There's no run. So not a 93 for 1. It's 162. Worrying times for the home side here. Looking for another wicket or 2 before lunch. Don Bess is imploring the umpire to give this out LBW, because he feels, and he might have a case, he feels that Ben Slater, as he pushed forward bat and pad, that would have brushed the pad first. And Well, he may have a point, he may not. We don't have the review system in County Championship cricket. You know what's going through Don Bess's mind there, and he's just hoping it's going through the mind of the umpire as well, but not out is the verdict. Next ball, Slater mistimes it. He was looking to drive up to mid-off. And there's nothing from that. So just 4 from the over, and a very loud, imploring appeal from Don Bess. 93 for 1. Did he have anything going for him?
Yeah, I think if he'd certainly hit the toe or the pad, then I think he's probably in the game. But I thought it difficult to tell, wasn't it, really? Yeah. I thought inside of the bat perhaps first. We might be getting another look at it here. Just have a little look.
Yeah, we haven't got... well, I mean, it's academic anyway, but we haven't got any definitive way of knowing what it struck first. But on another day, international cricket or what have you, with all the gadgets and gizmos and Hawkeyes and Snickos and all the other things, might have been able to detect whether that was pad first. Anyway, we've got a bowling change. It'll be Ben Code, still in search of his first wicket of the match. Got 8 overs to go until tea. Here he comes from the stand end bowls, and this is pushed by McCann into the offside, and there's no run.
Still 2 slips in play for Yorkshire, and really tricky balance to strike, isn't it? Saving runs, but really focusing on taking wickets. You know, the lead is 162 now for Notts, so that's the challenge that Yorkshire are facing, nicking out a couple of wickets before tea, but not squandering too many boundaries at this stage of the game.
We've had 14 wickets go down at Durham today. Durham 121 for 7 in their second innings. They lead Somerset by 226 as Code bowls to Freddie McCann, leaves it alone. They're taking tea at Southampton. Hampshire 154, Sussex in reply 297. That frustrates the coaches when you fall just short of a milestone there. 3 more Sussex runs and they'd have had a second batting point. At the Oval, Essex 58 without loss in their second innings, trailing Surrey by just 4. Surrey all out earlier for 279. We're into the third innings of the match at New Road, where Warwickshire are 15 for 1, leading Worcestershire by 61. Comes Code. Can turns this to leg, and there's no run. Division 2, Kent 56 for 1 at Derby, replying to the home side's 587 for 5 declared. Glamorgan made 383 at Cardiff. Middlesex 63 for 2. Lost about an hour to rain there a little earlier. Leicestershire batting 323 for 5 against Lancashire. Centuries for Rian Ahmed and for Lewis Hill. And tea at Northants, where the home side made 469. Gloucestershire 41 for 1. Yorkshire women have 1 ball left in the innings. There we are. It's just refreshed. In fact, they're all out the last ball of the 20th over. So Yorkshire women 138 playing Bears women in the quarter-final of the Women's County Cup just down the road at Wheatwood. Not missed anything as Code comes in and bowls, delivers full, keeps a whisker low, and Freddie McCann pushes it out onto the offside. I think they were just getting a bit of sawdust, weren't they, sorted out at the far end?
Just a bit greasy, I think, probably in that in the footholes. There has been a little bit of rain in the air. Nothing too serious at all, but the odd drop here and there. And moisture in the air, obviously. It's a bit slippery underfoot from time to time for the fast bowlers running in as they bang that front foot down. Last thing they want is for that front foot to slip.
Code again. Bowls and tall, elegant 20-year-old McCann pushes this into the offside. There's no run. 3 centuries already in his fledgling career. Just played about 11 or 12 first-class matches, so he's got his career off to a good start. 154 against Surrey last year in just his second match. Away with the Lions in the winter. Took a couple of good catches today. Stands tall. Code bowls, and he cuts this one through the offside. He knew I was talking about him. Lovely shot by Freddie McCann. Away for 4. And he moves on to 15. That's a 97 for 1, and we've got 7 overs to go until the tea breakers. Thought Matt Mills was coming on to do a bit of fielding. He's not. He's just come on to take off one of the spare helmets out there, of which there are plenty. In fact, then Matt Mills comes back onto the field as one of his teammates goes off for a quick comfort break.
Just McCann just picked the length again very, very quickly. A good sign of a good batter. Help really accelerates their decision making. And he's rocked back and just had the width there to elegantly play that ball through the offside for 4 runs. He looks a good prospect, certainly, and he's got early runs in his career, hasn't he, to support that. Be
best to Slater. He was on 41, second battling innings of the match for Ben Slater. Fired up by Don Bess, nice and full, and Slater just happy to turn it to leg. There's no run. Matt Mills on the field. Picks it up, returns it to his captain. Comes in once more and it's pushed into the offside. There'll be another single. Slater on to 42. Knots 98 for 1. The lead is 167. Bess, an England Test cricketer of not so long ago. Getting enough cricket at Somerset and made the move north about 4 years or so ago, would it have been, as this is pushed back to him. And there's no run. Skippering Yorkshire in the County Championship for the first time. Comes in off just 2 or 3 walk-up steps and then a little jump and tries to get as many revolutions as he can as he fires it down to the other end for Freddie McCann to block it back to him.
I think once Bess gets into his spell here, if he just varies his pace slightly, you just might find a little bit of something in the pitch.
Balls, and this is worked into the offside. Wharton does the fielding, no run.
And might just deceive the batter by getting the ball just above his eye line or just holding it up a little bit. And be interesting whether he crafts a spell together that gives him a chance to vary his pace.
Once again, and McCann being very watchful here, just defends it. End of the over, 98 for 1. Didn't see anything of Liam Patterson-White with ball in hand in the Yorkshire first innings. That's off the back of a very expensive but lengthy bowl at Durham last week. 50 overs, 5 for 179 for Liam Patterson-White last weekend. So he'll be, he'll be one or the other, won't he? He'll either be stiff as a board still or nicely loose and ready to go. But didn't get a bowl in the first innings. I would imagine that maybe tomorrow we might see a little more of him.
I would think so. Just looking at the partnership now, this partnership between Slater and McCann is beginning to get healthy. It's 25. Slater on 42, McCann already on 15. And of course, 167 run lead over Yorkshire Notts have.
Start of a new over from Ben Code, turned to leg by Slater, and he went trotting off to as if to take to the single. That's sometimes when mistakes can happen. The non-striker maybe just momentarily switched off and just went by Slater's body action, but McCann was all over it and very quickly said no, realised he wouldn't be able to get down to the other end in time. 88 for 1. Don't want to do any self-inflicted harm here, Nottinghamshire, because they've got a platform for a good score as push this up to mid-off. With that first innings advantage, they've, as we were saying and speculating, obviously with the batting side, you want as many as you can, and you want to set Yorkshire as many as you can. You get greedy, and side of that is that, well, what can Yorkshire chase? Well, their answer is as few as possible. Understandably, all the time in the world left in this game, but surprised if we get much cricket on day 4. That's probably where we are as Slater turns this to leg. Protection out there, but they'll come back for a couple. 100 brought up, exactly 100 for 1. So right now Yorkshire require 170 to win, but they need 9 wickets first. as another aeroplane goes overhead. First 50 in this innings came up in 71 balls, second in 70 balls. In on the door of 4 o'clock.
Challenge for Yorkshire here is that Nottinghamshire playing good percentage cricket and are just accumulating runs quite naturally. Run rate is 4.26. Not that that's a big thing at this stage, but they are amassing runs quite quickly.
Code bowls, Slater. Little push and run this time. That was a little chancy, but knew what he was doing and comfortably able to make his ground. 101 for 1.
Just a reminder that the only wicket to fall in this innings was the one of Notts captain, who played beautifully, Hasib Hamid. Was dismissed for 33. Caught Duke off the bowling of Thompson. First wicket went the first partnership of 73.
His code to McCann, leaves it alone and goes through to the wicket keeper. Yeah, Yorkshire have done well with regards to Hamid. 6 and 39 collectively. That's one of his poorest returns this year. I'm going to leave you in charge of all the airwaves for a brief moment in time here, Paul, because I've got to go and speak to the listeners of BBC Radio Nottingham, and Doidge is also taking of the air, so you're in charge.
Ascard comes in again. That's nicely left by McCann. He watches that one through to the Yorkshire wicketkeeper Duke. And at the end of the over, the score is 101 for 1. And just a reminder that Nottinghamshire lead Yorkshire by 170 runs here at Headingley on day 2 of this county championship game. 37 overs remain scheduled for today's play. See if we get through to the end of the day with the cloud cover that we've got. We've managed to hold off the rain so far, but it's something that could be concerning as the day goes on. As Best comes in, balls to Slater, defends the ball backward a square, the offside, so no run. As Best comes in again. That's nicely played out to deep cover from Slater, just for 1 run. And the score moves on to 102. Slater on 46, Can on 15. Best comes in again. Balls nicely, but that's defended down the pitch by McCann. No score. Quite important, see, from a Yorkshire's perspective, if they can make a breakthrough before tea. As Best comes in again. It's to McCann, who defends out to short. Extra cover, very solidly, very much in control of his movements and where he's looking to play the ball. Best comes in again. Defender down the pitch from McCann. Just one delivery left in Best's third over. As Best comes in again. Balls to McCann, who defends that a little bit more positively, looking to score, but there's no run. The ball rolls out to extra cover. And that's the end of Best's over. And the score remains 102 for 1. And just a reminder that Nottinghamshire lead Yorkshire by 171 runs. And it's a really good foundation for Nottinghamshire. And their job is to extend this partnership for as long as they possibly can and gradually accelerate as they go through towards the back end of the day. And Yorkshire's job, of course, is to take as many wickets as they can and be as economical as they can. As Code's about to come in and bowl to Slater from the Howard stand end as he makes his approach around the wicket. Ball's just clipped away. Down to fine leg by Slater. Just picks up 1 run. Score 103 for 1. Slater moves on to 47. And the young prospect McCann on 15 is to face Ben Code coming in from the Howard Stand end here at Headingley. And he starts his approach as he runs in to ball to McCann. Oh, it's a good delivery, and he's nicked it. He's nicked it. It's been given out. McCann's been given out. Caught behind by Duke. A very, very good delivery, which both pitched, deviated, and real bounce, extenuated bounce, I think, there. That's just caught the outside edge or the glove of McCann. He's walking off disappointedly. Not sure whether he thinks he's nicked the ball or not, but we're going to have a quick look at the replay now. This code comes in. Not sure there. It's a very good delivery, but McCann doesn't look happy with that decision, Dave, does he?
I can't leave you in charge of anything, can I, without things going awry. At first glance, he didn't appear to be all that close to the ball, but confident appeal, and the umpire raised the finger. So that's that. Here comes Joe Clark. Doesn't seem that long ago since we're watching him bat. It was only, of course, yesterday afternoon. Made 64. Here he comes at number 4 in the order again, with Notts with a lead of 172 over Yorkshire. There are 3 overs to go after this one until the tea break, so I don't necessarily expect anything other than, once again, a watchful Joe Clark here, and along with Ben Slater, they'll be desperate now to get to the interval without any further damage. First wicket of the match for Ben Code, and I have to say it's been thoroughly deserved and long overdue.
Yes, he'll be delighted with that, wasn't he? He's worked hard throughout the game and been slightly unlucky. Balled some decent area. That's a good delivery, and it's a little bit of sideways movement, but I think it was the bounce that surprised McCann, as it did seem to bounce.
I'll tell you what did surprise him. When he looked up and saw the finger raised, that seemed to surprise him.
Didn't look that happy, did he?
So it's going to be Code to continue. Joe Clark on strike. You finishing the over that you started.
I will do.
We're about half an hour behind where we should be in terms of the over rate. Both sides will be, I'm sure, culpable for that. Not sure what the Nottinghamshire rate was at the end of the Yorkshire innings, and not entirely sure what the Yorkshire one is at the moment, but either way, we're going to be half an hour going to tea, and I would imagine we'll be more than half an hour late in finishing this evening. It's generally the way these things happen.
And Code starts his approach as he runs into Clark. 3 slips. It's well played there by Clark. Just defends solidly out to cover, and the score remains 103 for 2. Interestingly enough, Dave, the Yorkshire wicket-keepers decided to stand up, potentially to keep Clark in his crease. So we've got 3 slips and a backward point.
Yeah, saw him yesterday, in particular, getting a long way down. That's clearly something that's come from the Yorkshire dressing room.
As Code comes in, it's well played by Clark. Just looking for the one, not quite there. Well fielded by Don Bess in the covers. No run.
Mentioned it yesterday. He does sort of walk all over that danger area, getting down to the pitch of the ball from the seamers. And it's very rare that you actually see him get ticked off by the square leg umpire. But the side of that, of course, is if he is a long way down, he can't afford to miss it with the keeper stood up.
Code comes in again as he bowls to Clark. Clark rocks back, plays it off the back foot, runs the ball out to Don Bess in the covers. No run.
I tell you what, either these floodlights have increased in intensity, or we might have the first glimpse of sunshine of the day, because it's suddenly like a light has been switched on out there. It's got very bright, out on the outfield. And Aridu has now given up on that game, thinking, well, if he wants to walk forward, he can walk forward, but I'm not standing there to bend code anymore. Might get one in the teeth.
As Code starts his approach, and balls to Clark. Clip through mid-wicket. Pick up one, looking for two. Yeah, picks up two. That's nicely played by Clark.
Yeah, did you see where he was when he played it, though?
Yeah, he made an advance down the pitch, didn't he, into the danger area. Certainly did. So at the end of the over, end of Code's over, Nottinghamshire move on to 105 for 2, a lead of 174.
Slater on 47. Back-to-back 50s last week at Durham. 50 in the first innings. This match, which seems like 3 or 4 days ago, but it was only yesterday. Out for 52, straight after reaching his half-century. Yorkshire might cling to that hope once again that, OK, if he's going to get 50, let's let him, but let's see if he can get himself out next ball. Like he did yesterday. I think it was 2 balls after he got to a 50 yesterday. Jordan Thompson bowled him, got one just to deceive him. Slight change of pace that clipped the top of off. 3 overs to go until the tea break, and it will be Don Best, the Yorkshire skipper. He's bowled 3 miserly overs for just 6 runs so far. In it, ridiculously. Where are we going? The shortest, the silliest of covers. Very, very close on the offside. Right in front of the bat. Ooh. And Slater's hit him. He played it down into the ground with force. It's Wharton, isn't it, who's gone in there, James Wharton. Have some of that. Slater almost giving himself a catch, bouncing it down into the ground and into the pads or the body of Wharton, and it almost bounced back to Ben Slater. It's Best in again, this time played in the ground wide of that close infielder, but they can't get a single. A dangerous game in there, close. I foolishly in club cricket many years ago went in close there and got one around the temple.
Oh,
hello, where am I? You're in hospital. Next ball. Cut away by Slater, and that's his 50. Went a lot finer than he wanted. It was a little edgy-ish, but Yorkshire only got one slip in there, so it flew very quickly down to the ropes at the far end. And Slater, he's not been a ton machine this year yet, but he's certainly been racking up the 50s. That's his 6th of them. This one coming from 68 deliveries with 6 fours. Been at the crease for exactly 2 hours. 68 balls and 6 fours. So back-to-back 50s last week, back-to-back 50s in this match. What he won't want to do is do what he did yesterday and get out straight afterwards. As Best bowls to him, and he's cut this to backward point, and there's no run.
Played really nicely today, hasn't he? Came in difficult conditions as such, and he and the Notts captain played beautifully and set a really strong foundation.
Best 5th ball of this over. Slater again happy to just block it out to square on the offside. There's no run. The lead up to 178 for Nottinghamshire. Best concludes the over with ball pushed past Wharton for a single. And he'll keep strike, Ben Slater, 110 but 2. There are 2 overs left in the session. Today Yorkshire all out for 159. 6 wickets for Mo Abbas. David Milan, the top scorer, with 64 before missing a 4 straight one from Brett Hutton that wrapped him on the pads.
Slater's half-century came from 68 deliveries.
And I think, as you said, Dave, just a few minutes ago, it is a little brighter out there. First time we've seen any sunlight, I think, if I can call it that, managing just to sneak through the clouds, the gap in the clouds. But over Leeds, it still does look fairly dark, doesn't it, over the city of Leeds. As just looking at Slater, faces up as Code about to start his approach.
He's going to go round the wicket, just 2 slips. Hill at first, Live at second. Code and wide enough to be left alone. Nothing to do with that. Ben Slater with only 11 balls now to go until the tea interval. He'll be ready for a cuppa. And it'll be work head on once again going into the final session. See if he can go on and get his first 100 of the season. I was a little surprised. Yes, I interviewed him last night and sort of saying that, you know, obviously would like to go on and have a big score. I'm pleased I'm just churning out the 50s, contributing each week as he plays this to backward point. There's no run. And then it's almost as if he was sort of reflecting on what he said. But I'm still sick of getting out for 92. I think it was the second game of the season. He got out for 92. I'm still sick of getting out for 92. Should have had 100 by now. So there is that determination there, obviously. He knows that everyone else in the top 8 of the Nottinghamshire side have had a century this season, which is an incredible stat, really. Perfectly capable. He's had plenty in his career. Next ball is cut into the offside. There's a bit of a chase on here. Matthew Revis leading the charge out to the boundary away to our left, and then a huge heaved in javelin throw. It's just about reaches Harry Duke, but by then they'd come back for 3, and Slater can go down to the sanctuary of the non-strikers end on 55, 113 for 2.
Yeah, timed that ball away through the offside, hasn't he? Not perfectly, but managed to get the ball through extra cover, and both he and Clark run really hard to pick up the 3 runs.
Thing on pause here whilst Don Best just tinkers with the field a little bit. He's brought Bean back into third slip. And again, the keeper's standing up. See where Joe Clark goes. If he does go forward, he doesn't. And is left alone. Duke whips off a bail, just in case, and then pops it back on. Should be the umpire's responsibility, but everybody knows that. It's just get on with the game, let the keeper pop it back on. He knocked it off. 113 for 2. Clark has a couple. Slater has 55. The men out of Mead for 33. McCann for 15. This ball is through Joe Clark. What's that? Away. It's just a dot ball. Again, again, the bail's been disturbed. Difficult to see because we're sort of peering between Harry Duke and Joe Clark, and then suddenly saw a bail go flying. But again, it was the keeper knocking over the timbers.
Bounced and went sideways. So there's still movement in this pitch.
Coding small bowling beautifully at the moment, and very nearly gets one through Clark's defence as he had to just at the last second there just to drop the bat down on that one to prevent being bowled. It was a lovely delivery. We're just sorry that the tea interval's just around the corner now. Ben Code just finding some really accurate deliveries. It did nip back off the seam, and Clark just jabbed down on it late, and even then he had to be wary that the ball just didn't get a bit of backspin and bounce onto the stumps, but it didn't. 1-1-3 for 2 at the end of the over.
Well, 2 deliveries there couldn't be any opposite, could there? One bounced and moved away. The next one stayed low and nipped back. So 2 great deliveries with a bit of help from the pitch, but certainly made it difficult for Clark the back end of that over.
So Don Best to take us to tea. This is wide enough for Slater to leave it alone. If a wicket goes down, they'll troop off anyway. If not, at the end of this over, it will be the tea break, and then 32 overs will remain in the final session of the day. We're 40 minutes past when the tea break should have been taken. Slater, no fancy shots from here on in. Not that there has been any from Ben Slater. Just again happy to put bat on ball, make sure it's played down into the ground safely. And ticks off another one. 4 balls left. Well, Don Best goes through his variations in this over. You know, Slater will be just happy to block as he does to the 3rd ball. Running it again square of the wicket on the offside. Seabermead made 33, Freddie McCann 15. At lunch, Yorkshire, remember, was still batting 119 for 7. As, again, Slater, I think for the 3rd time in a row, pushes it to point. Mo Abbas took the last 3 wickets to fall, all soon after the resumption. Lewis Hill bowled for 1. Dominic Bess caught 4th slip by Lyndon James for 11, and Jordan Thompson out first ball, caught by Freddie McCann. This is through to the keeper. Beg your pardon, that was 7, 8 and 9. The last wicket to go down was Matthew Revis, who was bowled by Abbas for 27. So he got the last 4 wickets to go down. Abbas, Hill before lunch, and the other 3 straight afterwards, as Slater again pushes to point. So that over was one replay after another, just all pushed to point. End of the over, 113 for tea, for 2 at tea. 2 for tea. Well, there's 2 here that's going to head off for a cup of tea. I hope you will as well. The players will return in 20 minutes' time, and I hope you'll join us then.
Vertu, official partner of Yorkshire County Cricket Club.
there an hour or so, 8 fours and 4 sixes, but then it was more or less as you were. Matthew Revis did well towards the end to put on 27, and a useful last wicket partnership between him and Ben Coe. Took him to 159 all out, but yeah, already 69 behind Nottinghamshire at the start of Nott's second innings. Haseeb Hameed made 33 for them and put on a partnership with Ben Slater of 73 for the first wicket. And they made scoring runs look a little bit easier than Yorkshire had under similar conditions. The floodlights have been on all day. It's always, when you see the floodlights here at Headingley, you know it's going to be difficult to bat. It's been fairly gloomy for most of the day. Actually, the lights are still on, but just in the few minutes before tea, it did get out sunny for the first time on day 2. The other wicket to fall in this Nottinghamshire second innings, Freddie McCann was caught by Harry Duke off Ben Coe. I've got to say, from where I was sitting, which was more or less behind it, didn't look like he got a nick on it to me, but he was given by umpire Nigel Long. Ben Slater, he's made 50 in both innings and doing a grand job for Nottinghamshire. 55 not out second time around. Joe Clark joined him just before the tea break, and he's on 2. And as I say, Jess, 182 runs behind, with Nottinghamshire still having 8 second innings wickets in hand. There's masses of time left in the game. If Yorkshire can get out of this without defeat, it will be, it will be extraordinary. Yep, pretty much. If you're a Yorkshire supporter, anyway, it feels a gloomy day at Headingley, weather and cricket-wise. But plenty of cheer for Nott supporters. They're playing really well this season. Anthony McGrath said to me after last week's hefty defeat by Surrey that he wanted to continue playing the same way, but he just needed his players to play better. And I think the answer so far this week, at least, has been that they haven't been able to do that just yet. Let's do that. Welcome back for part 3 of day 2 here at Headingley, with Nottinghamshire very firmly in the driving seat. 113 for 2 second time around, a lead of 182 runs. With Ben Slater, really good effort from him in this match when scoring runs has not been easy. 55 in this innings to go with the 50 he scored earlier. 80 balls so far, and Joe Clark 2 not out from 7 deliveries. Dave Bracegirdle and myself, Jonathan Doidge, with you for the first spell post-tea. Paul Shaw is our third voice as the 2 Nottinghamshire batters make their way out. I was talking to Adam Lyther the other week at Chelmsford, Dave, and he was talking about Jack Rudolph. Said one of the best players he's played with, and when he was here, he used to sort of, talk about not getting too dispirited if you've not got runs in one innings or the other. He set his benchmark as getting 100 runs across a match, and that you'll always have an effect if you can, or you more often than not will have an effect if you can do that.
Yeah, it's not a bad average per game if you can manage to do it, is it? It's a good player he was.
Yeah, so Adam Lythe is going to twirl away from the Howard stand end. Interesting.
I wonder if does it say the over 8 anywhere? It does it?
Usually, you'll see it on the scoreboard away on the Western Terrace side. They might change that display at some point and put it up.
I wonder if it's with a view to that or some other cunning plan. We've got Mr. Bean. Need Baldrick to come up with a cunning plan.
So Lythe in from the Howard stand end, first up to the right-handed Joe Clark, who's played it just wide of the diving James Wharton.
It's not the worst idea in the world, is it? I don't know how much bowling he's had, but Adam Lythe on his day has embarrassed more than enough top-order batters. Always used to bowl the first over in the T20 games, didn't he?
Yeah, they still sneak that one in now and again, not every week, but yeah, sometimes. Did get 5 for up at Chester Street in one T20 match. Off spin, in case any of you weren't aware, that's well wide of off stump. And Slater happy to watch it go by. He did get a wicket last week, Adam Lythe.
Seemed to take a while to get down there, that one.
Yeah, it is slow off spin. Again, well wide, can't tempt Slater into having a pop at it. Who did he get last week? Let me just go back through the cards, because it was somebody where he was... Oh, Jason Roy, that was it, yeah. Had him caught by George Hill at slip and wheeled away as if he'd won the World Cup, which Jason Roy, of course, did. Ben Slater, again, leaves one wide of off stump. So he's got a knack of picking up a wicket. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 25 last week, so... I'm not going to destroy anybody in red ball cricket, but he might pick up 1 or 2, as he sometimes does. He's wide of off stump, and Slater leaves. It tends to be bob him on. If he gets a wicket, take him out. He's done that job of breaking a partnership. And then somebody else can have a go at the new batter. And he comes again. Slater. There is a half yelp from Lythe, who completes his first over for the concession of just the one. 114 for 2 then. Nottinghamshire leading by 183 runs, and there are still 31 overs remaining today. We're in for a late one.
14 for 2, add the 69 to that, and got the Nottinghamshire lead. Going to get from this end. It's going to be Jack White, who I won't say he hasn't bowled from this end in the match, but the majority of his overs from the far end. Might just have had a little stint from this end late on in the piece yesterday, in the Nottinghamshire first innings. I'm not sure. Anyhow, he's going to be bowling to Joe Clark to begin with. He almost certainly did bowl to Joe Clark yesterday, because Clark batted for nearly half the day, or more than half the day. He was at the crease for 3.5 hours for his 64. Started in a similar sort of vein. He's made 3. He's been at the crease 17 minutes so far. Just faced 8 balls. Keeper standing back, so looking out for Clark getting down the track to White, who comes in now and bowls. In fact, Clark stays where he is and punches it away on the offside. That's a high-quality cricket shot from Joe Clark, and one that he can play when he's not on the march forward. Nicely played from the crease. Sweet bit of timing. 118 for 2. Clark onto 7. Lead up to 187.
Yeah, felt very much like a re-loosener for Jack White.
2 out in this innings. A Seba Mead for 33. Freddie McCann for 15. There's Jack White. Bowls and Clark pushes it into the offside. Not too many members of the travelling Nottinghamshire press corps at this game, so it was nice to go in the press box at tea time, and there were a number of the Yorkshire home media saying that Freddie McCann was a little unlucky and drive a bus between the Freddie McCann bat and the ball as it went past him. Seemed to get a bad one. 118 for 2. White in and again steered by Clark to backward point. There's no run. Conditions are certainly much better than about halfway through the afternoon session. I think there was going to be a time where the umpires might say, right, enough is enough. Not seen a light meter used. They've had 1 or 2 little chats, but at the moment, light is okay. Floodlights have been on all day. That's what they're there for, if it's dark and gloomy, and it's certainly fitted that description today, the weather. As White comes in. Oh, and again, we saw that this morning, or a little earlier in the innings. Clark backing away as White bowled. He missed the stumps this time, a little earlier on, and Mead did it and had his stumps splayed. I forget who was bowling from this end at the time, but Mead backed away, and Joe Clark did it pretty late. Just wonder what disturbed him from down below. 118 for 2. Clearly something did. There we are. We've just wonder if there was an advert on the screen or some such. Clark may be waiting for the advert to disappear. Here is Jack White coming in to bowl from Kirkstall Lane end. Bowls to Joe Clark. Turns this on the onside. Fielded by the boot of David Milan. Interested in stretching down for it. We've been joined by listeners to 5 Sports Extra, to Headingley, where Nottinghamshire continue to build a lead in their second innings. They're 119 for 2. Add that to the 69-run first innings advantage, and they're 188 ahead of the home side, who've picked up the wickets of a Seba Mead for 33 and Freddie McCann for 15 in this innings. And again, we've got Ben Slater this time, just at the last moment, pulling away. So there's clearly something down below that's frustrating the Notts batters. They got one of the screens, haven't they, down here, JD, that I think flips over to an advert, and maybe it's just a little slow in turning back to the all white. I'm not sure what it was, but Slater this time backs away. So here comes White. He's only going to bowl 6 balls this over, but it'll run in 8 times, and he's banged one in short, and that struck Slater somewhere round about the left shoulder. I don't think it was the head or the grill, but it reared up at him. That was a nasty, spiteful delivery from White, as if to say, I'm sick of running in and then not releasing the ball, and banged it in. And both Slater from the far end and Joe Clark from this end have gone down and done a bit of gardening. Did you see where it hit him?
Might have been top hand, actually. Oh no, shoulder.
Yeah,
just
left
past
shoulder.
the top hand.
So that's a good ball. Ben Slater's on 55, and to cause a little bit of inconvenience to somebody who's been in there for a long time and seeing it well. And comes White once more, this time 2 leg side-ish, and Slater's tucked that away for 4 through where the square leg umpire would be if he wasn't over on the point side when Slater's batting. Nice comeback from Slater at the end of the over. It was a mixed sort of over for a lot of reasons. 123 for 2, but Eventually, Jack White's got through it. 6 overs for White, none for 24 in this innings.
Yeah, I think it felt like it was the attempt at the old get him on the back foot the ball before, and then try and follow up with the full delivery, but strayed with his line there, Jack White. No wickets yet, going at 4 and over, which is unusual this season. Obviously only been with Yorkshire for this campaign so far, so Radders used to tell me he was well rated at Northamptonshire, and he did bowl pretty well against Yorkshire down there in a Division 2 match last year. Just sprinting towards us between overs, try and get around quickly. There isn't. Oh, there is a +1 on the over rate. That was that would have been the tea time take on things. It's going to be Don Bess to bowl off spin round the wicket, having seen Adam Lyth have a go. The real off spinner, if you like, the number 1 is on, and Joe Clark turns that one to Jack White. Backward of square leg, so they've got a deep backward square sweeper. Man at 45 behind square is Jack White. James Wharton is in a catching position at a short straight mid wicket and nearly gets that one just gone to his left hand side down to Ben Code, who's deepish at mid on. Finley Bean is at more regulation, more orthodox mid wicket. David Milan is at mid on to the left hander now, and then George Hill straightish mid wicket to the lefty, and Jordan Thompson's dropped out square on the boundary as well. Slater on strike on 59, make that 60 now because he's got back and played that one out through backward point for 1 run.
So that Lyth over was just an end change over to get Dominic Best down to the far end, because he bowled the final over, didn't he, of the afternoon session from this end.
Mm-hmm. On for 13 for Best so far. So he's been tidy, but it's wickets they want, and they're not going to get from that delivery because he's going to concede 4 wide of off stump. Clark got right over the top of it and along the carpet. It sees George Hill open the gate and make his way into the stand to retrieve the ball. That stand, well, probably in about 6 days' time, all singing, all dancing, no doubt, for the first T20 match of the campaign. On 29 for 2, 198 run lead. And Clark just waiting to a ball that felt like it had been delivered more slowly by Bess. Turns it to Finley Bean. One to come in the over. And Clark over the top of that again and stroking it down to Ben Code at deep mid on. 1 run, 14 to Clark, 60 now to Michael Slater, to Ben Slater. Wrong-handed batter, yeah. And wrong nation of birth. 130 for 2. Notts lead by 199 runs.
Elsewhere in Division 1, Durham are 9 down now in their second innings. Somerset have come roaring back there. What have we had? 16 wickets in the day at the Riverside. They also lost about 20 minutes for rain as well. Durham 139 for 9. The home side leading Somerset by 244. So Somerset, through their efforts in the field, giving themselves a chance in the northeast. They're into the 3rd innings of the match at Southampton. Hampshire 33 without loss, trailing Sussex by 110. Give you the rest in a moment as White comes in to start a new over, bowling to Joe Clark. Pitched up delivery that Clark, who made 64 yesterday, just pushes back to the bowler. At the Oval, second placed Surrey in the field now. Essex 107 without loss. So that's a lead over Surrey of 45. New Road, Warwickshire in their second innings, 43 for 1. That matched the Bears and the Pairs. Warwickshire lead Worcestershire by 89 runs. Jack White, where's 19 balls to Joe Clark. Eases this out into the offside. Dominic Best as the fielding. Division 2, lots of runs in that match at Derby. Double century for Caleb Jewell earlier, Derbyshire, who declared on 587 for 5. Kent in response 112 for 1. Cardiff, Middlesex 80 for 4, replying to Glamorgan's 383. Leicestershire racking up the runs, centuries for Rian Ahmed and Lewis Hill. They're 361 for 5, leading Lancashire by 155. One more to Jack White's next delivery. A straight drive from Clark, but is it close enough to mid-on, and there's no runs at Wantage Road, Northampton. It's 469 all out, century for Safe Zabe. And also one for James Sales at Gloucestershire, 87 for 2 in reply. Earlier in the women's T20 County Cup, the Blaze, the Trent Bridge-based women's side, safely through. They won down at Canterbury against Kent by 106 runs. That's White. Bowles, Clark again turns it on the leg side, no run. Just down the road at Wheatwood, Yorkshire women 138 all out. Bears women, well, JD, they're going to win that one. The Bears, they're 112 without loss. They require 27 from 8 overs to win that one. And of course, earlier the Test match, England defeating Zimbabwe by an innings and 45.
Yeah, the Bears, tier 1 side, and the Yorkies, the women, tier 2, of course, this season.
Yep, good effort to get to the quarterfinals. There's White. Bowles hits Clark on the pad. Clark shuffling forward, got himself outside the line, so nothing doing. Accurate over this for Jack White. 1 ball left in it.
That decision, one of the more ridiculous ones made in recent cricketing history.
Which one?
Yorkshire women, tier 2.
Oh. It's White again. Bowles down the leg side. Just spoilt the over a little bit there with that ill-directed delivery to conclude the over. Clark tickles it away, gets a single, so he'll keep strike. Moving on to 15. Ben Slater has 60. Half century of the match. He's 4th in as many innings. Got a 50 and a 70 last week at Durham. Knocks a 131 for 2. Should be able to do this, adding 69 to 131. The lead is exactly 200.
Out wrong with your maths, lad. Hello to a few people on X who I've been asking for messages earlier in the day, and then didn't get any notifications, so I'd not realised anybody had bothered to get in touch.
It dropped. It was off. Mine was down for an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Okay. So without going through all of the messages, just a quick hello to a few people. Bent Nielsen, Forever Dormo, First Slip, Jim Green, Andrew Christie for bothering to get in touch when asked. Thank you. As Bess is in, that's turned into the leg side by Clark. There's no run. FPL Spartans have sent a few in as well with regard to the game at the Oval impacting both Yorkshire and Nottinghamshire. As Clark works one wide of the diving Bess. James Wharton's moved unusually out into the deep on the leg side because Ben Coe just skipped off the field at the end of that last over, and Will Luxton has come on to replace him.
Skipping we will go.
2 into the over. Bess round the wicket again to the left-handed Slater, who plays a soft-handed open face defensive push. Jordan Thompson fields. He comes again, and that's pushed up into the offside for Luxton to field. Thanks to Jane Timer for sending in. I've not seen the Harry Brook catch, but dear me, that's a that's off the scale, isn't it?
Yeah.
Grab over his head as Slater turns one into the leg side, and George Hill does the fielding. It sort of reminds you of one of those sort of Iran Utan type things that you've seen in a Disney cartoon. And, you know, they'll stick their hand up and catch a whatever it might be, coconut or something like that. That sort of a grab.
And Stokes was the bowler, and he reacted like Broad did when Stokes caught that one at Trent Bridge.
Yeah, as Clark gets one over the head of Harry Duke there. I'm not sure he totally intended it to go where it went, but he got back for 2. 135 for 2 at the end of that 34th over of Nottinghamshire's second innings. They lead by 204. And Russell Bess is listening in from the Aegean, unfortunately, on our way to Athens, he says. That was much earlier this morning. Hopefully you're still with us, having heard me mention that you hadn't been in touch. You probably get scratching your head as to why, but that's only just popped up more recently on my phone, Russell. Any words for your lad out there, I wonder? The Girdler's off to do an update. And here comes Shawsey.
Afternoon, Jonathan.
Here comes Bod. You remember Bod?
Bod. Some years ago, that, Jonathan. It's not quite in my age bracket, maybe more yours. Pleasure to be here, though, at Headingley today. And Nottinghamshire in their second innings, 135 for 2.
Yeah, and Jack White round the wicket. A bit of a swish to a ball wide of off stump. And missed by Ben Slater. It is pretty gloomy at the moment. Been a few periods today where you wouldn't have been surprised if they'd been walked off the field, but they're still out there. And that's fair enough. People moan when they go off, so can't really moan when they stay on.
Yeah, the floodlights have been on all day.
And here's White round the wicket. Slater gets... Ooh, does he? Duke thinks he's got a nick. It felt like he might have done because that was angled in towards him and has gone through to the keeper, Ben Slater. Benny Slats, as the lads down at Chesterfield call him. He's not having that. He's got the single teapot on, and only by virtue of the fact that he's got to hold his bat in the other hand. Oh, it's a good delivery, but it's gone a long way off the straight, well, the angle that it was in towards the bat, hasn't it? Really nipped on him. He hasn't got a nick on it. It's the right decision. Paul Baldwin
goes in on the angle, bounces, and then nips away, doesn't it? It's a daylight between bat and ball, I would suggest. But it's a very, very good delivery and good strategy. We talk about it a lot, round the wicket, on the angle, and then nip it away from the left-hander.
And he comes again. And so typical after you've seen a good nut beat the batter, that is a poor ball that follows it, and he's gone for 4. So that's been smashed away through the covers there.
Yeah, nicely timed away, isn't it? Back of a length, slightly wide from White. So Slater's picked the length very, very quickly, rocked back and timed that ball nicely off the back foot through the covers for 4 runs. The score moves on to 139 for 2.
Lead of 208. White to Slater again, this time turning one off the legs. Finley Bean chasing it down, but they're going to get back for a comfortable 2.
Yeah, Slater's accumulating runs nicely, isn't he? He's defending when he needs to defend, but he's looking to score. So he's rotating strike and putting the bad ball away. He's on 67 off 95 balls with 8 boundaries. And played really well, I think, so far, this innings. And he's been supported well by Clark.
White in again. Slater gets one wide of off stump and leaves. A fair bit of shadowing cast by the floodlights, and the cloud that is immediately overhead looks about as grey tinged as it has done all day. Slater, a 139-minute stay at the crease. 96 balls is faced. 8 fours included in this 67. Brilliant job for Nottinghamshire. Has that slight crouch as the bowler approaches and then strokes one through the offside. Luxton dives over it. Milan runs over it, and they get a single of the upshot of all of that.
I'm not sure what was happening there. They're both in the middle, almost having a conversation. Look at this on the replay. What? Goodness me. I've never seen anything like that.
No. It'd be good to speed it up, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Like something out of a comedy sketch show.
Yeah. Bit of music to it.
End of the over. 1-4-3 for 2. The lead 212.
Yeah, and this partnership between Slater, Ben Slater, who's on 69, and Clark, who's joined Slater at the wicket, is on 18. And the partnership has now moved on to 40, and that run rate is just creeping up again to 4.09. As Bess gets ready to approach from the Howard stand end, floodlights are on, and he's quite dull at the moment.
Here he is then bowling to Slater. Pushes it out squarish on the offside for Jordan Thompson to field. Dutch Bird Kate says, you momentarily took me back to Alberto Frog and his amazing animal band. Oh, yeah, I'd forgotten about them. As that is turned off the legs there by Slater. And there is no run. In again, times it perfectly for just as the aircraft noise had died down. Couldn't get a wicket with that delivery, just wide of off stump and left. Right. Ben Slater. He's now dropping one into the offside, and Luxton round to do the fielding. Two balls remaining in the 36th. Pretty stiff breeze because you can see Don Bess's shirt flapping in it. This time he bowls one that gets Slater on the back foot. And he's tied that one nicely out to Matthew Revis, who's sweeping at a point. 143 for 2. Slater now on to 69.
Yeah, Slater made that look really easy. Just picked the length, rock back, stop on the back face, and worked it into the gap nicely to keep accumulating runs.
And Clark just turning this final ball of the over to Finlay Bean in the leg side. So, relatively quiet over once again. Run rate 3.97 though is still significantly higher, I think, than Yorkshire would like at this stage. 36 overs in especially. 143 for 2, a 212 run lead.
25 overs in the day remain. We keep an eye on the weather. We can see through the live stream that there's a pretty dark cloud hovering above the ground at the moment. You can see how bright the floodlights are shining across the ground. We can see shadows as well of the players, which shows just how much work the floodlights are doing as such. And yeah, 143 for 2 knots. We're third innings of this game. Their second batting innings. They're playing really well. Slater and Clark building a nice partnership.
There's White bowling to Slater. Opens the face, runs it out backward a point. And there is no run. We'll check around the grounds and see what the latest is from elsewhere in the competition. Hampshire 47 for 1 in their second innings against Sussex, lead by 96 with 9 wickets in hand. That's a useful lead with all those wickets still in the tent down at Southampton. Gloucestershire 101 for 2 in Division 2 against Northants, who made 469. Oh, good delivery from White, and again Slater, understandably, just feeling for that ball. Just outside off stump. Jack White hitting the seam again on its way through to Harry Duke. Durham 158 for 9 in their second innings. They're 263 runs ahead against Somerset. That looks like a tricky task knocking those off at Chester Street. Warwickshire 52 for 1 in their second innings against Worcestershire. That's a 98 run lead with those 9 second innings wickets in hand as White comes in again, and Slater has to be watchful in pushing that back to the bowler. Middlesex 85 for 5 in their first innings, so 298 behind, but obviously in peril there, and a long way short of avoiding the question at least have been asked to follow on. Leicestershire 383 for 5 in their first innings. That's a big lead, 177 runs against Lancs. 5 first innings wickets remaining. That good season for Leicestershire continues. Bowls to Slater, shoulders, arms. Also in Division 2, Derbyshire, well, they made that 587 for 5 declared, but they're finding taking wickets difficult at Derby, as teams often do. Kent 123 for 1 in the 29th. And then finally, last and certainly not least, down at the Oval, the champions, well, they're also finding taking Essex second innings wickets tricky. Essex 120 without loss. That's effectively 58 without loss. That's their lead. But all 10 second innings wickets in the 10. A strong Surrey side down there, though, at the Oval. And Slater just drove one into the offside. Couldn't get it past the infield. One to come in the 37th. So that's a trip around the grounds for the moment. BBC radio leads at 5:30. Jack White. Kirks to the lane end, round the wicket again. Another one of those deliveries from this angle. It looks like you wouldn't be surprised if he's got a nick on it. They thought they had him in the over before with a ball that clearly didn't take the outside edge. And they've had 2 or 3 of those, Shawsey, in the last couple of overs from this end, or Jack White has. Just can't seem to get that absolutely spot on to draw Slater in, pushing at one that's going to get a nick.
Yeah, that's true. It's surely frustrating. They've not had much luck in that area, haven't the Yorkshire bowlers, in particular White. What I would say is that round the wicket angle, we angle into the left-handed bat, and the ball just holds and straightens off the seam, brings in the keeper and slips, hence when they're just going past the outside edge. So hopefully it's a matter of time from a Yorkshire perspective, as Bess starts his how many overs is it? Well, he starts his 9th over.
And that first delivery flicked off the legs by Joe Clark. Finley Beans out there at Cow Corner, really, doing the sweeping. 1 run. Leisurely pace for Nottinghamshire, although at times it's felt hurried because the ball's been disappearing. Got all the time in the world here. Still well over 2 allotted days of play. Dot ball, and in comes Bess again. This time passes the outside edge of Slater's bat.
I like a little bit of bounce there, a bit of spin, certainly bounce. See if we get another look at the replay. I'll get a chance to see that. Certainly bounce.
Here's Bess again. That one a bit straighter and poked into the leg side for George Hilterfield. 2 to come in the over. Bess in again. Slater goes back foot, cuts. Bean will field, they get a single. 45 for 2. Ben Slater's made it to 70. Bean just been sent back to the boundary edge again with Clark on strike. Right-handed, of course, and he's pushed that one to the left of James Wharton, who's in at straight mid-wicket. Ben Code fielding. That'll be the over completed with a single. So Slater 70, Clark 20. Partnership for this 3rd wicket so far worth 43. 146 for 2. A lead of 215.
Yeah, and that's really nicely played down the ground from Clark. Made it look easy, didn't he? Just got to the pitch length on the ball and just worked it down the ground for 1 run. And the way that Slater and Clark are beginning to accumulate runs, rotating the strike, will be becoming a little bit of a worry for the Yorkshire faithful and this Yorkshire team here. There's a bowling change Looks like Matthew Revis will be coming on and to replace White. I think he may have 1 stroke, 2 slips. Certainly 1 slip, may go for 2. And that we said during the day today is Notts gradually build their lead. It becomes a real tight balance between taking wickets and defending boundaries, doesn't it? So it's an interesting phase of play for the Yorkshire bowlers. But they're still in this game. They get a couple of quick wickets here. The game can change, although I have to say that they're going to have to work hard to take the game out of the grasp of the Nottinghamshire team, who are, I think, playing some very, very good cricket, Doja.
Yeah, and it's there's no doubt about that. Joe Clark's on strike. James Wharton's just been dispatched to the point boundary. Don Bess has brought himself in the covers, and Finlay Beans just has to move around a bit finer at third man as Joe Clark gets a ball short of length from Matthew Revis. Drops it into the offside, and there is no run. Very gloomy out there at this stage. Still 22 overs and 5 balls remaining on the second day. We had somebody praying or doing a rain dance, one of our correspondents earlier in the day, hoping that there'll be a lot of rain to save Yorkshire. There will have to be a lot as well by the standards of what we've had recently. Short ball from Revis. And there you go, banged away through mid-wicket for 4. Poor delivery, wasn't it?
Poor delivery, but this is a fine shot. Look at his balance here, just rocks back in control of that ball all the time. Slightly goes forward and then pushes back. Plays this beautifully. Well in front of square, hits that hard as Clark for a really well-placed 4 runs. As he moves on to 24, and the partnership between Slater and Clark moves on to 47.
Yeah.
A lead of 219.
Yeah. Saying earlier, wasn't I? I think Yorkshire, I felt, had to bowl Nottinghamshire out for about 150 or less to not be chasing any more than sort of 220 for a realistic chance in the match. I know there's a lot of game time left, but it's just what the ball's doing out there. So there's another dot. But they're going to be chasing a lot more than that, or trying to save a match with a fairly chunky deficit. Revis in again. Back foot punch by Clark. Well executed, but Bess is round to field. (24) to Joe Clark. 33 deliveries, so he's going along at a good enough pace. Probably around about the rate. 3 boundaries included. Just the 2 slips in place here, and it's now an in-out field. Those square and behind the bat are in the slip cordon, are out in the deep, and those in front of the bat are 1. Here's one of them, David Milan, feeling a push that way by Joe Clark. The Revis, that 1 short ball that was kind of telegraphed and went for 4 is the only runs he's conceded so far, with 1 ball to come in his first over of this Nottinghamshire second innings. His way in now. Good length ball and defended by Joe Clark. So another 4 off the over. Rate 3.85. They just haven't managed to get a grip of this at all, have they, in the Nottinghamshire second innings?
No, not at all. It looks like an uphill battle, certainly, for the Yorkshire's bowling unit. Just looking at that defensive shot from Clark, it was very strong into a really positive position. Full bat face, hit under his eyes, beautiful contact point, and his balance at the crease, very, very commanding. It looks ominous, and I think the way that these two are playing, both defensively and attacking-wise, putting the bad ball away and accumulating runs nicely. The partnership up at 47.
Yep, best to Slater. He was flicking off his legs here. Straight with his line there, Don Bess. And another 4 early in the over. Well, first ball of it. Ben Slater, just looking back to his record against Yorkshire for the various teams he's played for. 13 innings from 7 matches, 480 runs. He has got a ton against Yorkshire, 109, average bang on 40. And he's improved that average in this match. 350s as well to go along with that 100. He's just making Dom Best wait so that he knows exactly where Jack White is backward of square leg. And then he gets a ball short, which he's cut out to Matthew Ravis in the deep on the offside for a single. So good start to the over for the visitors because they've got 5 off the first 2.
And that lead's crept up to 224, Doige. Looking ominous, isn't it?
Yeah. Here's Bess bowling and Clark defends. Interesting to see what the players are saying about what it's like out there. We obviously know that the overheads are not great, nor is batting under floodlights ever really great in red ball cricket. Certainly here you'd say that when you think back to some of the times it's happened previously. Another dot ball there. 2 to come in the over. It's in again. And another defensive push back to the bowler by Joe Clark. There's clearly still some nip in the pitch we've seen from when Jack White was on down here, jagging the ball around. And final ball of the over is pushed into the onside, and again, no run. 155 for 2 at the end of that one. 10 overs, 1 maiden, none for 31 for the current Yorkshire skipper. Nottinghamshire lead by 224 runs. But yeah, it'd just be interesting to see what, Ben Slater's been out there a long time in both innings. What does he think? Is he playing differently now to what he did yesterday? Maybe it's a bit more dead after the heavy roller's been on a couple of times. Not sure. Or is it just the same? And Yorkshire are just not producing the goods with the ball.
It's just beginning to look a little bit easier to score runs in the middle of the moment. And the way that they're accumulating is low risk, high reward cricket, rotating strike, putting the bad one away. And whether it's because this partnership's building and they've been in a little bit longer, so finding the wicket easier, or there's less movement, quite legitimately in the wicket, I'm not sure. But as I say, it is looking ominous at the moment as Revis comes into ball to Slater. 2 slips.
Yep, and Slater tucks that front knee up, as we so often see Adam Lythe do to the short ball, which they do nicely backward of square. James Wharton round to field. Another run to the name of Ben Slater.
Weather permitting, 21 overs remain to be bowled today. Depending how long Best bowls, we might accelerate a little bit through those overs, but if not, it will be a late finish for the boys this evening.
There's Revis again, nicely played off the back foot by Clark. He's going to pick up a single out backward of point. First over, so the ball, that early lacquered effect long gone. On for a few round the park as well. Probably not in pristine condition any longer. Halfway through its scheduled useful life as Revis is in again, and Slater right in behind that with a defensive push.
Floodlights been on all day here, been pretty murky. We've gone through the day. A little bit of movement in the pitch and in the air for the bowlers, but Slater and Clark are playing well. As Slater picks that one up and strikes the ball off the back foot, almost a pivot pull as he plays that one out to deep square for 1 run. I think they'll be, Bess will be scratching his head a little bit here. Do they wait for something to happen or try and make something happen? There's one thing for sure. the Notts batters are just going to keep batting calmly and nicely and keep accumulating runs as Revis comes into ball.
Yeah, Joe Clark, lovely shot by Joe Clark. Along the carpet all the way. That's wide of Ben Code at mid-off. A fairly sizable gap, and he was good enough to exploit it there. So, short ball went for 4 off the bat of Clark in his first over Matthew Revis, this time over pitching wide of off stump. And Joe Clark, too good a player to not take that opportunity.
Yeah, beautiful shot. As you say, full and wide. And Clark's just leant into that one and timed the ball beautifully through extra cover. For a really well timed 4 runs. Clark moves on to 29.
There's Revis again, this time down the leg side, and has gone for 4 more, flicked off the legs by Joe Clark. So he's enjoying himself against the Revis at the moment. He's bowled 2 overs for 15, 166 for 2, the lead 235, 20 overs remaining in the day.
Yeah, just watching the way Clark's timing the ball, playing nicely here. He's very pleasant on the eye the way he plays, isn't he? His technique's good. He moves from front foot to back foot nicely and times the ball well off both front foot and back foot. And this partnership between Slater on 77 and Clark on 33 is now up to 63. And yeah, the Notts lead is now at 235.
Best just having a chat with Milan. Just to remind you folks, if you're just joining us more recently, 228 all out yesterday, Nottinghamshire. Yorkshire resumed 10 for 2 this morning. We're finally bowled out for 159. Mo Abbas 6 for 45 from 17.3 overs. 2 wickets apiece for Dylan Pennington and Brett Hutton. There's best bowls there to Slater, who defends. And then that 69-run lead that they took with them into the second innings, they're built well on and more than doubled it before a first wicket had fallen. 73 on the board when Asif Hamid was caught by Harry Duke off Jordan Thompson for 33 as one spits here and has beaten Duke, Lythe, just about everybody, as well as Slater. Matt Milnes is substitute fielder at the moment. He's chased it down and they've got through for 3 byes.
That bounced, didn't it?
Yeah. Those who've got the opportunity will be able to see it again round about now.
Oof.
Yeah, well, turn and bounce, basically.
Yeah.
And beat everybody. So 3 byes, 169 for 2. I was going through the scorecard. Freddie McCann, the only other Nottinghamshire man dismissed in this second innings. He was given out, caught behind by umpire Nigel Long off the bowling of Ben Code, but I think as soon as I saw it in the press room out there, I said, oh, I'm not sure he hit that. And then looked at the replay. Didn't look like he had. Joe Clark just plays a 1 out into the leg side, so McCann went for 15 and unlucky to do so. Best in and bowling, and Slater opens the face, runs it to Milnes, backward of point, no run.
Best just beginning to get a little bit of turn and bounce, isn't it? A couple of times it's over. He's got purchase.
He's in again. Good delivery, which has the beating of Slater. Perhaps him, well, he's got his back to us, but somewhere thigh pad region. Final ball of the over. And he comes again, and Slater turns it off his legs this time. And George Hill round to field, and they get through for 1. So Ben Slater continues. 77 off 122 now, 9 boundaries included. Doing a fine job for Nottinghamshire. And really well. 240 the lead. I'll be doing an update for BBC Radio Leeds in about 3, maybe 2 minutes time.
Just thinking out loud here, Doji. From a best perspective, the odd was beginning to bounce and turn now. That creates a real challenge for the batters, because if every ball's bouncing and spinning, you know what you're dealing with. But if it's just the odd one and the other one goes on with the arm, then LBW's in the game. So he could well be in the game just by that odd one spinning. It just creates a little bit of doubt and it might be the one that goes straight on with the arm that gets the LBW. So he could well be in the game if he continues to bowl.
The voice of experience, Paul Shaw. Ashes winning coach, England women, some time ago.
A while ago now.
You were in shorts then, weren't you, I think?
Yeah. Still had short legs.
Revis round the wickets. Ooh.
No ball. I think he signalled the umpire there, has he?
Yeah. From this angle, it looked a shout, but not going to be a shout when it's not a legitimate delivery. Ben Slater was kind of doubled over, as you often see with LBW shouts. But it's another 2 on the total, unfortunately, and 2 against Matthew Revis on the bowling analysis. 173 for 2 now. That lead 242, and Revis in again to Slater, who this time gets across, covers the off stump with his pad and shoulders arms. Ben Slater, I'm sure he'd be very pleased with his couple of days' work with the bat for Nottinghamshire. But there are moments when he sort of stands there and leans on his bat, almost as if to say, "Okay, fair enough."
Oh, he's
got a nick on this one, and he had gone. 78 second time around for Ben Slater, and he's been caught by Harry Duke. It was a good catch as well, away to his left. Matthew Revis strikes for the first time in the match. That's 1 for 17 now off 2.3. There was a bit of pace about that delivery. And Ben Slater, 78 off 126, including 9 fours.
Yeah, excellent delivery this from Revis. Again, this angle's really successful to left-hand batters. We've seen all season here at Headingley so far as Revis comes around the wicket, angles the ball into Slater. The ball just pitches, just deviates slightly, gets enough of a nick on that ball that goes through to Duke. Harry Duke, who takes a good diving catch to his left-hand side. That's a very good innings from Slater. 78 of 126 deliveries, 9 fours in just 167 minutes. He's done a brilliant job for Notts.
Update time. Hi, Jess. Yeah, well, they've just had the fillip of a wicket. Matthew Revis has struck for the first time in the Nottinghamshire second innings, first time in the match, I think, for him. And it's Ben Slater who has gone. He's batted really well for Notts in both innings. Got a 50 first up. He's got 78 second time around from 126 balls, 9 fours included. But he just got a ball angled in towards him from Matthew Revis at pace. And nicked it through to the diving Harry Duke. So 173 for 3 Nottinghamshire. Joe Clark is out there and he's in, if you like, on 34 from 43 deliveries. Earlier wickets, Haseeb Hameed for 33 and Freddie McCann for 15, although he didn't appear to have nicked his behind to Harry Duke, but was given out. Mean that Notts are now 242 runs ahead as Jack Haynes makes his way out to the middle. So Yorkshire have got a lot of work to do to get anything out of this game other than the 3 points that they've already amassed from their first innings bowling. Yeah, loads to do, lots of time left in the match, but with 18 overs and 4 balls remain on day 2, Nottinghamshire 173 for 3, leading by 242. So, Matthew Revis going to try his luck against Jack Haynes, who first time around didn't have the best of times, did he? Jack, I think I'm right in saying left one. Yeah, he left a straight one. Shouldered arms to George Hill and was bowled for 9. So maybe he won't be leaving too many this time. He's just got bat on ball with the first one. Dot ball. And the light sort of changed a bit. Doesn't feel quite as bad as it was a little while ago. But it is still grey. And the floodlights, of course, are on. That latest delivery Hits him somewhere around the backside, I think, as he's trying to play a shot. Jack Haynes, it's gone down to fine leg for a leg bye. So Haynes yet to get off the mark.
Notts lead by 243 runs. I've got my eye on that that lead as it's gradually going northwards as Clark faces up to Revis.
Who's in now? Oh, Joe Clark, he got lucky there, and that's unlucky Matthew Revis. That is, if anything, maybe if you were picking it apart, you might say it was a bit too wide, possibly. Let's have a look at it again. Yeah, it is quite a wide delivery, and he's stretching, reaching away from his body, but you so often see wickets taken that way, don't you?
Yeah, drag on.
And you've got to say, Matthew Revis is a bit unlucky not to have that on his side there. And Joe Clark had some luck with him.
Certainly did. That's not missed off stump by much, has it?
So that's 4 through fine leg. One to come in the over. He's left this one, and it cannons off his body into the deck and is swept up by Adam Lyth at second slip. So 43 overs in to their second innings. Nottinghamshire 178 for 3. Lead by 247 runs.
Oof, that's jagged back, hasn't it? And bounce. We're just beginning to see a little bit of movement again. Whether it's the wicket that's then got Revis just bending his back a little bit more and hitting the pitch a bit harder, creating the sideways movement and the bounce, or whether it's the conditions that have just changed a little bit. But we certainly are seeing a little bit more movement as Bess is on again from the Howard stand end, of course, skipper in this game, as he gets ready to come into ball to Haynes.
Yes, then, and Jack Haynes goes crab-like across the crease and then plays it back along the deck. Jordan Thompson doing a few stretches, yep. Backward of square leg. Has picked up wickets in the match. Bess is trying to do just that, but he's going to go for runs here, and probably 4 of them. Yep, George Hill can't quite get there. Not a lot of gap between the boundary rope and the Western Terrace advertising hoardings, so you might quite often get a slide for a ball like that when the rope is in, but nobody wants to be doing any damage. The thing Yorkshire would want at this stage is George Hill getting an injury, and so sensibly pulled up as the ball was about to disappear over the rope. 180 for 3, 249 in front now. Notts, as that is dropped into the offside by Haynes, who will pick up a single. There's nearly what your man who's doing third voice in Tomorrow Bumble would call buzzers, but in the end Yorkshire managed to clean up a slightly wayward throw. Might as well just wait till you've done your interview. Girdler going to speak to Mo Abbas after another tremendous display with the ball by him. Don Bess is bowling from the Howard stand end, round the wicket. Clark, who had that little bit of luck on his side, Matthew Revis in the previous over, defended there and now goes back foot, flicks off the hip. James Wharton with that lovely flat throw that he produces keeps them to 1.
That moves on to 39. And, not far off a runner ball, actually. Strike rate around about 84.
In comes Bess again. That's turned into the leg side by Jack Haynes, and Finlay Bean fielding at mid-wicket. Leads the over. So Bess, 12 overs, 1 maiden, none for 39. Matthew Revis will attempt to pick up a second victim, having just got the wicket of Ben Slater. What a match he's had in circumstances that have not been the easiest for batting. I think you can be pretty satisfied with his performance. 17 overs remain on day 2. Revis in and bowling. Clark right in behind that, turning it to Jack White, who's at mid-on. Touch on BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com or at JDZ Events on Twitter or X. JonathanDodge.bsky.social on Blue Sky, as that's turned off the legs by Clark, and another stroll of a single with Jordan Thompson out there in the deep. So you're coaching this lot, Shawsey. If you could run on and do a timeout for Yorkshire in the field, what are you saying at this point?
I'll be talking to them about being resilient, energy, bring energy to it. Do everything you can in the field to generate some energy. I'll be going wicket to wicket with the ball. Wicket to wicket, build pressure. Build as much pressure as you possibly can. We've seen the ball deviating, so let's just make sure that we hit the pitch, hit good lines and lengths, and let the ball do the work off the pitch. And be as one. You have to be as one. It's the togetherness that's really, really important. And believe that you can get something out of this game. A couple of wickets now, all of a sudden, might create a little bit of a wobble. You're chasing less than 300.
Just had another dot, and there's Revis again, and Clark, top of the bounce, plays that out square on the offside. Not Clark, my apologies. It was Jack Haynes, a single to him. Yeah, Anthony McGrath spoke to me about asking the players to believe in themselves after last week's defeat by Surrey.
And then for Notts, they'll be wanting just to keep knocking the ball around, keep playing nicely, keep extending this partnership and get Yorkshire under more pressure.
Revis in, hammered away off the back foot, but there is a man out square on the offside, James Walton. So that'll be just a single to Joe Clark, 41 now to him. 187 for 3. The lead at 256. Still got to attack and try to take wickets, so they've got a couple of slips in place, and Finlay Bean is coming up into the cordon at Gully. Revis is in. Oh, that one. Haynes playing a long way from his body, down on one knee. Goes past the inside edge of the bat, I think. Through to the gloves of Harry Duke to complete Matthew Revis's fourth over. Going at 1 a ball so far in it, and has taken that wicket of Ben Slater. Run rate 4.16. Suspect that the saying after the match that they didn't bowl as well as they can do in the Nottinghamshire second innings.
Jordan Thompson.
Jordan Thompson. Have a quick switch around in the comm box. And Shawsey and the girdler to take you through the next little spell. Jordan Thompson is going to bowl from the Howard stand end.
So it's going to be Jordan Thompson to come in. Ball now short, and Joe Clark pulls this away on the leg side, and that was first ball of a new spell loosener from Jordan Thompson, just halfway down the track, and the ball disappears away for 4 through the leg side. Clark on to 45. Mike Slater looking for his second half century of the match. Seemed like all the weights of the world were lifted from his shoulders last week when he broke that sequence of low scores with a century at Durham. Took that into yesterday, got the 64 yesterday, the top score in the Nottinghamshire innings. And in this innings, played nicely, moved on to 45. Played, he was watchful, he was careful, wasn't he, at the start of his innings, Graham, but he's put away the bad balls. Played some lovely shots. Paul, I beg your pardon. I was with Graham yesterday, weren't we? Next ball on its way now, and punches into the offside. Fielded by a sliding Bess, who then fires it down to the boundary rope down below us, and James Wharton prevents that from going from 4 overthrows. Absolute chaos, mayhem out there. Skipper can't blame anybody but himself. Joe Clark punched it into the offside. The wildest of wild throws from Don Bess, and he's a little fortunate it's only 2 overthrows, because a really good stop from James Wharton, otherwise it would have been an extra couple to the total. Did really well to stop that, didn't he?
He did very, very well. Covered some ground to get to that. I've been impressed with the way that Notts have played this innings. I think they've batted really well and laid a very strong foundation to go well past 300.
Clark on to 47. Jordan Thompson wouldn't have been too thrilled with that overthrow. Clark drives this out into the offside. Gets a single. It's a nice bit of timing for 1 run. Nice crack when it comes off the bat of Joe Clark, who had to change bats yesterday. I've had the chance to catch up with him and see if his old favourite was actually broken. That would have been heartbreaking for him. And he scored a century with it last week. And certainly had a bat change yesterday.
Just timed the ball so well, Clark, doesn't he? Beautiful timer of the ball.
Yeah. So to this fella, Jack Haynes, only made 1 yesterday. Turns this to leg on this occasion. Gets a single. Beg your pardon. The single cut off by Bean, about 4 strips away from the batter on the leg side. No run. 194 for 3. Got best part of an hour, you'd say, left in the day here. 15 overs after this one. We'll do exceedingly well to get them all in, but I think all day we've been a little surprised at how the weather has held. As with soft hands, Haynes runs this down to Bess in the gully, and the overthrow in the early part of the over hasn't deterred him, because he shied at the stumps and hit the stumps. And he was, again, on another day, that might just have ricocheted away and gone for more overthrows. That might have been more than Jordan Thompson could take. 2 lots of overthrows against his bowling in the same over. 94 for 3 it remains.
I've just seen Jonathan Doyce just sneaking out the room with a very nice cream bun.
This ball on its way, and Haynes punches it into the offside. Revis down on his knees will make the stop. 194 for 3 at the end of the over. So 15 to go in the day. The Notts lead is up to 253. Going to be no indication, of course, of pulling out. It's 2 full days left, and I think it'll be business as usual if they can tomorrow morning. Just bat through these 15 overs, see where they are, and hopefully back to lunch tomorrow and then see where they are.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll look to just keep batting as long as they possibly can, ticking along at round about 4 and over, and then if they're in a good position mid-morning tomorrow morning, then they'll look to accelerate to lunch, I would have thought, providing they've got wickets in the tent.
You do need a reliable weather forecaster, though, don't you? You need one app that proves to be particularly trustworthy, just to make sure. Coaches always say you can't play the game relying on it to rain or to not rain, but it is always worth just keeping half an eye on it just to see what is likely to happen. George Hill, lightly bowled in this innings, only 4 overs. First ball of a new spell, turned to leg by Clark. A little surprised, actually. He was the pick of the bowlers yesterday, as his figures would clearly show. A 5-foot.
Just looking at the overs left, there's 15 overs remain today. If they tick along at 4 and over, they're looking at an extra 60 runs tonight, which will take them to around about 250, just above 250. We'll lead above 300, won't it?
Yeah. He comes once more, and this is cut away. That's 4 more to Joe Clark, and that will take him to his second 50 of the match. Wide of the diving Bess at Gully. It was played carefully along the ground. He's got there from 55 balls, 8 fours. If memory serves, he got to his 50 yesterday from something like 120 or 130 balls. And in all. Joe Clarke batted for over 3.5 hours for his 64 yesterday. It's been markedly quicker today.
I think he's playing beautifully today, generally speaking. He's got his feet apart, got into the ball, got back and timed the ball nicely. Hit the ball often under his eyes and accumulated nicely. He's played very well.
Hill comes in just to try and keep him quiet for a moment or two, and he does that. Ball eased into the cover region. There's no run. Lead out for 33, McCann for 15. And last to go, Ben Slater out for 78. Still some very capable players to come. Rayner, James and Patterson-White all had centuries this season. Delivery driven back past the bowler down the ground for 4, and certainly appears to be a very different surface for batting on today, one that you can just rely on a little more consistently than yesterday. And Joe Clarke taking full toll, again slightly overpitched and driven down the ground. So runs have really flown, certainly the last couple of overs since I came back on comms. Was it 10 from the last over from Thompson? We've had a couple of boundaries in this one. Bowls now, and this is pushed back to the bowler. 202 for 3. The 200 brought up with that last boundary to almost complete indifference by the crowd, many of whom have left us, sadly. But there's still the hardcore inside Headingley watching on.
And a beautiful way to bring that 200 up. As you said, slightly over-pitched delivery from Hill, but the way that Clarke had his momentum going through the ball enabled him to time that ball very well down the ground.
He's on strike again, pushes this back past Hill. Up to mid-on, the end of the over. Jack White doing the fielding. That's a 202 for 3. 14 overs to go in the day. The lead is 271. Already looking a challenge for Yorkshire, but in the field far from done yet.
Yeah, and this partnership between Clarke and Haynes, senior partner, obviously Clarke, has gone up to 29, and the run rate is going up to 4.30, so they're beginning to accumulate runs quite freely too, as we're in this last hour of play here at Headingley on day 2.
Going to be Thompson to continue. Comes in to Jack Haynes. Sort of a check drive up to mid-on from the former Worcestershire man in his second season with Notts. A couple of centuries already this campaign to Haynes. It made a fatal error yesterday with his bat pointing towards the sky and his off stump being knocked back. Good delivery. Just jagged back and embarrassed him. 202 for 3. He's on strike again and happy to ease it back on the bounce to Jordan Thompson. Still 3 slips in there. It's a tricky one for Yorkshire. They've got to take wickets. They've got to bowl Notts out, but they've also got to try and plug the gaps. And somebody like Joe Clarke have his free rein and don't plug those boundaries, you can get the total really galloping away from you as Thompson comes in, and Haynes is the one to bowl at the moment. Still very watchful, pushing this into the offside, and there's no run. Milne's doing the fielding on as a sub.
Ball's a heavy ball, Thompson. He's one of those players that quite an impact bowler. Some days he works, some days he doesn't. But actually, when he's on song, dangerous player. And that ball just looked to hit the pitch quite hard and get a little bit more bounce than Haynes actually expected there. So Dale quite well with that.
202 for 3. Ooh, this one just takes off, just spits up a little bit and strikes Haynes on the gloves. Just drops down the side of the stumps, and Don Best comes to pick it up. There's the odd one or two doing that, isn't there? And there's no real rhyme nor reason why it's happening.
Looks like if you really hit the pitch, bend your back in at the pitch, you're getting a little bit more movement and certainly more bounce. And last two deliveries, we've seen one bounce, and we've seen one there bounce, and also seen back in. So, yeah, there's still a little bit in this pitch as Thompson comes in again. Oh! Just gone through very, very close to an outside edge from Haynes. Thompson just beats Haynes on the outside. Edge of the ball goes through to wicket-keeper Duke. He scores 202 for 3. And Thompson's got one delivery left in his 7th over. As he walks back to his mark, gets ready to make his approach. As he runs in and bowls to well played. That's really well played by Haynes. And that's the end of the 49th over. Nottinghamshire 202 for 3, and importantly, a lead of 271 runs as we work towards the end of day 2 here at Headingley. And the partnership, interestingly enough, between Clark, who's on 56, and Haynes on 6, is now 29. And the time is 5 to 6. The floodlights on all day here today. It's been lots of cloud cover, but the umpires have done well to keep them out there and continue as we have 13 overs remaining in the day's play.
George Hill bowling to Clark, who runs on down to third man for a single.
Jonathan Doidge, it's good to see you back.
Thanks.
You didn't you just stretch your legs and walk around and come back in? Miss the commentary box?
Yeah, something like that. And that cream bun that you were talking about.
Oh, yes. I have to say to all our listeners, he looked over his shoulder with a look of guilt in his eyes as he stole.
Oh, good delivery from George Hill. Is that a wicket? No. Haynes, the Devil's own job of trying to negotiate it, but has done so safely, according to umpire Paul Baldwin.
Certainly bounced and left him, didn't he? That's a great delivery. And gone through just above head height to the Yorkshire wicket-keeper, Harry Duke. But anyway, was that cream bun nice?
It's a Mr. Kipling sort of whirl or something like that.
Has it got any cream in it?
No.
Yes,
It didn't touch the sides, to be fair. As Haynes drops one out into the offside, there's no run. Also had some fruit and nut selection. I finished off a packet of them as well.
Went off your banana. I have a banana left, but sounds like you're full.
No, that's why I was eating.
Full now, aren't you?
No. Now, pizza and chips next.
The sailor comes in.
Yeah, and advancing down the track. Haynes then leaves.
So I was just saying to David that if these tick along at the rate that they're going, 4 and over, and let's say, what do you add there? Another 40-odd runs. You're going to be at 250 by the close of play. A leader over 300. That's without taking a risk, isn't it, really?
Yeah. Hill in and bowling. Ball just nips a bit on Jack Haynes and he gets it jammed between bat and pad on its way back towards George Hill.
And then it looks difficult from a Yorkshire perspective, doesn't it, to get back in the game unless they then take early wickets first thing tomorrow morning, or perhaps a couple of late wickets this evening just to slow down that and create just a little bit of uncertainty in the middle order.
Yes, Hill in again, and Haynes with a solid defensive block to complete that over. They're going to have to bat long, aren't they, whichever way around you look at it now, at 272 behind and 7 wickets still in hand. Either long for an improbable winning target, highly improbable winning target, or long for what at the moment looks like a highly improbable draw. But of course the deeper the game goes in that respect, so the drier they can keep it, the slower they can keep it out there, if Nottinghamshire do have a target in their minds as to what they want to get to before they ask Yorkshire to bat again, then give themselves a little bit more chance of getting out of the match with something other than defeat. There's a long way to go before they can start thinking about that at this moment in time, as Thompson is in and bowling to Clark, who pushes out into the offside, and Bess round to do the fielding.
And then there's the weather, of course. Whether there's any weather around, i.e. rain, etc. Well, that takes time out of the game. I've not actually seen the forecast for tomorrow or Monday.
No, well, that's typical you. You know, I'm all right, Jack. I'm not going to be in. Not going to bother check the forecast. Thompson in, and Clark played that aerially on its way up to Jack White. There's no run. Sunday, well, 70% chance of rain apparently.
There we go.
But that doesn't say at what point on Sunday. Let's have a look. Yeah, chance of rain tonight, 40%, 35%. Back end of today and around midnight. But then, as Thompson bowls to Clark, who defends. Then tomorrow, actually, it's suggesting it's going to be just a windy day. A bit grey and windy. 13, 14, 15 degrees. There's still some encouragement from somebody out there, as you can hear, from the claps, as Clark has a little flash at this one. Couldn't get forward to that Jordan Thompson delivery. Missed it through to the gloves of Duke. Another dot ball. Malcolm Palmer says, left you to watch Real Madrid's last game of the season and see the great Luka Modric's farewell. Came back and knelt and improved our batsman this morning. He says, haven't learnt that attack is the best means of defence and our bowlers need some work too. Very pessimistic. Division 2 awaits, says Malcolm. Thompson in and bowling to Clark, who flicks off the legs. James Wharton down to field. 1 run.
Yorkshire's still got the slip cordon, and of course they need to take wickets, so that's really important. But again, the balance between saving runs and attacking. So they do have 3 slips in play, and a short extra, short mid wicket, and mid on currently on the square.
Thompson to Haynes. Defends into the offside to complete over number 50 of this Nottinghamshire seconds. 204 for 3. 11 over remaining of the day's play. So, going to be, I don't know, probably 9:45 to 7 by the time we see an end to day 2. Adam Lyth just jogging off the field, and Will Luxton jogging on to replace him. 273 run lead. George Hill, 5 for 40 in the first innings. None for 29 off 6 in the second so far. Just 1 slip in place now. In comes George, past umpire Baldwin. Good delivery. There's an appeal for caught behind to another. How many of those deliveries have we had in this match that passed the bat and look like they've got a nick with the ball shaping that way? And they haven't.
That looked close, didn't it? It was good delivery. A bit of bounce again from Hill and a bit of movement. And went through to Duke, who took it well, took it nicely. But unfortunately for Yorkshire, it went past the outside edge rather than catching the outside edge of Clark's bat.
George Hill in again. That's turned off the hip by Clark down to long leg. Matt Milnes, I think, down there. 1 run. Yorkshire trying to keep themselves going. Nottinghamshire really are going. 205 for 3. Floodlight still on, brighter than it has been at times. And in comes Hill. And it's flicked off the hip by Haynes this time, out into the mid-wicket region. And there is no run. The Girdler is back. Having spoken to, well, we think having spoken to Mo. Did he? Yeah, he was there. Okay. I'll pass you the headset.
There's a lot of stairs in this pavilion, aren't there? Puffing and panting. Next ball driven back to the bowler. And there's no run.
Welcome back, Dave. Welcome back. You've been running up and down those stairs. Grabbing interviews, I think, haven't you?
Yeah, just been for a quick word with Mo Abbas. He needs to head off right at the end of the day. So just happy to grab a word because he's been the Notts man of the day.
Yeah, of course.
Here's Hill. Comes in and turned to leg by Clark. And there's no run.
Played nicely, Clark, this afternoon. He's 59 and been a big part of the partnership earlier on with Slater, and now building a partnership with Haynes. The partnership's 33. Say Clark's on 59 and Haynes on 7. Score 206 for 3. Lead off 275.
Yeah, final ball of the over, then 10 to go. Hill bowls. Clark pushes it back to the bowler, end of the over. And not have that lead that's already would be way in excess of the biggest score of the match. Where Yorkshire to chase it down. 275 the lead at the moment. Yeah, just a quick word with Mo. Obviously delighted last night to get the couple of wickets, and full of praise obviously for the work done by Dylan Pennington and Brett Hutton this morning, and then thankful to be able to get another 5-wicket haul. Does know his stats, did know it's his 49th 5-wicket haul in first-class cricket. Does know he's closing in on 800 first-class wickets. So that's nice. Some cricketers no idea, but said he does follow his stats. False start here from Jordan Thompson. Start of a new over. A lot of wickets, isn't it? 800 in first-class cricket.
It's a heck of a lot, isn't it? He's been still is a very, very good bowler, isn't he? Bowls good areas, gets a little bit of movement. Of course, his accuracy as well, that's important. That brings all dismissals into play. Hence the success he gets. Very good bowler.
Might be a little trickier tomorrow or when he gets to bowl again. We'll have to see. Next delivery is pulled by Haynes to mid-on. Has that fallen short of the fielder? Or did he spill it?
I think he's dropped that ball.
Mistimed pull by Jack Haynes. Don't think anybody was expecting it to loop to Jack White at mid-on, least of all White, and was expecting him to take a comfortable catch. Just checked to see if it died on him, or he got it in his hands and spilled it. Not seen a definitive replay as yet. Oh, it's certainly carried to him, round about his right knee, and I think that was half the problem. Got his knee in the way of his hands. This next one strikes Haynes on the pad. I think it's outside the line. Thompson doubly unlucky. He's been unlucky in this little spell, hasn't he? He's gone for some overthrows and beaten the bat a few times.
He's that type of bowler. He makes things happen, doesn't he? You know, and he gets the opportunity. He makes things happen, and he's been unfortunate probably 2 or 3 times in this spell, and he's working tirelessly to try and create an opportunity for Yorkshire. And when he does, it's unfortunately put down by White at mid-on. He'll be disappointed with that, Will White. And every ball's an event. You've got to move on to the next ball.
Next ball isn't so much of an event as it turned out, with Thompson bowling to Haynes, goes across his stumps, defends it on the leg side. Thought we'd seen the last of the brighter weather, but thankfully it's just perking up a little bit. We should be able to get through till the end of the day now. Again tomorrow morning with Yorkshire desperate for wickets. They'd certainly want to aid their cause and get a few more this evening if they can. Just try and end the day with a cluster of wickets. Tough going. Next ball is just past the outside edge and through to the keeper. Adam Lythe down below us. I take it, is he off the field?
I can see him now. He was off the field. Yeah, he is. I think
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the 6 off the on the offside, 3 on the on, 4 if you can. Adam Lythe. Right now he's standing right on the rope down below us at fine leg. He's ready to come back on at the end of the over. 206 for 3. He bowled 1 over, didn't he, straight after tea? And I wonder if he'll get another one as the unlucky Thompson gets one past the outside edge of Haynes' bat. Haynes riding his luck a little bit here. He's not found any timing or fluency at all in this innings. Should have gone earlier in the over, dropped at mid-on by Jack White. Sure, Joe Clark's had a word, just calm down, bide your time. Thompson turns at the far end, comes rushing in. Past umpire Long, bowls delivery on the stumps. It's nudged up to White. That's the end of the over. Here comes Adam Lythe. It'll be somebody else's turn to go for a quick comfort break, no doubt. That time of day where they all want to just rush off for an over or so. Just use the facilities. End of the over knots, 206 for 3. And they lead Yorkshire by 275.
And 9 overs, 9 scheduled overs remaining in the day here at Headingley of day 2 of the County Championship game. And we've got a change of bowling. We've got Code coming back on. And let's see what field Code's going to go with. Just looking down there at the moment from the commentary box, and the wind's certainly got up, Dave, hasn't it? It's blowing across the ground very strongly at the moment. Whether that will help the swing of Code, as it's blowing the right way across the western terrace towards the east stand. And just looking at the field now, Code's got a slip, and probably say that's a gully or maybe a 4th slip.
Just guessing a little bit, aren't they, when they just have
in between, aren't they?
One there, yep. So here's Ben Cote to bowl to Clark. And 56 cuts this away. Protection out in the deep. We'll just get a single. Brings Haynes back onto strike. Straight away, Dominic Bess, who was at mid-off, jogs down to the far end, will bolster that slip cordon. There'll be a necessary reshuffle to no doubt put somebody else in. Trying to stop the drive down the ground, and that's what happened. What's happened, he's been brought from square leg. So it's just a variation on a theme, a 6-3 offside field. 2 slips the gap and then the gully as Code into Haynes, wide enough to be left by Jack Haynes, son of Gavin, I'm sure you'll remember, the former Worcestershire all-rounder, born in Worcester, Jack. Essex going along superbly well, says the rest of the Division 1 sides. Paul Walter, Tall Paul they call him down there, you can't miss Tall Paul. He's 110 not out. Elgar is 50 not out, 172 without loss. Essex in their second innings at the Oval, as this one's dropped on the leg side by Haynes. And there's no run. So Dean Elgar in the supporting role there, and Essex leads Surrey by 110 with all 10 wickets left.
Excellent.
Don't think there's an awful lot of love lost between Surrey and Essex, but Essex will very much enjoy finding themselves in that position. Somerset are 49 for 1. They've begun their run chase, their pursuit of 265 to beat Durham. The advanced game, that one into the 4th innings already. Code bowls, good delivery, fast leg cutter from Ben Code just jacked away, didn't it? Dramatically. It didn't kiss the outside edge on its way through to Harry Duke.
Just missed the outside edge, didn't it? Again, another good delivery. And unfortunate for the Yorkshire bowling attack, that one's gone past the outside edge rather than just nicking the edge of that bat as Code comes in again.
It's a lovely delivery. Can he drop it on that spot again? He can, but Haynes was waiting for it and guides it away to the left of Jordan Thompson in the covers, takes a single. Southampton, Hampshire 103 for 5, so they still trail Sussex by 40, only half their wickets left. That would be a really good win for Sussex to go into the, if you like, the mid-season break, the halfway stage of the County Championship. Warwickshire 53 for 1 in their second innings at New Road, leading Worcestershire by 99. Code to bowl to Joe Clark now, and Clark will get a single. Square of the wicket on the offside. Looks so much easier for Joe Clark, who's been out there for a while, got runs yesterday, he's just found a little bit of form over the last week, than Jack Haynes, who's had a good start to the season, but just struggling a little bit at the moment. He's not quite got into his stride yet. And it's 209 for 3. We've got 8 overs to go, so already 6:15. I'd imagine it's going to be a 6:45 finish, something of that order.
I think it will be important for Jack just to get through. Jack Haynes, that is, just to get through that that little phase he's going through, and nice to see the conversation there with the more experienced Clark, who's on 61 off just 72 deliveries. He's played very nicely, accumulated runs really well throughout this afternoon session or after tea session, and nice to see him play the way he is. He gets forward very, very nicely. Contact points are good, both front foot and back foot, and times the ball away really well. But his experience with Jack Haynes is going to be really important.
Dominic Bess back into the attack from the football stand end, bowls to Clark, who tries to punch that on the ground, but Bess cuts it off. Just moving to his left. Comes in with an approach that's the very economy of effort, just a couple of steps from Bess. This time by way of a change, it's hit to the onside of straight, and again it's unable to get past the bowler or the stumps at the far end before it's cut off. Clark this time works it a little square and gets a single to get down to the other end, moves on to 62. Made 64 yesterday, so a welcome return over the last 7 days to a serious side of batting for Joe Clark. Lovely century at Chesterley Street on Monday. Here's Haynes now on strike, pushes this to cover, and there's no run. 210 for 3 Nottinghamshire. A good morning with the ball, and back that up with 3 wickets straight after lunch to bowl the home side out for just 159. This one just outside the off stump, and again a little loose from Haynes. Taken by Harry Duke, standing up. Haynes on 8. Dominic Bess bowls to him, edged. Well, I won't say did it come off the glove, and straight away Haynes is shaking his hand. So I think it was the glove, and maybe just died in front of Adam Eye, that slip.
Yeah, it did, didn't it? Just didn't quite reach.
End of the over, 210 for 3, so not much has gone for Yorkshire in this session. I know they say you make your own luck, don't you? You've got to play well to earn the breaks, but in this particular evening session, not much has gone for them. The afternoon, you can say they perhaps had a amount of fortune when Freddie McCann was given out. Certainly we've seen 2 or 3 replays, didn't appear as if McCann was particularly close to nicking one behind. Certainly he seemed absolutely astonished when the umpire's finger went up, but off he went. Here's Code, starting a new over to Joe Clark, worked onto the leg side.
But from Bess's perspective, again, that last delivery, there's enough encouragement for him there, isn't there? A little bit of bounce and spin that might just give him that little bit of feedback that he wants, just to keep getting through his ball in action and get the revolutions on the ball and try and create a breakthrough for Yorkshire.
It's finding a little bit what County
cricket captaincy is all about today. I mean, yesterday the Wickets went fairly regularly, won the toss as well, a relatively easy decision to insert as Coates' next delivery is just played up to White at mid-on. White, who 3 overs or so ago dropped Jack Haynes. Looked a fairly simple catch, and I don't know if he was just a little misled by the lack of pace on it. It seemed to die on him, but it was still round about knee height. Should still have caught it, but so went to take it at the side of his knee, and it seems as if his knuckles were brushing his knee, and whatever happened, down went the ball. Should have been taken. Next ball is turned by Clark onto the leg side. He's doing fielding, moves on to 63. Nottinghamshire 211 for 3. So the lead is 280. Imagine when the acceleration comes, and not expecting it for a long time yet, maybe even as late as early afternoon tomorrow if the forecast's fine and they do have wickets in hand, but I wouldn't expect a declaration. I just expect wastage in all probability as they lose wickets in the pursuit of quick runs. That's generally been the Nottinghamshire way.
The weather forecast will be pretty important, isn't it,
Yeah,
the next 2 days?
It is. I want to ensure they give themselves enough time as it's pushed into the offside, because that backfired on them at Edgbaston when there wasn't enough time to get 4 Warwickshire wickets on the last day. Otherwise, their position would be even stronger.
The lead's creeping up, ball by ball or over by over, to 280 now. So they're in a healthy position. Certainly a strong foundation, David, isn't it?
Yeah, and enough players really to ensure that they get that lead over 400, assuming that's what they'd want. I think wide of the off stump goes through to the keeper. This time yesterday we were sort of wondering what would happen if Yorkshire went down the night watcher route, and that's what happened. In came Jack White. Nottinghamshire, I'm not entirely sure. And Brett Upton, a possibility. 211 for 3. Next ball is turned to mid-on, and I'll explain my reasoning behind both of those in a second. Yeah, that is the end of the over. It was turned to mid-on. End of the over, no run. 211 for 3. Luke Fletcher did it for many years when he was in the side, but Brett Upton has done it a time or two. But earlier in the season at Trent Bridge, in gloomier conditions than this, believe it or not, Notts lost a wicket late in the day to take them to 4 down. And Kyle Verena opted to come out with only about 4 or 5 overs left in the day and was dismissed in the gloom. Now, I was surprised, A, that it came out, and B, it wasn't sort of overruled at the time. As the new over starts, and it pops up in the air over live, and we'll have to see if there was a little bit of bat on it. I don't think there is. No, it's a bye. So it turned, it eluded the grope of Joe Clark and brushed the glove of Harry Duke and looped over the sole slipper Adam Lyth. So a bye to the total.
But again, bounce, isn't that?
Yeah.
Enough encouragement.
So yeah, obviously we won't find out unless a wicket goes down. 212 for 3. This is pushed into the offside, but clearly Verena wanted to come out and bat and paid the price for going out in the late evening gloom. He's on 8. He's found it pretty tricky, and he's happy just to defend here against Dombes. Goes into his 14th over, none for 40. It's more bowls, and I think Jack Haynes thought that was going to be outside the off stump and he'd be able to back away and cut it through the offside, but it followed him. Found himself cramped for room. Just hit it back to the bowler, who comes in again, and once more, well, there's a coming together at the far end, and as a result, they've decided not to have a run. Bess is just about going to beat the count of 10 because it was hit by Haynes in the direction of Joe Clark, and it may well have been a single. I think they were both looking for a single, but as Clark set off, he collided with Bess, who obviously was trying to stop the ball, and there's handshakes and nods in all directions. There was nothing sinister about that 212 for 3. It was just a genuine coming together, wasn't it, from bowler and the non-striker?
Absolutely. The frustrating thing from Haynes is just wanted to get the scoreboard ticking for himself, isn't it? And unfortunately, that wasn't the case. But just 5 overs remain in the day's play, and Nottinghamshire 212 for 3.
Sheffield Outlaws been in touch on X, on the Twittery thing, at Brace Cricket. Cracking day for Joe, that's his son. Cracking day for Joe and Mrs. Outlaw and I at the test today. We're now camped up near Cotgrave and watching the live stream. Great to see Notts digging in once again. Thank you, Sheffield Outlaw, and glad you and Mrs. Outlaw and Joe have enjoyed time at the test match. There's all those saying that a 4-day test, that's not the done thing, 4-day test cricket. Well, it turned into a 2 3/4 day test cricket. Here's Ben Code running away from us. 212 for 3, bowls now to Joe Clark, who matches yesterday's score with his 64 run, working it away square of the wicket on the offside. So Clark with a pair of 64s. Was the top scorer yesterday. It was matched this morning by Davin Milan, and Ben Slater has gone past it. Slater out for 78. Last wicket to go down. There's Code in. Haynes doing a bit of a clock there, advancing down the track towards Ben Code, but having got to the pitch of it, just helps it up to Jack White at mid-on, and there's no run. 2-1-3 for 3. Jonathan's back alongside. Did you see the Jack White drop?
Yeah, I did. In fact, it was one of those where I was looking at it from the corridor out the back, and I had to poke my head into the press box to say, did he just do what I think he did there? And they said, yeah.
Sort of got his hands, his knuckles sort of by his knee. Everything was out of kilter. As another aeroplane goes over the ground. Guess a little bit like East Midlands Airport, like all airports, they have different routes in and out and what have you. I can't remember being here in the past and so many aircraft going directly over the ground as they have today.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much they do all the time, really, when we're here. There's pretty much 2 routes into the airport.
2-1-3 for 3. Code to Haynes. Keeper stood up. This is just chopped down into the gully to the skipper. No run.
I'm no aviation expert at all. I know that one or two of our colleagues might put me straight on this, but there's certainly lots of them coming here. I think you'd probably call this the main route, but then I have flown into the Leeds Bradford Airport from over the top of Otley Shevin, so that's coming in from the sort of northwest angle.
213 for 3. As Code is in once more, worked onto the leg side. There's no run. Did have a rather unnerving thing happen about 3 weeks ago, last time I was in a plane, landing at East Midlands Airport, and one of those where the old ears wouldn't pop, and I was in, unusual, I'd had a sweep, but the ears wouldn't pop. I was in a little bit of pain, and crikey, and we get down on the ground, and we're coming in. I think we're a bit steep here, and then his wheels touched, and then he pulled up again, and away we went, and what on earth's going on here? It was East Midlands Airport, and up we went, and anyway, we sort of got back up to a respectable height, and he started circling as Code comes in again. This is hit into the offside, and there's no run, and as we're sort of circling round, going to do another full circle before starting again, the captain came on the intercom and said, ever so sorry about that, but a 747 freight aeroplane that landed before us has just been particularly slow in making its way off the runway, so apologies. At the last second we were told to abort, and he said it's a normal thing just doing bumps and circuits. We do it all the time in practice, and we'll have you on the ground in the next 15 minutes. So we had to go through it all again with my ears just not popping and whatever, but we got on the ground, and there was Bess.
Yeah, flicked away into the leg side by Clark. Picks up a single.
As we were sort of taxiing to the offload point, we went past this very bright. I'm sure you can imagine it's a cargo plane, bright, yellowy, orange and red in colours.
Yeah, in comes Bess, and Haynes thinks about playing it. That pulls his bat out of it.
Everybody pulling faces at it out the window. Thank you very much. I'm sure the captain did the same. Sure he had a word or two to say.
Yeah. Bess over the wicket. Haynes on strike. Then comes Dom. Stroked down to long on again for 1 run. Had a bit of a weird one last year coming back. I went to Leopardstown for the Dublin Racing Festival February last year. Coming back on a Sunday night from Dublin Airport. Was supposed to go to Leeds Bradford, but it was extremely windy, so they rerouted us to Manchester. As in comes Bess, and that's turned out through Cow Corner. Nicely played along the deck, nothing cow about it. And that'll be 4 more to Joe Clark. 69 to him, 219 for 3. So they rerouted, I think I'm right in saying, no, they rerouted to Liverpool, that's right. You've paid your supplement to get to Leeds Bradford or whatever and stick you in Liverpool, 70 miles away. And then, because of some issue when we were approaching Liverpool, then they decided we were going to go to Manchester. And then we ended up circling for a while and then going back to Liverpool. It was bizarre. It's all in the dark as well. You don't know what's going on beneath you. You can just see neon below as he whips one off the legs there, Clark. And Wharton is doing the fielding out on the sweep. 220 for 3.
Then what? Replacement bus service?
No, get my brother's other half out to come drive all the way across and pick us up.
They didn't make arrangements to bring you here?
No. Oh, good delivery. Nicked and dropped. Another one bites the dust. Jack Haynes twice now. Adam Lyth puts it down at slip. And it's one of those days. Don Bess walks away, cap on, with a bit of something about the body language that says that he's not entirely happy with life. And I think you can understand why, because things have definitely not gone the way of his side today. Nobody means to put him down, but when you're having one of those bad days, they tend to do so, don't they?
Yeah, I don't know if Jack Haynes is having a good day or a bad day here. He's been dropped twice, so he's still out there, but dropped, I think he was on 8, dropped by Jack White from the bowling of Jordan Thompson, and now on 9 by Adam Lyth from the bowling of Dominic Bess. Just not found any fluency, any timing at all, but having great fortune. There's Code. Just got 3 overs left in the day. 220 for 3. Not so happily walk off now, although I'm not sure Joe Clark would as he works his way onto the leg side. It won't have enough strength behind it to go all the way to the rope, so he'll just get a single. Moves on to 71. He'll be eyeing up a 26th first class 100 in the morning. 12 for Nottinghamshire, 12 for his first county Worcestershire. Got 1 for England Lions as well. 25's a good haul. 26 even better, and suddenly at the halfway stage of the season, his figures won't look all that bad. Not reaching a 50 in his first 5 matches, then 100 at Durham last week, and if he can get a 64 and 100 here, his figures won't look too bad. As Code comes in again to Haynes, keeper standing up, and it's just played back along the surface. The bowler fields off his own bowling. Essex have lost a wicket at last at the Oval. I say at last because the openers put on 188, and it's Paul Walter who's out, who's bludgeoned his way to 118. Essex leading Surrey by 126 runs with 9 wickets left. Proper good scrap that one. 221 for 3. Code bowls again on the stumps. Haynes just happy, just content to get solidly behind it and defend it. No addition to the total. 221 for 3. Code with the 1 wicket in the match, which certainly doesn't do him justice. Got some useful runs this morning in that last wicket partnership with Matthew Revis. Bowls this is ease to point. And there's no run.
Said that a few times in the last couple of days.
Yeah. Not entirely sure how much daylight we've had today. It's almost like been a day of dark skies, nighttime weather, really. Glad I'm not paying the bill for the floodlights. It's Code. 2 balls left in this over. Haynes on strike and solidly behind it. He's very much gone into no-risk mode over the last quarter of an hour or so since he was dropped by White, and that still didn't prevent him being put down in the last over, just nibbling at Dominic Bess. So he'll be more than happy if he's able to walk off alongside Joe Clark. Notts will be happy that they haven't got to make a decision on a night watchman or Kyle Verena. 221 for 3. All of the over. That's nice. That's nice from Jack Haynes. He was given width there, the first loosish ball that Ben Code has bowled in quite some time, and was wide enough half volley length. And Haynes, in nick or out of nick, is going to put that one away most times. Caresses it through the offside for 4. 225 for 3. So the lead up to 294, is that?
Yep, 294. Yeah, sometimes if you're going through it with the bat and you're not timing it and all that, apart from a juicy half volley outside off stump, you just got to try and play yourself into form. Haven't you? That first innings of the season second innings of the season by Adam Lyth down at Southampton in the first match when he got 100. For 75 of them, he looked pretty scratchy by his standards, as Clark nearly dinks one onto his stumps from wide of off stump. Don Best continuing, and will finish the day at the Howard stand end. So yeah, he just didn't look like Adam Lyth for a long time, and then he finally got some fluency. But the thing he did do was, stick around and toughed it out when it wasn't coming off as he wanted to. So Jack Haynes, it's there for him. 13 at the moment. It was Best bowls to Clark, and that was a dot, and he's in again. Clark goes back foot and flicks through the yawning gap in the onside to James Wharton coming in on the sweep, 1 run.
That Haynes boundary as well took the partnership to 50 from exactly 100 deliveries. So it might not be pretty at times, but they're getting the job done.
Bess just rushed that one through a little bit quicker. Haynes got halfway towards cutting it and then pulled out. Wide of off stump. 2 to come. And he comes again. And that is dropped out into the offside. No run. Nigel Long stands a fair way a bit further back behind the stumps than Paul Baldwin does. He's almost at about the point at which Don Best, in fact, he's further back than when Don Best starts to run in, because he jogs about the last 2 steps. And defended final ball of the over by Jack Haynes, so he's seen off Don Best for the evening. He'll finish today with 16 overs, 2 maidens, none for 48, and we just have 6 balls remaining on day 2.
Yeah, very often the umpire will ask the bowler where do you want me, or the other way round. The bowler will ask the umpire if he can just step back a pace or 2. And all the cricket I played, if I had an umpire say, where do you want me? And I'd always say cheekily, just anywhere where you can see the LBWs, wherever you fancy. You need to get them on board, don't you? You need to have a bit of a laugh and a smile with the umpires. It's no good getting grouchy with the umps.
No.
228 for 3, particularly in club cricket. They should be worshipped and cherished and looked after, particularly at the social gathering afterwards. Those clubs that still have them. Really disappointing when you do a game or go to a game and everybody disappears off home afterwards. As Code comes in and bowls, this will be the last knockings of the day. So just 5 balls left after this one. We won't have to worry about not thinking about seeing out a night watchman or not. And that will be that. Seems like we've had a pretty full day of cricket, and I think there was a time today where I thought, well, one way or another it'll be finished tomorrow, but if Notts are going to bat until bowled out tomorrow and are going to win this game, 17 wickets would need to go down tomorrow, and rule it out. But I think that'll be a long shot, as has pushed back down the track so straight by Clark that it hits the stumps at this end.
Ben Code was trying to get a feather on that onto the stumps, just in the hope that Jack Haynes was out of his ground. But yeah, so you're one of those bowlers where he said to the umps, I only appeal umps when it's out.
Yeah, and all that. I think we've given a number of updates throughout the day. If you've not caught them, this morning Yorkshire resumed on 10 for 2 as Code bowls. Has turned on the leg side, no run. By lunch, there were 119 for 7, a frenetic, swashbuckling, dramatic, dynamic innings from Dawid Milan and all those other big words that you can think of. 64 from 45 balls, 8 fours and 4 sixes. He was playing a completely different game to everybody else we've seen out there. It was probably difficult and tricky for him, but he's got such a good eye that he decided that the best way to get runs on the board was to play a few shots. He did that until falling just before lunch to Brett Hutton. 119 for 7 at lunch. Yorkshire and Mo Abbas polished off the innings afterwards. As it's struck him on the pad here, they're asking umpire Baldwin, and Ben Code can't. Well, initially in the action was he couldn't believe the decision, and then he's saying, was it outside the line, I think, to the umpire with a big cheesy smile on his face. Clark getting a long way down the track, and he's got him outside the line as well there. So that's very good umpiring from Paul Baldwin. That's one that we could see on the replay why it wasn't given.
Yeah, it just kept a little bit low on him, didn't it, as well?
Mohammed Abbas, 6 for 45 for Nottinghamshire. So Yorkshire bowled out for 159. Notts with a first innings lead of 69. They've lost to Mead 33, McCann 15, and Slater 78. 2 balls left in the day here. Code bowls down the leg side, turned away by Clark for a single, so he'll be at the non-striker's end for the final ball of the day. He's on 73. Haynes is on 13. 227 for 3. Let me add 69 for that, all on my own. 296. In fact, it says at the bottom of the board, you idiot. 296. Nottinghamshire lead. Do like things to be nice and orderly and symmetrical and obvious. A boundary from this ball would leave Notts 300 in front overnight. I'm not sure that Jack Haynes will be looking to hit a boundary. Let's see what he does. Last ball of the day. Ben Code bowls and shapes away from Haynes. Goes through to the keeper. Haynes had come so far down, he turns and grounds his bat, almost like in the school playground, saying in, and we're done on day 2 here at Headingley with Nottinghamshire in their second innings. 227 for 3. Had 61 overs bowled in this Nottinghamshire second innings, and that lead is 296. And Joe Clark will go to bed on 73 not out. James is on 13. Not's very much in the box seat. There'll be more than half an eye on the weather forecasts and the expected weather predictions for not only tomorrow but also for Monday, as Nottinghamshire restart again tomorrow, assuming the weather lets us. I think it's supposed to be relatively okay, isn't it? So we've had a full day's cricket against all the odds. The floodlights have been on throughout, but we have got to the end of the day, and Nottinghamshire applauding Joe Clark off the field ahead of his batting partner Jack Haynes there for Yorkshire. That was a tough old session and a bit there, and Dominic Bess finding out what county captaincy's all about, and you have to get them down in the dressing room maybe tomorrow morning rather than this evening, and come up with their plans for tomorrow. Very much enjoyed everybody's company today. Thanks very much to Paul Shaw and to JD, and from me, everybody enjoy your evening, and Jonathan will sign us off.
Thanks, Brace. Yep, the ground staff move in to do what they've got to do, and as the girdler says, 296 runs, that Nottinghamshire lead with 7 second innings wickets in hand. They are trying to put the foot on the throat here, and they've got 2 days to finish Yorkshire off and consign them to a 4th defeat of the campaign. We'll see how it all plays out tomorrow. The pair of us will be back with David Lloyd. Yep, Bumble's in the chair as our third voice on day 3. We'll look forward to his company and hopefully yours as well. But from the pair, or the trio here in the Combox at Headingley, it's good night.
Vertu, official partner of Yorkshire County Cricket Club.